Welcome all. All right, so Thursday, May 9th, Budget Committee. We've got a couple things that we've got going on today. We are going to, we're just going to do attendance automatically. I don't need to do that. We're going to start with the Pledge of Allegiance.
Right. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right, thank you. So our first position, public input. I don't think we've got any public input this time. We do need to approve the meetings of April 29th, and we also have a, looking at the notes that were taken, the minutes that were taken last time, I am chagrined to admit that we actually neglected to vote for chair. We did talk about it, I got nominated, but somehow or another we did not actually do that. So therefore, we have a bit of cleanup right now. I need to get a nomination and a second.
So I'll nominate Greg as chairman.
Second.
Thank you.
Vote.
Can we take a vote? I'm going to, I'll go around. Heather?
Aye.
David?
Aye.
I'm sorry.
Lisa?
Lisa, thank you. I will get names. Deb?
Yes.
Aye.
Oh, actually, you're supposed to go next to last, so I apologize. Bob?
No, as long as you go last.
Okay.
That's it. Yes.
Yes.
Ellen? Troy?
Aye.
And I believe I would be abstaining from that. So
You don't need to.
I don't have to? Okay, well, then I would vote, I'm voting for myself, so the vote is unanimous. So thank you very much, everybody. Any other edits or changes that we want to make to the April 29th minutes?
Pardon me, Mr. Chair.
Please.
Have we seen these minutes? I don't recall having received them in advance.
They were emailed on.
May 3rd.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Do we need do we want to take a minute and review them? I'm happy to give everybody a minute or two to review them if you prefer, Troy.
Everybody?
Yeah, we went to the deal budget. Are you on?
I don't think I'm included in the list that I need to be included on, so if we could just follow up with Brian on that, that would be great. Thank you.
Yeah, Troy, do you need to be on the DL Budget Committee at Pelham Web list?
I believe I do.
Okay,
Yep.
okay. That's what I looked at and saw that, so, okay, apologies. If you'd like to take a moment or two and review through them, that's quite all right.
Do you want her?
No, that's fine. Thank you.
If everyone's all set, I'll make a motion to accept those meeting minutes from April 29th.
Second.
Any discussion? No?
Are you good? Troy, are you good? or-
I will abstain from this vote.
Okay,
Thank you.
all right.
So there's been a motion in a second, Mr. Chairman.
all
So I
right.
think you need to do a vote.
Yeah, I'd like to do a vote. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed?
Abstain.
We have one abstention of Troy. All right, thank you very much. All right, so we are now on to our new business. And the first thing is, in the interest of fairness and transparency, giving all of the volunteers an opportunity to speak in front of the board. We've got Ken Wooton, well, again, I'm not great with names. Ken Wooton, hopefully he'll correct me. Ken, if you'd come up and take a couple minutes, we'd appreciate it.
Great. Good evening. Thank you very much for having me on the agenda this evening. I appreciate it. And it's Wooten.
Wooten, okay, thank you.
So if you want, I can go tell you a little bit about myself.
Just a couple of minutes to talk about who you are, how long you've been in Pelham, what unique expertise do you bring to the table, and why do you want to be on the Budget Committee?
Okay, terrific. So I have been a resident for Pelham for a little over 30 years, having relocated from Michigan back in 1993. I recall when we were traveling out here, we chose Pelham based on really a small town feel, plenty of open space. It was affordable and it had friendly people. That was enough for us, and we've never regretted that decision. All 5 of our children have graduated from Pelham High School, and starting this fall, our eldest grandchild starts in Pelham schools as well, so the second generation coming through. Why would I like to serve on the Budget Committee? First and foremost, to invest in the community with my time, talents, and energy. And the second reason is to not only pay back, but to pay forward. I've been a benefactor of all the people that have served this town in various capacities over the past 30 years, and have spent a lot of volunteer time, but never in a municipal position. And so this gives me the opportunity to kind of pay back and contribute to the folks of Pelham and the future residents of Pelham. In terms of what I can bring to the Budget Committee, if you have my application there, I believe, and so I have a passion for finance. If you look at my education, my professional experience, and even my volunteer activities, they're all, the majority of them are bent towards finance. It's a hobby. I hate to say it, drives some people crazy, but I enjoy it. I also bring a collaborative and teamwork approach that I've developed over the past 15 years in various leadership positions in Fortune 500 companies. And so I think that will be helpful on the committee. And the other areas that I would suggest that I bring is I'm a planner. Having just recently retired, I have not only a 30-year operating budget, but a 30-year CapEx budget as well, because that's just the type of person I am. I'm a goal setter, and I'm very big into process improvements, whether it's budgeting, whether it's bringing a new product to market, or loading our dishwasher at home. I'm a process-oriented person, and so that would be a quick summary of myself.
I'm not sure if anybody has any questions. I do have a clarifying, did you say you have a personal CapEx budget, 30-year?
I do.
30-year CapEx budget?
I do. It covers all appliances, roof, HVAC system, lawnmower, anything over $1,000 in CapEx. I have it planned out for the next 30 years. At least you know what you're getting up front.
Yeah, I appreciate that. Thank you. Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I smile because you're in good company here. My father, my grandfather, myself, maybe not to that extent, are very similar to you. So I guess going back to a quick question I asked someone else during interviews, you said you were in a leadership role of a Fortune 500 company. Can you briefly give me an example of a situation that you led where you had obviously differences of opinions and how you navigated that moment?
Sure. There's quite a few I can pull from, but one of the positions that I worked for Thermo Fisher Scientific, and the president put me into a position. We had about 100 sites across the country within healthcare that we managed all the hospital's assets, all their medical assets. So, as an example, University of Florida has 11 hospitals. We had, probably a $10 million account there. And whenever the customer was required to give us a 90-day notice if they were going to terminate contract due to dissatisfaction reasons. And I would be basically dropped into those accounts to really discover, listen and learn why they were dissatisfied. And I had the authority to be able to commit resources, both financial and manpower, to address those situations, those accounts, because it costs a lot more trying to replace an account like that rather than to keep it. So as you can imagine, as an example, U of F was one of them, and they had 15 people attend that meeting. to let us know, their level of dissatisfaction. But to be honest, I thrive on that. I love that. And I love the ability to say, give me 90 days. If I don't have it corrected in 90 days, then these 3 months are on us. And so I thrive on that. I enjoy that.
Thank you, sir. I appreciate that. That's all.
Thank you. Anybody else?
Yeah, please. Any town committees and so forth you've been on in the past or served or activities?
So I would say the longest serving committees that I've been on is in church as a trustee for about 7 or 8 years. And then on the benevolence committee within that church, helping out the people both of the town and of the church that were in need of financial assistance. And then also a volunteer activity was, I've been an FPU coordinator for, well over a dozen years. FPU is Financial Peace University. It's a Dave Ramsey program. The focus is on teaching people how to handle their personal finances, which is something I enjoy doing. And my 5 children are tired of hearing about it.
Very good. Anybody else? Please, David.
Yeah, just a quick question. What would be your vision of Pelham, let's say, in the next 15 to 20 years? Where would you like to see it, or what would you think it should look like?
Good question. That's a long time out.
Okay, I'll say 10 years.
Yeah. To be honest with you, I would like to see the same reasons that we chose this town, to have a small town feel, to have those open spaces, a place where you want to raise your children and your children want to stay. Those to me are all positive things that I would be looking for. In terms of what I believe my role would be if I were fortunate enough to be on the committee is, a guardian of the fiscal responsibility. So by maintaining, an appropriate tax rate, it makes it an attractive place to live.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think we're gonna move on, but thank you for coming out tonight.
Okay.
You had other plans, so thanks again.
Have a great evening. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so let me see. We're down to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So we've got our 7 people. I had originally thought we might go ahead and do a vote where we discuss who we actually want to spend more time on. It might be quicker if we were just to walk through each candidate, everybody can weigh in, and then we'll do a vote at the end.
But there are two, right, there are two positions. So hopefully is that 2 individuals will.
And so the intent here would be, I've brought cards, would be that everybody would vote for their top 2 candidates or their top 3 candidates. First candidate your top person would get 5 points, second person gets 3 points, third person gets 1 point.
Right.
It's a variation of first past the post voting, well established, and that would give us and then the top 2 vote getters would win. And if we have a tie, then we'll have a tiebreaker just between those 2 candidates.
Two candidates.
Is that acceptable? Did you understand what I said?
I do.
Okay.
It was just a divergence from how things have historically been handled, but I'm certainly open to new ideas.
Well, we think we're breaking new ground here. We're not usually in this situation. So if there is a more traditional approach, I'm open to it. But we don't usually have 2 candidates. That's the thing.
right.
Right, it does make a difference.
Yeah.
Mr. Chairman, for the sake of agreement, I tend to have the same sentiment, but still open to new ideas. But yeah, from other boards I've been on, when we have to place 1 or if not 2, it was done in a little different fashion. I'm one to follow whatever makes sense and obviously is legally binding. If your way works, I'm open to it. I believe it is a little different from what I'm used to.
Well, just to be clear, your votes would still be on record, and you can put down anybody you want. Nobody's telling you how to vote. And again, this would be a mechanism for us to be able to, in a fair, transparent way, identify top 2 candidates.
I think it should solve the problem.
Okay.
We can move forward with it,
Right, because we can vote on those 2 candidates individually.
which we have to.
Exactly. So the idea here is that you would put down your first candidate, and that person gets 5 points, and your second candidate gets 3 points, and your third gets 1.
Yeah.
And then we'll add up all the points, and we'll take the top 2 overall
Right.
across all of our votes.
Yeah.
So, for example, if there's someone who gets a whole bunch of second votes, then they probably would get one. So are we all clear on the process? Do we consider that to be, Debbie, you look a little skeptical.
I'll just go as we go.
Okay, and I did bring note cards, and again, that'll all go to the public record. Why don't we walk through each of our candidates, and we can discuss, or otherwise, if there's anything anybody wants to say about anybody, or do we want to simply go to a vote?
Based on the procedural email that you sent earlier,
Yeah,
I would suggest that
I'm-
we go immediately into your voting process.
Okay.
Yeah.
That works. We'll get out of here faster. Okay.
You up the Jeopardy music?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, Jeopardy music, now I heard you. Okay, yeah, that is fine.
Thanks, sir.
Do I need to explain it? Well, it'll all be in the record.
Okay.
Yes, please, put your name at the top of the card, and I'm going to read everybody, I'll read them all out. And I need to do one myself. So please put your top 3 people in order. You can put a 5, 3, and a 1 next to them in order, or I can just add it, but
These are top 3.
top 3 candidates. Candidate number 1 gets 5 points, candidate number 2 gets 3, candidate number 3 gets 1. If anybody wants an extra card, you can. You just can't vote twice. I promise.
Shall I collect?
There you go.
Yeah.
Still working? Heather, did you pass yours around too?
Yeah.
One more.
Oh, you want to count for me?
Sure.
That would be
Tell me
great.
what you need, I'll write it.
Yep. Okay, so I'm going to shuffle these up, and for records purposes, I'll give you the card so you can record that. All right, so I'm going to start with Ellen. Mike Carter, number 1.
Mike Carter. Vote for Mike Carter?
No, it'd be a 5.
Oh, a 5.
Yeah, remember doing 5, 3, and 1 in terms
Got
of
it.
points?
So a 5. Got it. Understood.
Ken Wooten, 3 points. John Russell, 1.
1 second.
Yep.
Ken would be 3 points, and then John Russell
be
is a
1.
1. Okay, next,
Thank you.
please.
All right, this is Dave Silva's ballot. Ken for 5 points.
Ken, 5 points, yep.
Mike Carter for 3.
Mike Carter for 3, yep.
John Russell for 1.
Got it.
Heather Corbett, John Russell for 5.
John Russell for 5, yep.
James Minites,
Yep.
3.
Got it.
And Ken Wooten for 1 point.
And Ken for, got it.
Lisa Brown, 5 for John Russell.
John Russell, 5, yep.
3 for James Minikis.
3 for James, yep.
Minatis.
Yep,
I'm
got it.
bad with names all year. 1 point for Ken Wooten, please.
Ken, got it.
Deb Ryan, 5 for John Russell.
John Russell, 5.
3
Yep.
for Ken,
3 for Ken,
1 for James.
and 1 for James. Got it?
Bob, 5 for Ken,
Hold on, 5 for Ken,
3 for John Russell,
3 for John Russell,
and 1 for Mike Carter.
and 1 for Mike Carter.
Troy's ballot, 5 for Russell,
5 for Russell,
3 points for Atwood,
3 points for Atwood.
Cody Atwood,
Yep,
and 1 point for Wooten.
and 1 point for Wooten. Got it?
Brett, 5 for Ken Wooten,
5,
3 for John,
yep.
and 1 point for Mike Carter.
Mike Carter, 1 point. Got it, okay.
And my ballot, 5 for Ken Wooten,
Yep,
3 for John Russell,
yep.
and 1 for Mike Carter.
Got it, okay. I assume other people took those notes as well to double check me?
Yeah.
Okay, stand by, let me calculate this up. I'll read them all. Go ahead, sir.
No, I was just going to say, for those candidates that were not selected here, there were plenty other town committees out there that are looking for recruits, whether it be the zoning board of recruitment or backup for planning and other boards. So hopefully is that since you may not have made it here onto this board, is there will be another election next year, and there are other committees that are looking for people to serve on them.
There are also, will be at least 4 and maybe 5 budget committee openings next year. And
Yeah.
historically, we've had at least 1 person drop off mid-season anyway, so there may still wind up being an opening.
Mr. Chairman, so I have the numbers here. So our first contender with the highest points would be 31 points, and that would be Mr. John Russell. Second contender with the second highest points would be 29 points, and that would be Ken Wunton, if I said that correctly. And then the follow would be Mike Carter had 11 points. Cody Atwood had 3. James Menitis had 7. So based on my numbers here, I would say it would be Mr. Russell and Mr. Wonton.
Very good. All right. Well, I congratulate those 2, and I do thank everyone else who's come out.
Well, I think we need to formally.
Oh, yeah, we need to give it. Thank you.
Here.
Yep.
So,
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to make a motion to appoint Mr. John Russell for the opening position on the Budget Committee,
I will second that.
and then take a roll call,
yeah.
if you'd like.
Okay, so voting for John Russell to be appointed as one of our one-year volunteers, Heather Corbett,
Yes.
Dave,
Yes.
Yes, Lisa.
Lisa, Deb,
Yes.
Troy,
Aye.
Yes.
Bob.
Yes.
And yes,
Bob,
Brett.
Brett, thank you. And I'm a yes as well.
Okay. And Mr. Chairman, with that same token, I'd like to make a motion to appoint Ken Wonton as for our second open position on the Budget Committee.
Do I have a second?
I second.
Dave Silver with the second. Roll call vote. Heather, how do you vote?
Yes.
Dave?
Yes.
Yes.
Lisa? Deb?
Yes.
Troy?
Aye.
Ellen? Bob?
Yes.
Brett?
Yes.
And I'm a vote yes as well. Okay, so we have our
We
2...
had a vote. Oh, we just did that, sorry.
Oh, just
It just says Wooten.
Forgive
Yeah,
me.
I just wanna-
Wooten. Thank you.
So,
Just as a reminder, those members got to go and get sworn in at the town clerk's office in order before officially sitting here.
I will reach out to them, and they also need to connect with the, I'll contact them as well. They need to get their iPads as well in order to be able to set up. Okay, so our last order of business is to go over the calendar. And for those of you who have been through this process before, it is pretty straightforward. I did send the calendar out to you, Heather, and actually, Troy, I think I sent it to you as
Yes, I
well.
got that from you.
Did either of you have any issues with the calendar based on either town or school, knowing that we can make changes if necessary?
Nothing was jumping out to me, so I shared it with my administration, Deb Mahoney, our business administrator, and Chip McGee, our superintendent, and I'm waiting word from them, but nothing stood out to me as a potential conflict, so
Okay.
thank you.
I think the key thing to understand is, again, this is just for everybody else, we have to get something on paper so we can start planning. We have to reserve the room. If we need to make any adjustments in the future based on any town or school changes, we can do that. Again, we would like to avoid that. Our first meeting is going to be on Saturday, September 7th, and that's going to be the town walk where we'll meet here, either right outside town hall, well, probably right outside town hall. And that's where we, again, for the new people, that's where we're going to drive around and see various facilities that typically need renovation or the town wants to call attention to. And so when we're discussing budget elements, that we've actually seen these places. It's also a chance for us to do things like go to the transfer station and have them explain, here's a piece of equipment that we have to have upgraded. You can see how rusty it is, that kind of thing.
And it's also a chance for my CIP, Capital Improvements Committee, just use it, will have made recommendations, so therefore to point out those recommendations for the coming year.
Thank you very much. Beyond that, we'll be meeting every Thursday, I think almost every Thursday at 6:30 here. There'll be one exception, which is Thanksgiving, Halloween. So that we don't conflict with Halloween, we will be meeting on Wednesday, the 30th, at 6:30 again. And then we will also have a school walkthrough, which will take place which is scheduled for October 12th, and that'll be over at the school site. So unless there's any other comments, I will go ahead and send this out, and you can go ahead and pencil that in. Any other comments, questions, please?
On the school, what day was that, 10, 12?
That was the 12th.
What
Yep.
day is that?
It's a Saturday.
Saturday, okay, good.
Yeah, the town and school walkthroughs are always on a Saturday morning.
Thank you.
It is generally on the 17th, there would be our final review of what the town has requested, and then it's the following meeting that we vote on the town. But I haven't seen how you penciled all that in. So those are two very important meetings that people need to be at.
Can you review the date again?
The 7th?
Well,
Are they there yet or not?
I don't know.
Sometimes the timing's a little off based on presentation too, right?
Yes, because everything indeed is subject to, wait a minute. So not the deliberative session, what do you have? So we finish, right, review of the town budget, so you have it set for the 10th.
Yep.
Okay, all right. I hadn't seen the calendar. So-
Again, we will adjust, we will tweak as necessary.
Yeah.
The key thing is, we get the dates on the calendar, everybody knows where they need to be, and if we have to make any adjustments, we can do that. Anything else that anybody else, again, since we've got some new people as well. So the goal here is we'll be done before Thanksgiving, unless there's any last minute changes that come up. Some things that do happen, one issue is, for example, the town is not going to know their insurance costs until the very last minute, so we may have to make some adjustments there. What else comes up?
There's always a reconsideration in January.
I was going
Right.
to get to that. We've covered up to
The other thing that may necessitate would be any proposed labor contract and sometimes that comes up in a meeting
Right.
in December,
And-
so.
Right, so that typically, we don't get labor contracts until they've been ratified by the town and the local.
Right.
And that often doesn't happen until relatively late. Do we have any
Yeah.
contracts up this year?
Don't believe so, no.
We did fire, we did police 2 years ago, we did the town people last year.
Support staff last year, I believe we're set.
Okay,
None on the school
and
side.
then we just did the school,
That's right.
and we did the support staff the year
personnel
before.
the year prior, so we're clear this year.
Okay. Okay, good to go. Good. All right, so I will send that out, and with that, unless there's anything else, then,
Mr. Chairman, yeah, just while we're doing kind of housekeeping meetings before we really get into the thick of it, I helped, with all respect, make this agenda for today, and I just wanted to ask my colleagues' input here. Is this agenda okay, especially you, Mr. Chairman? You know, I did have a couple extra items like public input, that kind of stuff. Forgive me, I have experience from other towns, so I didn't know what was normal, and if anyone had input in how they'd like the budget, the agenda written, what sections are in there, figured I'd just put that out there today in case something looks off.
For me, it looks standard.
Okay,
Yeah,
all right.
standard.
And, Heather, I'm sorry.
Yeah, will we be including a public input portion? That hasn't been typically, if I recall, on the agenda in the past.
I just put it in there up for removal.
I don't know,
for
I mean,
sure.
we did it when I was on the school board, but I don't recall it being,
No.
yeah, thank you.
Not in
I don't recall it being a
20 years, right, there was not formal, the chair could make an exception.
but
Yeah.
when somebody wanted to say something, the chair would
It's
always...
always up to the chair.
Okay, and that's, forgive me on that, I should know this, but that's legally okay? No public input required for all meetings, right? So we can erase public input from the agenda? That's all right? Sounds like, okay.
I like it there with the understanding that, part of this was a relatively light night, but when we start getting in lots of departments, then we get the question of, do you do the public input before everything else? And, when we've got, like, for example, department heads here, we want them to finish and be able to go home. School administrators, have them finish up, go home. Why don't we leave it? But why don't we leave it,
Okay. The question whether you want to place it at the beginning or at the end or both.
May I?
Yes, please.
So, when it was done, when I was on the school board, it's done at the beginning. The time is limited. People have to sign up they have to sign up and say that they want to speak, and the chair would say, is there anybody signed up for public input? And we don't have to respond on it. It's really not necessarily designed to be a give and take in a big giant discussion. It's basically a public wants to share their feelings or thoughts about something, and then most of the time, on the school board level, more times than not, we made no response.
That's my
Yeah.
past.
So I think it's good to be there, but just with the parameters established.
Basically, what we're doing is taking it under advisement.
Yes, sir.
Not.
Okay, so I'm going to,
Ellen had your...
I'm sorry, I can't,
Just wondering if you limited the number of people and the number of minutes they could speak, so you could cap it at a certain, first 10 people to sign up times 2 minutes each or something like that, so that you can cap it.
It's delicate. You can respectfully ask for it to be 2 minutes, but legally you can't resist people from speaking their mind to a public body, I don't believe.
I'd also be interested in learning more about how this fits in, A, with our bylaws, and second, any legal requirements to include a public input session. If it hasn't historically been done, I don't know whether we want to introduce that without following up on those two key points.
It's not in the bylaws, since I've got them here.
Troy, if I may, I kind of call you out and just say, what do you think? Do you think it belongs here? Should we have it, or do you think it's not the place?
I think the primary purpose of the Budget Committee is to get work done, and members of the public have sufficient opportunity to provide input on that, both at the school board level and at the select board level, prior to coming before the Budget Committee. And then it is a working committee, so to speak. So I certainly wouldn't want to impose any limitations on public input, but I think earlier in the process and then later on, there are several other opportunities, and Budget Committee may not be the place to do that.
Fair point.
I would agree.
Please.
We also received email last year for people who had input.
We don't need to make,
Sorry,
Yeah.
Ms. Crawford had a question.
Finally, to just remind everyone at home that there is, I mean, that's the primary function for deliberative sessions. So if they have any qualms with the budget process, literally anybody can come and say their piece and make a recommendation to adjust the budget as they see fit. And it might be detrimental to the process in terms of moving this budget forward because we are deadline-driven, that we might want to just save it for deliberative. Absolutely welcome emails, absolutely welcome commentary, but I would be very careful with letting it interfere with the regular schedule and process of the Budget Committee.
Yeah, we have allowed the emails to go to the chairman, and the chairman has acknowledged is that I've received this email on this subject and handled it that way, as opposed to having a public discussion.
so I'm all about transparency. I really like having public input, giving the public the opportunity to speak. But you actually made a really great point, which is there are other opportunities to do it, and because of the very schedule-driven aspect of our work, and we've got to keep that process moving. I don't think we need to make a decision right now. My sense right now, however, is to really look at limiting public input. Again, as you said, email's great, but we need to stay on a schedule. And historically, we've had very few people come out to speak anyway, so it hasn't been a problem. So we could do it by my call on a limited basis, but we need to stick to the schedule, and we have a lot of people involved with these things. So I think we drop it as a formal element moving forward.
Real quick,
Go ahead, Dan.
Greg. If we do it, I would suggest it be at the end of the meeting. That way somebody, if they have a question that comes up as everybody's talking, they can say, okay, I heard something different or whatever. But if we do it, it should be at the end. That way they can listen to everybody, and then if they have a question, they can just bring it to our attention. And like Deb said, you don't have to go back and forth, but they may have an idea that we didn't think of or something like that.
Okay. Sounds like, Mr. Chairman, we'll remove it. Sounds good.
Okay.
We're in agreement. And the last question I had for you, hopefully a little bit more technical. I wrote everyone's name down in case you do a roll call for attendance. If that's not, again, normal practice, and you just see who's in the room and our lovely secretary just takes the names down, we can erase those names if that's better practice. But I put them in there in case you did do a roll call.
Sometimes there's a number of roll calls. Even if I have a number of columns.
Sometimes, that's helpful, let's leave it in there, we'll leave it in there. And I actually need to build a form where I've got all the boxes, I do the check boxes, so.
If you'd allow me, I can make those changes and provide it to you as a template to use this point
That'd be
forward.
great, excellent. All right, anybody else, or I will take a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Second?
Yes.
Adjourned, thank you very much.
All in favor?
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. This is the August 12th meeting of the Pelham Zoning Board of Adjustment. We will begin with the Pledge of Allegiance.
Sorry. Oh, God, forget it.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Roll call. How many times I tried to straighten that bottle, it fell over.
David Wing,
Here.
Matthew Welch,
Here.
Ken Stanvick,
Here.
Danielle Massey Quinn here, Sean Hamilton,
Here.
Nicole Pigeon,
Here.
Michelle Cook,
Here.
Andrea Doobie,
Here.
Jen Beauregard,
Here.
and Cassie Pollard is absent.
So there's 2 requests for a rehearing tonight and 1 continued hearing. I will,
Mr. Chair, would like to do the minutes?
minutes first, yes. Are there, has everyone had a chance? Are there any additions, changes, deletions? I saw 1. Ms. Cook?
The line 120 is a repeat of 111.
Yeah, from 120, that was the one I had seen as well. From 120 to 125 appears to be a duplicate. I may have said it twice, but I'm not entirely certain. Did anyone notice anything else? I didn't, but,
I did. Line 473, the first word has an apostrophe S. That shouldn't be there.
yes, I believe it.
Line 529, he wanted the board to know, the word know is missing. What kind of people?
Yep,
Line 541, towards the end of the line, registered should be the word, registered vehicles.
very good. Yep,
I got more.
wow,
Line 601, fourth word from the end is spelled wrong. It should be THEIR.
But didn't you just have your highlighter on?
Line 617, civil matter and ask the board to focus on the reason instead of the reason.
Mm-hmm.
Line below that, 618, 10 days ago instead of day. Sorry, I'm
No?
thorough. Line
Very good.
934, page 22. The line, can just and a conscious effort should be can just be a conscious effort. And that is all.
Thank you very much. Ms. Cook?
I had on 558, would take that out, would take the proximity of the home,
Okay,
so I would delete that.
yep,
And then above it on 553, states that they can't built within the setbacks. Maybe make it can be built or change it to build.
No, I had that too.
What line? 553.
553.
So to be built or change it to build.
Yeah.
okay.
And that's it.
That's it? Did you have more? Ms. Massey?
No, they caught them all.
Okay.
They did a great job.
Was this supposed to be a B there, is that the, can't be built?
Can't be built within.
If there are no more, I will accept a motion to accept the minutes as amended.
I'll second that motion.
Well,
You
I'll
have to
make the
make it
motion. I'll make the motion, Mr. Chair.
I'm accepting a motion.
Ah, all right.
I'll make that motion to approve the July 8th,
Jumping on.
2024 meeting minutes as amended, Mr. Chair.
We have a second?
There you go. No, I'm not seconding that.
I'll second the motion.
Second the motion. Just kidding.
In favor?
Aye.
Um,
Come on, you can have a little fun with it.
So just a bookkeeping thing for the board. I'm going to recuse myself on this first one. This is a request for rehearing. For the new members and for anyone in the audience, this is a yes or no decision. Yes, we will rehear this case, or no, we will not rehear this case. We do not rehear tonight. It would be scheduled for the next, or dated for the next meeting. A reason to rehear would be if you actually thought you made an incorrect decision, if there's some new information that has come to light since the decision was made that would affect your decision on the last one. And third, possibly, is to perhaps provide a better, I'm trying to think of the way to say this, to perhaps provide a better court record for the court. We have done this in the past where we felt that the record that we had prepared was insufficient to go forward, and that we wanted to rehear it again to prepare a better one. So with that, I will recuse myself.
Thank you, David. Okay. Do we have someone who is represented by Mr. Allard want to get up and talk?
I think we're gonna,
Does he need
yeah.
to nominate an alternate on
So
this?
we wouldn't normally have anybody get up to speak.
No one gets up to talk.
Yeah.
Okay.
For a request
It's just
for
us?
rehearing, right, you're gonna just discuss, the information that you received in your
Okay.
packets.
Anybody want to discuss the new information? Let's go first.
I'll start, Mr. Chair, if you want.
Yes.
Okay, so I know we received a two-page item from Cronin and Bisson, Mr. Muller. I hope I'm pronouncing that correctly. I did have an opportunity to read through it, and where's my other copy? There it is. On page 2 of it, I did have a question. I do know when we were midsection down under D, it says, he does state in it that the proposed single-family lot to be created would have been actually 195 feet wide at the front setback line, which would have marked the area where a dwelling could be built, notwithstanding the lesser amount of frontage. In terms of human perspective, there is no meaningful difference between 195 feet and 200 feet. However, when I look back at the meeting minutes and through all of our discussion, it looks like for that proposed new single-family lot, we have it as a difference of 139 feet, where 200 feet of frontage shall be met. So we're not off by 5 feet, we're off by, we're not off, it's not off by 5 feet, it's off by 61 feet difference between for the frontage.
But that's what he's saying, is that's the setback, which is 30 feet, which, it's all a circle. So if you take the circle and you
That's what I wanted
extend-
to ask what your thoughts were on that one, because I
Yeah,
wanted to
that's-
make sure
that's
it
what
was the
he's saying,
61.
Is that 139 feet, if you expand the circle to the setback, which is 30 feet, now you're at 195.
With the 195, 5 feet less of the 200. Okay,
Correct.
all right. I did read
That's
through the
what
rest of it as well, and I think with that, I'm still not, I'm still where I stand before. I believe it's still non-conforming lots being created. There's going to be an oddly shaped lot being created with this as well. And we also have a back piece that's going to be landlocked, so I'm not looking to rehear. I don't think there's no good reason to rehear it.
Mr. Chair.
Go around the room, starting with Matthew. Any comments?
Yeah, I noticed that they're trying to stretch that, we don't judge frontage by the setback line, we judge it by the road frontage, so I'm still saying that, that's too much of a reduction in the frontage requirement, and I'm still opposed to taking one non-conforming lot, or one conforming lot that is in the same character, size, shape as the rest of the neighborhood, and chopping it up into two non-conforming lots that are just, so they have multiple non-conformances on size, on frontage, and then, the planning board waiver is another thing separate from our purview. But that's still, I don't think there's any justice in doing that. And as much as I feel for everybody trying to purchase a house right now, not being able to afford a house in Pelham isn't a hardship as far as this board is concerned.
Great, thank you. Nicole?
Mr. Chair, just before continuing, I was an alternate.
You can just voice your opinion, you can't vote, but you can.
No, no, but I mean, on this case, previously, I was designated to vote on
Okay,
this
so-
case, but you haven't designated anyone to take the place of Chairman Wing.
Then I think that should be you, because you were on the case earlier.
Okay,
So your opinion is
okay.
important.
Yeah, I think it was just to make it clear for the record who was
Yeah.
going to be the alternate that was voting.
Yeah. I also read through the whole letter here, and I'm kind of glad that Chairman Wing mentioned to prep a better record for the court, because like in our finding of facts, there are good things in there, but there's also not all 5 criterias have been addressed, and there's also maybe certain things that like maybe don't belong there. I also think that we ended up discussing things on this case that did not like make any change. Like for example, like if oddly shaped lots, are not desired, but if they have all the dimensional requirement, they would not even come to this board. So, I'm not sure where the ultimate, authority to gauge on oddly shaped lot. It's not desirable for sure, but if it has all the dimensional requirement, again, we don't say anything on that. So, and I think that, there are, things about this lot that, are still unknown. I looked at the plan again, and I discovered odd things about this plan that I hadn't seen in the first time through. So anyway, so I think that in the sense that our finding of facts don't address all the 5 criterias, I think we should maybe reconsider and certainly make our standing clearer on certain points.
Okay, thank you. We have another alternate. Again, you can't vote on this one, but you can certainly voice your opinion.
I think with the rehearing, it's either yes or no from just the members.
Okay.
Correct?
Yeah, and in
That
this
were-
case,
But they can't participate?
In this case, neither of them were here during the initial case, so I would say you're probably better off
Okay.
just sticking to the members that were voting.
All right.
I would stand with Mr. Welch and with my decision that, our purpose is to deal with existing non-conforming lots and to kind of see the whole purpose of that and being able to allow people to use their property for what it needs. And it comes into play down around the pond, things like that. But when you're trying to take one whole big parcel of land and make it into a non-conforming lot, that just, they still have the option where they could get the little bit of land from the owner and give them the back corner. I think you had mentioned something about that, right, Mrs. Pigeon, that the way the lot line goes? that
No,
if
no,
they-
that's, actually, that's Carroll, that's Ledge Road.
That's right,
not
that's right.
Carroll.
I'm sorry, I
Carroll-
stand
on
corrected.
this one.
But yeah, I would stand with my decision that I don't agree with splitting it up.
Any other comments before I give mine? I haven't seen any new information that would make me change my original opinion, which is to deny. So do we want to make a motion to, does somebody want to make a motion to deny?
I'll make the motion to deny rehearing.
I would second that motion.
I think the motion is going to be worded that you make a motion to, right, that there's no good reason to rehear
Yep,
the
yep,
case.
so you, which,
Okay,
yep,
yeah.
you could deny the rehearing
deny it.
request
Oh,
for
okay.
that reason, yeah?
Yeah.
I'm just going off of your notes here, Jen.
Okay, so that is the motion.
Then it's been
Second
seconded.
motion.
I seconded that motion.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Do we need a roll call on that, Jen?
Yeah, I'm opposed.
Opposed?
Want me to do a roll call on
You
that?
can do a roll
Yeah.
call if you'd like.
All right, so Matthew Welch?
No.
No. Ken Stanvick? Oh,
No.
sorry, your chair. Danielle Massey Quinn? No. Sean Hamilton?
No.
Nicole Pigeon?
Yes.
And Ken Stanvick?
No.
So it's a 4-1-0.
To not rehear the case.
To not rehear the case.
Okay, just want to clarify it.
Thank you.
So with that, the next request for rehearing is 2024-00007, 809 Bridge Street.
Mr. Chair, with that, I have to recuse myself.
As do I. So you two are up.
Yeah. With that, Ms. Pigeon, I think you were on it last time, as well as Ms. Cook. So I think there is some, well, there is some information presented from the abutters as well as the property owner. I will start with Mr. Welch again. Thoughts on whether or not this is rises to the level that you would agree to agree to rehear.
No, I don't see anything in this that would convince me to rehear. I feel like this is a reiteration of everything we went over that night. I don't see any new information in here.
I agree, there's no new information, it's all work considered.
Okay, Mr. Stander?
I disagree with what was said earlier, previously by Matt. I do see some new information here. I also did some research in terms of, I knew nothing about welding, to be honest with you, okay? I knew nothing about it. I didn't know if there was any hazardous particulate matter that was generated. I didn't know if there was any certification to be a welder and have a business. I didn't know any of that stuff. So I did some research, and there's certainly a number of OSHA requirements in regards to welding. I didn't ask the question of what types of welding equipment was being used in the shop. I didn't ask what materials were being welded, because that has a bearing on what types of particulate matter is dispersed within the air. It has a bearing on what noxious odors are being dispersed in the air. And it also has a bearing on what filtration systems are used to knock down and to prevent those from escaping into the immediate environment as well as the external environment. So given all of that, and I voted negative in the past, and given all of that, it reinforces my mind that we're not talking about just a simple, home occupancy where somebody's sitting in a room knitting socks. We have a situation here that has a possible environmental impact outside of the building as well as inside of the building. So based upon that, maybe I would like to have some discussions on somebody who knows how to weld as to what materials are being welded in that shop. Is there any galvanized material being welded? Because galvanized material being welded gives off chromium. And chromium is mutagenic and cancerous. And people, particularly having kids, don't want the mutagenic aspect to get into the air. So those are some of the questions that I raised in my mind from an educational standpoint as to it wasn't just simply, gee, the parking looks okay, and gee, we won't see any of this going on. And it's just more than just that you're going to protect any flash that's going to happen. What that welding flume looks like and what's contained in there is one of the concerns. It's not the hazard that you see that I worry about, it's the hazard that you don't see. That's the important thing. And as I said before, I was ignorant as to how welding took place and what was involved. So I'm looking at it just more from a health aspect and technical aspect than gee whiz, it's welding is welding.
Mr. Chair, is this a discussion or just going through everybody?
I'm going around, it's Mr. Stanbeck is allowed to
Yeah,
express his
no,
point, but
no,
we're not
that's-
discussing the case at all.
No, not the
Yeah.
case, but I just wanted to, just respond to.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
Just that basically, what we were, presented with is an occupation that someone could do in their own garage without a business, and this, so this was just to make it a business, not.
There's a difference when it's a home, when it's just you and your garage welding versus when you are a quote business, which is what this is about.
But he's been running it as a business for 25 years. So
To me,
that's
it
what
does-
we
that-
were presented with. I'm just
Yeah,
saying.
to me, that
needs-
doesn't matter. I don't
Okay.
use that as an argument to say, I may have been speeding for 50 years and never got caught, doesn't mean it's right that I should speed, okay?
Well-
So I respond with that argument, but my point
Okay.
was, is that...
That's good.
Again, looking at the statement that's made in the documentation that was, any use that may be objectionable, noxious, or injurious by the reason of production of emissions of odor, dust, smoke, refuse matter, fumes, noise. I won't talk about noise, vibration, but I will talk about the dust, because the dust that gets created in a welding operation is in fact does create hazardous substances. People walking in and out of that shop, they can have it on their person, it can get into the air, it can get into the ventilation system. Most commercial welding operations have either fume hoods or vacuums associated with the welding apparatus, so you're sucking from that point. They also have HEPA filters to remove some of this particulate before it gets out. So that's my concern, is a bit more than just, I don't want to shut down a small operation, but if you're going to call yourself a business, there's certain OSHA regulations that need to take place. I know in one case they talked about that there was going to be a possibility that we're going to have an outside employee come in, and then when I read the preface, it says there's not going to be any outside employees. So if there are going to be people coming into that shop as an employee, then I'm concerned about myself with OSHA. And OSHA's got a number of regulations which I wasn't familiar with until I read it. So I don't feel bad that people sitting around this table didn't understand what those regulations were either. But they certainly do apply to, when it talks about the emissions, odor, dust, and hazardous materials are a key concern or complaint in the OSHA requirements and the main containment of those. So again, it's just my reason behind why I want to respect the ability to appeal, and why I think our decision was flawed, to be honest, on technical reasons, not emotional reasons.
Ms. Cook, do you have a?
I'm just thinking, sorry.
Okay.
With as far as OSHA, can't OSHA go anytime to any registered business? So they could have been
They can't.
visited.
They're all like John, though, our code enforcement officer, he doesn't go unless there's a complaint. So unless
But
somebody
OSHA
lodges...
just checks normally, right?
Pardon me?
Doesn't OSHA just
No,
spot check?
not regularly.
Really?
Yeah, really. Typically, OSHA will show up when there's been, after the fact, if it's an injury or someone has lodged a complaint. Again, they have an attitude similar to the one we have here. They don't go looking, okay? But there are criteria for certifications. I mean, that was one of the questions we didn't discuss, is the operator of this business certified to be a certified welder, and by what certifications?
But that's not our business to ask. That's not part of the criteria that we need to approve or not.
No, but the criteria is, as from an OSHA perspective, is that person trained to be aware of what the OSHA requirements are, and that is part of the training.
Well, I get what you're saying, but that's not our business.
Well,
as
it is
this
when I
board.
start to look, it is when I start to look at, what mitigation mitigation issues are you taking into account? And if I get a blank look, or I don't know what that answer is, then I certainly have the right to be able to ask and say, what mitigation procedures are you putting in place, and where do those come from?
Correct, but yeah, I believe that we're legally bound to the 15 criteria, and that's it.
And this is one of them that it's concerned with. That's one of the 15 criteria, right?
Did you have a thought, Ms.?
I'm still leaning
Okay.
towards not rehearing.
Not rehearing. Yeah, my own thoughts on the matter. I'm, the new information that has come to light, notwithstanding Ken's, was with some matters that I think we've gone over quite extensively prior to, in terms of safety matters that Ken has brought up. We didn't discuss fumes, but we did discuss the screens. We did discuss that it's a closed operation. This would certainly have to be approved by the fire chief. So I don't see a reason to rehear this.
And what of the fact that we didn't have any of that information, or wasn't available to people when we made that initial decision? Screens are pretty obvious, okay? They're pretty straightforward, okay? But the other information that's been brought to light here, in doing some research, I'll call it, on my part, and us not having that, I'm sure, I'll be the first to admit that I know about welding, no. David, did you know about welding before this came up? I don't know that, to the extent that I had to research it, I don't think so. I know I didn't, I'll be honest with you. I don't think the other people sitting here, other than maybe Matt, knew something about welding, but I sure didn't know about the technicalities of welding and how that worked. And I think one of our jobs here is to take this into account in terms of those emissions. And I think that we made a decision, and let's be honest, we made a decision based on our limited knowledge of the subject matter. Okay, it's welding, yeah, I looked at it, it's welding. I didn't know all that went into welding. I didn't know what ramifications this could have when it gets outside the building. And it can very well get outside the building according to what OSHA has to say, and what other European government agencies have to say about welding as well, because that came up and you can research any of that online if you want to take the time to do it, so I would be
have to say
concerned.
that I did go online to try to figure out what kind of, problems or incidents, but what I found, which is what OSHA, kind of prevents, is that most injuries are to the welders, not to, people around them. So, I mean, this person has been welding for 25 years. It looks like he knows what he's doing. So, it's not, that's what I found.
Yeah, this
I
isn't a
found
capabilities
that there were,
discussion on the
there were
welder.
injuries, but all the injuries were always to the welder.
This wasn't a conversation about the injuries to the welder.
No,
It was
I
the-
understand, that's why I'm
the
saying,
emission.
I looked at what kind of, problems could happen, and those were the ones that came up.
And most of those assumptions are made that the emissions are contained within the building, okay? And that was part of the questions I didn't have answers to, as to what containment methods were being taken care of so that the abutting neighbors were not getting impacted by these emissions, which are there. It's a fact. You get chromium, you get lead. If you're welding, let's say, materials that are galvanized, you're going to expose to hexchrome. So I don't know what they're going to be welding in that shop, but I do feel very confident that we made a decision on a limited amount of information or a limited amount of knowledge on our part, and I think it's our duty to do research before we make those kinds of substantial decisions. And I'll be the first one to admit, I didn't have that background, okay? And it's not as simple as it always turns out to be. So that's my...
Yeah, I won't claim to be, I do come in to contact with welders as part of my job function. It's very limited contact, don't get me wrong. But the facilities to which I've been have not been, could almost be described as garage-like. They have not been extensively filtered. It is not, clean room type of environments. They are open. I don't know that what this Mr. Paquin would have for his operation would be substantially less.
Did you ask for any certifications or any?
Not from Mr. Paquin, I did not. But going to other businesses, I don't even know if I can't ask tell if they've been certified. Again, I've visited them as part of my job, but that's, again, a limited exposure. I don't do a lot of.
Right, so your knowledge of the subject matter is not that great.
No, it's not.
Okay.
But I have seen, and my point here is I have seen them. They don't seem to be substantially. All I was trying to say was they don't seem to be substantially greater in terms of their safety precautions as opposed to what I would encounter in Mr. Paquin's shop. But that's again an observation, but I don't know that it's a one based in. It's entirely based in my observation. I didn't research it.
Okay.
But
again, I just raised my opinion.
Yep.
So.
Yeah, so I've been a welder for 20 years.
Certified?
I've had many certifications over the years.
Which ones?
D1.1, D1.7, I've had a lot. There's hundreds of different certifications because you get certified by different processes, different thicknesses,
And
different positions.
they're all current?
No, they tend to expire after a certain given amount of time.
Okay.
But I have an extensive knowledge of the welding industry and history, and the majority of welding shops you will go to are just wide open warehouses. There's no ventilation. The doors are open. The doors to the offices are open. It's not like you're sitting in front of a fume hood and they're just welding. You know, that would be on like a production line, but 95%, I've worked in a lot of welding shops, and then they're just doors open.
And
You
how
got a
do they-
couple of fans to keep cool.
And how do they get away with not following the OSHA requirements?
The OSHA requirements are very interesting because they're not very black and white. A lot of them are situational, like if you're only doing X amount, you don't have to do this, this, or that. Or if you're only doing this, you don't have to do this
So
or
none of
that.
those shops were doing this, this, or that.
I've been at shops where OSHA's come in and they give us violations for silly things, like somebody left a chuck key in a drill press, but never anything for the welding areas, unless there wasn't a fire extinguisher nearby. I've never been cited at any of the shops I've worked at.
As I said before, I have no experience. All I have is what I've read, and what I read seems to indicate that there are precautions that need to be taken based on OSHA requirements, and there are also hazardous substances that get released during the welding process. And I'm not concerned about the welder themselves in this particular case, because you pointed out he's been doing it for 25 years. The person's been doing it for 25 years. That doesn't, I don't know if that's good or bad or indifferent by not taking precautions, but in any event, I think that there's a concern from a particulate matter and fumes getting outside of the immediate building, and I didn't get any discussions about what remediation techniques were being used to keep it contained in that building. And to your point, they're open shops and, you know, whatnot. That's fine. I don't live next to one of those, but I certainly wouldn't want to either.
They're not traveling hundreds of feet, the fumes. They're not even traveling 15, 20 feet. They're not.
I suspect those regulations are somewhat based on continuous or I shouldn't say continuous, but certainly much more frequent than was.
Well, they have exposure limits associated with some of those requirements, which are based
Correct,
upon.
but that's for the
exposure
welder.
limits.
That's for the person doing the work who's immediately exposed 10 or 12 inches from it, is what the majority of those requirements and regulations are about. They're to protect the person who's 12 inches away, not the person who's 40 feet away.
Emissions outside the building are certainly a concern of as well. not
Well, the
just
fact that we've
internal.
contained his operation to inside the building
The
removes a lot of
operation
that.
itself is contained. My concern is, are the fumes contained, are the particular matter contained within that building? I don't know the answer to that. But that's my concern. It's not the immediate, if you could say to me, that building is sealed. None of the fumes are getting out. Any of the fumes, any air exchange is taking place. It's going through a filtration process, a chemical removal process. I'm okay with that. But if you say this is just a normal air exchange, somebody opens up a door, somebody opens up a window, and that's the process, then I have a concern in terms of, can this get outside the building? And I think that's, if I was a neighbor, and if I look at what it says here, it talks about emissions out, and I'm not thinking emissions inside the building, I'm reading it as emissions outside the building. So that's, I think it's a good discussion, but the only point I want to make is that when we talk about these and make these decisions, we should do some more, maybe a little additional research to find out what technical issues may come up. But, and I'm a vote of one, so.
If there's no further discussion, I'll do a roll call, I guess, to rehear, or do we need a motion or a roll call?
Well, somebody should make the motion and then you should take the vote.
All right.
So I will make the motion to not rehear this case because there is no new information that was not presented to us that night.
I'll second.
Okay. With that, so it's no, not to rehear? Yes, to rehear?
Yes.
Mr. Welch?
No.
Mr. Stanvick?
Yes.
Ms. Pigeon?
No.
Ms. Cook?
No.
I vote no as well. That's 4-1, to not rehear. Let's see if Mr. Okay. The last one on the docket for the evening is 2024-00005. This is a continued hearing from June, I believe. We have had a site walk. Those minutes have been read into the record. The abutters have been read in. Is there any more bookkeeping we need to take care of? And, all right. So, I'm sorry, Mr. Messner, is that it?
Yeah, Meisner.
Is there any new information that you wanted to share before we,
Good evening, Mr. Chairman and board members. My name is Kurt Meisner with Meisner Brim Corporation, here to represent Andrew Sheff. The only revision and difference from the plan that we have in front of us this evening and the one that was here in June was, and based on the site walk information and when we did a little bit of measuring out there, we slid the driveway from the northerlymost corner of the property down towards the center. Down towards the center of the property.
That's me. Yeah, I hit the mic.
Do you have a map that you could put on the
It's
overhead?
here.
Oh, that's it.
There it is. So is that different than the plan we have in our package? Did you
It
submit this
is
to-
not. That's the plan that
Okay.
you have in your package.
Okay,
yes.
at the site walk, you had a different plan with
At the site walk we did, and we made a revision based on the site walk.
So, okay, so you put it back.
We slid that down towards the
Okay.
center of the property.
So
to get
it's, I'm sorry, the
driveway
existing
on-
house or the proposed house?
The
you slid?
proposed house.
Proposed house, you slid it further toward the center. Okay.
Correct.
I see.
And there is a note on the plan that states that the town safety officer will approve the location of that driveway also. So that is in order to cover us when we go to the planning board, should we get that far, just as a double safety check, so to speak. I think all the other questions that we had at the first hearing were answered based on the site walk. And those questions were related to the existing septic system on the existing home, and that's about it. So that's the only difference to the plan.
Okay, thank you. It's all existing members, all right. Do you, Ms. Doobie, or Ms. Cook, have any questions on this one? Since you're new, you didn't get to hear it in June.
I did watch the meeting, but I don't have any questions.
Okay. Are there any questions for Mr. Meisner from the board before I close it for discussion?
I got some questions, Mr.
Sure.
Chair. Mr. Meisner, these are ledge lots, correct?
They what?
These are ledge lots.
Well, they don't actually qualify as ledge lots for the state of DES.
Is there a letter saying that DES is not, they're not ledge lots?
Well, we have a DES subdivision approval.
Yeah, that.
There is ledge on these lots, but maybe
Are these
I'm
ledge lots? It's
using
ledge
semantics.
road, Mr. Meisner.
No. So in accordance with DES rules, a ledge lot would be a lot where you were proposing a septic system on top of ledge that was closer than 3 feet to the surface. That's not the case in these. So there is ledge on the lots, but I wouldn't make that description of that, no.
Okay. You're taking away the 2.3 acres from the original lot with the existing house, correct?
Correct, yeah.
Will that lot with the existing house on it still have enough building area for a septic system and an alternate leach field with a decrease of 2.3 acres?
It does, and that, again, that's why when we submit that to DES, we have to apply for both lots, show them test pits and soil testing on each of the lots, and it does meet that criteria. An important note for you folks is that both of the lots meet all of the criteria, all of the zoning requirements of the town, but for the variance that we're requesting, which is the frontage on the 2-acre lot.
My next question is, you have that up. Can you show us where test pit 1 is? I'm not seeing it on my copy.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to get my larger plan. I don't see test pit number 1 delineated on our topographic plan.
Yeah, you have it noted under the test pit log, but it's not noted on the actual plan for the members to see.
Yeah.
Can you show me what test pit 2 is, Mr. Meisner?
Test pit number 2?
Yeah.
That one's not shown either, and I would suspect that those were pits that may have been discontinued. So,
Yeah.
and we do these test pits with the town's health inspector.
Well, you're still, you're still referencing in the test pit log, test pit 2, and you hit a refusal, you're hitting ledge at 2.3 feet, right? Can you do, yeah, can you show me what test pit 10 is on that, please? Is that missing too?
I don't see it on the...
I don't either,
Yeah. Those were shown on the DES subdivision plan when we send them to DES.
Which they initial that approval on, right?
Correct.
Okay. But yeah, but you're still noting it here and showing the members that. Can you show me test pit 11? Is that also missing or is that there?
El- 11 is not shown either.
Yeah, yeah, because you're referencing 13 on the test pit log, but we are missing 4. So, all right, so on the test pit logs, Mr. Meisner, test pit 1, which is missing, you're hitting ledge at 1.8 feet, correct? Refusal's 22?
Correct.
Okay. Test pit 2, which is missing, you're hitting ledge at 2.3, right? That's it, 2.3 feet?
Correct.
Test pit 3, you're hitting ledge at 1 foot.
Correct.
Test pit 4, you're hitting ledge at 3.1 feet. That's the refusal's 38 inches?
A little bit more than that, 3.2, but yes.
38 inches,
Yep.
yeah. Test pit 5, you're hitting ledge at 3.1 feet.
Sure, yeah.
Test pit 6, you're hitting ledge at 2 feet.
Yeah.
And that's where the well line is, right?
The well line?
You have it, is it near the closest to the well?
6 and
Six?
7
Well,
within
You're
the-
actually within the, you're near the proposed well.
It's up towards that area, yes.
So the 75 feet, yeah, okay. All right. Test pit 7, 2 feet.
Yes,
Test pit 8, you're only hitting 1 foot.
yes,
Test pit 9, you're only hitting 1 foot, then you're hitting ledge.
yes,
Test pit 10 is missing, but you're hitting 32, so 2.6 feet, you're hitting ledge.
yes,
So test pit 11, you're hitting 1 foot, which is missing.
correct,
Test pit 12, you're hitting 3.08 feet.
correct,
Test pit 13, you're at 3.1 feet.
correct.
Okay, so that's why I asked are these ledge lots, because under the state of New Hampshire, the state recognizes that anything under 4 feet is a ledge lot, right? If you cannot, if the refusal are all under the 4 feet, right?
Well,
Your
it-
refusals, when you're hitting ledges, they're all under 4 feet.
Correct. That's not, when you're designing a septic system, you don't design for areas where the ledge is close to the surface. You design for them where you have the deepest holes and where they work the best.
Yeah, but again, this is a ledge lot, so it's not like your traditional conforming lot where you have soils to work with. We're working with ledge.
Well, they
right?
allow you to do that anywhere above 36 inches.
I'll give it a chance.
Yeah, well, the state, I mean, and the state says if your test pits are coming back at a refusal, hitting ledge all under 4 feet, of which you are, then they recognize it as a ledge lot, and now you're gonna be subject to the group 4 soil on that, correct?
Okay, yeah.
On top of
That
more,
won't make
but
any
most,
difference to what we're doing. The
But-
lot sizing in that.
but which also means now, these lots would be in ledge would be subject to the 45,000 square feet of contiguous soils to satisfy the state requirements.
We
Correct.
Yeah, we have plenty of soils, yeah.
But it's also in our zoning, under 307-13A7.
Okay, and what?
If you
what's-
open up the 307-13A7, it states that the following lands shall not be counted in the computation of the required minimum 3555. Number 7 says land areas within ledge and bedrock that are not covered with a minimum at least 2 feet of pre-existing natural occurring soils. And that we have to, that references back to the definition for the site-specific soil map and standards of New Hampshire. So our zoning is actually looking for 2 feet of the natural soils above ledge.
Okay,
Based off of this right now, you don't even have that.
no, that's not so. You couldn't determine that based on the information that you have.
Based off the test pit logs, I can.
Well,
You're
And
hitting
you-
all your refusals. I mean, not one test pit was deeper than 30 inches by your own admission.
well, you just said 2 feet.
Well, our zoning is 2 feet,
Yeah.
but let me finish. I should have finished. I don't want to sound misleading. But when we look at our number 7, 307-14A7, it does tell me, a member of the board, to go to my definition of site-specific soils mapping standards of New Hampshire and Vermont. And by way of our own definition, it states we have to use the most current standards for site-specific soil mapping in accordance with the standards of the National Cooperative Soil Survey, and are consistent with the requirements of RSA 485A and New Hampshire Code of Administrative Rules, which is the state standards.
Okay.
So it puts you above 4 feet.
I would disagree with what you're saying right there. That is not so. These are not, the lots themselves meet the requirements for DES. DES got these plans. And if you're saying that the town has a requirement that anything that's above 2 feet is considered exempt from lot size, I guess we would have to do a soil map to tell you exactly what that number is.
Yeah.
But
yeah. Just to be, it's because it's a ledge lot. It's a ledge lot.
well, you can call it what you like.
Well, I'm
guess.
gonna call it exactly how I see it.
Yeah.
Your test pits are telling me you're hitting ledge at a certain amount of feet.
Yeah.
That certain amount of feet,
You-
by your own admission right now, is already telling me that they're ledge lots. So they're gonna have to be subject to 307-13, what, 7A?
Is that your local regulation that you're saying?
I am, yeah.
Okay, and that's 2 feet and above.
Yeah, it's looking for the 2-foot requirement.
So we're required to have 1
However,
acre.
yeah, but however, our ordinance for the age restrictive is actually looking for the 4 feet of natural covering. And then if you look at my zoning and I look at the soils, the definition for the soils, it's telling me that I can apply it to the New Hampshire Code of Administrative Rules. So I guess where I'm going with it is that it's ledge lots. And ledge lots are subject to completely different rules and regulations and standards by the state and by our zoning. Which I'm sure you knew that already, but, I mean, you're missing 4 of the test pits, and you're not showing it on the thing.
I believe that the town of Pelham has adopted the state of New Hampshire DES regulations for a subdivision, or for a septic design, and.
Yeah, I have the
that-
septic design, yep.
And that would be, these would be under the state rules, and Paul Zanowski, the town's health inspector, inspected all of these test pits. And we have a state DES subdivision approval.
I have no letter in here saying that Paul was with you watching the inspection of all these test
Well,
pits.
I mean, listen.
I have a letter. You're
It's
just
on
telling
the
me by
plan.
words. I have nothing in my
It's on the
packet telling me
plan.
that
I
Paul
don't know.
was
I've been
there.
in business for 40 years. I've never faked out whether an inspector was with us or
Well,
not.
I'm
at
not-
the top of his plan, Danielle, it says witnessed by Paul Zanowski.
Yeah, I was
Yeah,
just
no,
going to say, though,
okay.
we won't get a letter from Paul Zanowski. Paul Zanowski will stamp the plan that gets approved by the state. So I just want to clarify that.
Yeah. The DES approval also has, it's an approval for to subdivide only, and it only allows septic loading for 1 lot, not 2. Correct?
That's incorrect. At the bottom of the approval letter, which I guess I'll hold right there. So that's the approval letter. It says approved for lots 12-200 and 12-200-1 only. The lot loading is approved based on the current site conditions. Those are the two lots.
Yeah, so you're telling me the DES approval is for both those lots. So the existing house,
I'm not telling you
It's-
that.
it's
DES is telling you that.
okay, does that include the existing house?
Yes, that's
With
on
the-
lot 12-200. It's right there on the plan.
Well, it also has, you have two section 4s on this too, so, I mean, with all due respect. Anyways, do you, all right, my next question, do you have a state approved on the septic on the existing house property? Is there something from the state telling me that there's a septic on that property?
Correct.
No, do you have something with the state showing me
I
that there's
do
a
not.
septic
That is
system on that property?
No, I don't. That's an older septic system.
Okay.
But what this state subdivision approval does is it guarantees the property owner, the town, and anybody interested that a state-approved septic system could be prepared, so should that system go into failure in the future, a state-approved septic system could be designed and installed on that property.
That's what the 4K areas are, correct?
That's for the, yeah, that's why we
So the
do
But
two
you have,
4K
yeah,
areas
but
that
you
you
get
have-
two, you get two
Correct.
test pits in that 4K area
Correct.
too.
Right,
Yeah.
which he should have.
Yeah. Yep. 5 and 4, and then 13.
But we're missing 4 test pits that aren't being disclosed to. I'm applying ledge road zoning. I mean, it can't be any more in our face, it's ledge road. So I'm just trying to, ledge lots have a different set of standards with the state of New Hampshire and with our zoning. And right now, it seems like you're
Fair
coming from
enough
for a
and understood,
variance.
but we do have a state septic system subdivision approval on file. It's in our file, it's on your file, the town has it. Paul
Yeah.
Zanowski witnessed the test pits. There's nothing more that we could do to prove that those lots are sufficient for wastewater.
The DS approval doesn't tell me there's an existing septic with that house right now.
Well,
We've
it
heard back
doesn't tell
from
you
four,
that,
we
but
heard back from
our
6 different
plans do.
abutters, that there's no septic there. It's a holding tank.
Well, that,
And you can't give me a state-approved septic on that.
yes.
So I guess
you-
my concern, Mr. Myers, not really where I'm going with this, is that we have a conforming lot already of 3.62 acres, okay?
Yeah.
It has an existing house on it. Why has that existing house not subdivided themselves? I mean, they've owned it for all those years.
That's what we're doing right now.
Well, the existing owner, why wouldn't the existing owner do that? I guess my concern,
Who knows?
my concern is that.
People live on 100-acre
My
farms
concern
for
is that we're
200
taking a
years.
perfect conforming lot of 3.62 acres, and we're taking 1.59 off it, giving it to your new subdivided lot. And right now, we're removing all of the building area for that existing lot with the house.
That's not true.
I don't want new homeowners coming in on that house and then say, oh, guess what? We have to put in a new septic because this property does not have a septic, and hey, guess what? We can't do it because the house, the new subdivided lot just took all of our land to do that.
I'm not sure what you're not understanding, but the state subdivision approval, based on those plans showing the 4K area on lot 12-200, and the subdivision approval number says 12-200 and 12-200-1. That's both of those lots. That's the proof. That's why we do these things. That's exactly why the state
Yeah, but I don't
requirement is to
think
do this.
they're treating them as a ledge lot. Do you know, Jen, by chance?
Well, he is showing the 4K area here for his alternate leach field location, and he's saying he has a state-approved septic design. They have the test pit data.
Well, he's missing 4 of them. He's showing us he has 4, but they're not
But
on
the
the,
relevant, and you, I'm not the engineer, but I'm just.
And I'm not
listening-
either,
And I'm
which is why
listening to
I'm
your
asking.
concerns, but the relevant test pit data will be where the septic, in this case, will be where the septic system is going to be located or the alternate leach field location. Is that correct?
Correct.
So a test pit, you're gonna do one test pit that may hit ledge, well, that's not a good area for your septic, so you
Then we
move on,
move
you do
on.
another test pit.
Correct.
So you gotta keep, that's why there's usually multiple test
Should we
pits
just
until
go-
they find the location where the test pits meet the requirements.
So I guess my question then, Jen, is what happens if this goes to planning, and then we find out that there's no septic on that lot with the existing house? It is a holding tank, just like the abutters have been telling us.
But there's a space that's allotted for it. If, for some reason, it finds out that the new people that buy this house, that there's no
There's a
septic.
space allotted for at 3.62 acres. There's no space at 1.59.
There most certainly is. That's the number
100%
13
there
test
is.
pit. It's a 4,000-foot area.
So
There's
if
two
you-
4,000
There's
foot areas
2,000
on
foot,
this.
that's what's approved by the state, is that there's an aseptic design for both pieces of property if it's subdivided.
Yeah, I see your concern, but if you.
That's
if you look at-
all I'm
If you
saying.
look at the last
Absolutely.
page.
And I'm trying to stay on the Board of Adjustment side and on the planning board
Right,
side.
right, you got both hats on. If you
Yep.
look at the last page, you'll see
Mm-hmm.
the lots are split up. He's showing the 15K building envelope, even though there's a building on there because our regulations require that. And then he's showing the 4K area with his test pits there. That's the alternate location for the leach field if their septic system were to fail.
Yeah, he's showing two separate 4K areas, one on each lot.
Okay. I
So
have no
the new
questions.
owners for the existing house would be covered, 100% of it.
Should we
That's
get,
my concern.
Absolutely,
Yeah.
absolutely, and it's a valid concern, we get it.
should we get the towns, the town has an engineering firm on staff, right? Or, I mean, we can ask the town engineer for,
Oh, an independent?
Yeah.
To alleviate your fears and concerns, I can show you the approved state subdivision approval plan with the state stamp on it, and the locations of test pits number 1 and number 2, and the test pits that you asked for before are shown on this plan, and those were dug basically pretty close.
you're gonna have to move,
Well,
sorry. If you look at either of the screens,
Here?
Mr. Masner,
Oh.
you can.
okay. So that's test pit number 1 right there. Test pit 10 is there, 11 is there. I saw 2.
And that says the
So-
approximate location of
Oh
a
my
septic,
gosh.
right?
Where does it, that says the approximate location of the existing septic
Yeah.
system. When we went out there,
Approximate
there's 2
location.
manhole covers right there. It's there. I'm not sure, if you're basing your discussion right now on what an abutter had said, they don't know. And they have no expertise,
No, I'm not
and they're
basing.
not septic
Yeah,
designers,
no, fair
and they
enough,
didn't
Mr.
get state
Meisner.
approvals.
No, I'm not
We
basing my
did.
discussion off just in a butter discussion. I'm basing my discussion off of the test pits that are missing. I'm wondering why they're missing, they're not showing us,
Those
okay?
were shown to the state, and you can see
I
this
would just-
section right
it's okay.
here.
No, I understand.
There's the
worries.
state stamp
Yeah.
that they've approved it. Here's the lot loading calculations for both of the lots, and you can see on lot number 200, we're approved for 1,500 gallons per day, and we're only allowing for 600. And on the other lot, we were approved for 1,862 gallons a day, and we're asking for 600. So that one is 3 times larger than it needs to be from the state's calculations, and the other one is slightly, it's about 2.5 times larger. So to the state of New Hampshire, and they do physical on-site field inspections. They go out there, they walk the site, they check the soils.
Yep. Are they holding you to the standard of the ledge lot, though? The 45,000 of
Yes.
4 feet?
Yes.
4 feet over ledge?
Yes.
Because the test pits don't show you even have 2 feet over ledge.
The state of New Hampshire does not require
See,
that
that's
all the
what I'm struggling
receiving
with.
area.
What you're showing me right now is not showing me you have 2 feet of our own zoning on a 307-13A7. You don't even have the 2 feet of covering of natural
Well,
soil.
on
Let
some
alone
of the
the state
test pits,
standards
but
of 4.
there's there's bald-faced ledge on some lots too. So, you know, when the guy with the backhoe goes in and we say, let's dig a hole here, and he digs down and he hits a hole at 12 inches, we just discontinue and move on. The reason we show those on the state septic plan is because when the inspector from the state walks out there, he'll see a disturbed area on the ground and say, well, what was that? And we need to tell him.
Yeah, so ledge lot, 45,000 of, what is it, contiguous, right? Not the 35,000. You'd be
Well,
subject to,
Yeah.
you don't have any
We've got
any requests on
70,000
that.
square feet, and we've got 82,000 square feet.
I have a question, real quick, is that all right?
Yeah.
The new lot is proposed at 2 acres,
Correct.
and then it says proposed single-family home. So it's going to remain only a single-family home?
I did say that initially, but yes, that is the way
Okay.
that it is. Yeah, and we have reduced frontage, and I think there's a
I would,
frontage
yeah.
requirement, so.
I absolutely, yeah. If that's where it's gonna go, I would want an independent engineer on that.
On what?
I'm sorry?
Independent reading on what?
On this loading, the septic calculation.
You could check with Paul Zanowski, he's a
Yeah.
town consultant.
Is he a consultant or just a health
Town
inspector?
health agent.
Yeah, it's a
He
town.
approves the septic design.
Okay.
When does a peer engineer come in for that, though? Wouldn't our peer engineer be the one to do the test pits for an independent?
If this board was asking for an independent, yes, it would not be.
Yeah, it'd be
Paul
Jordan.
Zanowski, and it would be, right, it would be.
If
your
it,
engineer.
if it were to be approved and go to the planning board, you could send it to Steve Keach.
Or
right.
or they
Yeah,
also.
it'd go to
using-
Jordan.
They're
right?
using Atlantic
Oh.
Engineering.
Okay, didn't know that.
Could make that
Yeah,
as a.
that would be something I
Could
would-
make
I
that
would
as a stipulation.
Like I said, I keep, I know, I keep repeating myself, but I'm looking at these test pit numbers and I'm like, this, I'm just really, it's a ledge lot subject to 307-13A, which there was no request variance on that one for relief. There's no request for 307-13A lot in general, and they're ledge lots, so.
So.
Were there any
Mr.
other
Ch-
questions before?
No.
Let's-
Well, yeah, I'm good.
let's-
Thank you.
Questions to
Thank you.
Mr. Meisner or
It's questions for Mr. Meisner, and then it's discussion amongst the board. So if there are questions to Mr. Meisner, if none, then I will bring it back to the board for discussion, and we will
I
see what.
just wanted to confirm the width of the lot at the house.
Has
mean,
the house?
Yeah, like, basically, I mean, I believe it's the same as the frontage.
12-200, and that one has 200 feet of frontage.
No, the proposed house, I should have said.
That-
So like the frontage that you submitted, that the newly created lot has is, let me see here, it's 133.
Correct.
So at the house, which is a little bit back into the lot,
Oh,
is it
we're
still
having that discussion.
133?
It's about the same. It's a little bit more, but reasonably close to the same. I would say
Okay.
the divergence of those two bearings isn't that much. So I'd say you might gain 5 or 6 feet at the building setback line.
Okay.
Did you have a question, Sean, or did you just want to make a
No.
point? No?
Yeah,
Okay.
through our discussion, we brought that up.
So I have a question. So we talked about this being a single family. Would a stipulation to say that the lot must be a single family to be built be fair?
That's fine.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. What else?
There was.
With the driveway, sorry. With the driveway moved, what is the site, what is the distance to
I
the
think when we
mailbox?
measured it out in the field originally, when we were out there, I think we came up with it was like 220 feet to the property line or something. I think you measured it.
I went 250 feet from the proposed driveway just to see if you guys could still see me around the corner. 'Cause we're
Yeah.
checking the sightline distance
And
for the road.
we
but-
pushed it down a little bit further, so we feel comfortable that we feel comfortable that it was satisfied initially, but because of that, in that issue, we said, well, we'll move it down to the center of the lot, just to be on the safe side. There was a little bit of brush and a mailbox that was kind of in the way, so instead of dealing with that, and a single human being isn't as big as a car coming down the road, so, and I don't think you went out into the travel lane,
A couple feet, I was
Yeah.
a couple feet off the white line.
so.
So what was the feet again? Because it doesn't show, that doesn't show on here either. You don't show a site distance on this
We
plan.
do not show the site distance. We didn't do a formal site distance survey, but that would happen at planning board level.
If there are no other questions, I will close for public input and return for discussion.
Well, I just had the one question, because when we did the site walk, Ms. Pigeon had mentioned, and what the possibilities were, the big issue that they're having, and the whole reason for the variance, is the fact that you don't have enough frontage for the new house, correct?
Yeah.
What
I
are
mean,
the
it doesn't meet the
possibilities?
town zoning. I would say that we have sufficient frontage for a single-family home to provide for adequate space for a house, a driveway, and a septic system, and any other
Correct. But the
amenities.
town is requiring you have 200 feet.
Correct.
So you are here for that.
Because we don't have the 200.
Ms. Pigeon had mentioned, what were the possibilities of discussing with the neighbor and just shifting the lot line?
Mhm.
And then you'd have 200 feet of frontage.
Well, the other neighbor would become less, they would, I don't want to say deficient, but that would move closer to our house, and there's no saying that that house wouldn't be too close, and.
Because they
I
literally
would
need
just tell-
17 feet, right?
What's that?
They need 17 feet, essentially.
No.
No, sorry, no,
Something
Jesus,
to
I'm
be
sorry.
17.
Yeah.
Sorry, Lawrence Public School math, my
Yeah,
bad. My bad. I'm just, that's what I was asking, was,
Yeah.
had it been discussed? Was it, is it an option to, and then,
I would say that it's not an option
Okay.
to do that.
okay. Very good.
All right, so let's bring it back to let's close for public input and open for discussion. Clearly, the biggest issue I heard from Ms. Massey Quinn seems to be the septic. I share the concerns about water drainage, just having been burned on other occasions. I'm just wondering what the best course of action here is. Maybe it is Paul. I'm looking to you, Jen, sorry.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Who would be the best to confirm that there is a sufficiently adequate septic design? Would it be, Paul's a health inspector. I don't know, does he check the loading calculations? Does he say?
Yes. He checks the test pits, the loading calculations. He approves the septic design before it goes off to the state.
And he's aware of the,
Well, Paul would have to have been
Yeah.
given all of the test pit data. so-
no, but I'm just wondering if he's aware of the I'm sorry,
Yep.
Danielle, the 307-13.
307-13A7, yeah.
Is it too much to ask for a confirmation from him, a letter that says, hey, we're good, or?
Not if that's what the board wants.
But didn't that whole section requires, what, 45,000?
35,000 square feet. of
35,000?
Yeah, but
contiguous-
Yeah.
He's already surpassed that on both lots, though. He's at 70 and 80.
So what
But it's-
what Danielle was talking about earlier too, so it's 35,000 for our town zoning, it's 35,000 contiguous square feet of dry, of dry land, and things you cannot count within those calculations are everything under 307-13, what she was talking about. And that's where it says, what she had pointed out, that you can't count ledge lots.
Ledge
You
and
can't count
bedrock.
the areas that are less than 2 feet.
Right. And
Yeah.
okay, so that's what we're looking to do, is to
Yeah.
find somebody to say, okay, you have this much ledge, you have this much, space.
Yeah, my concern was that these are ledge lots, okay? And our zoning under that, like I said, yeah, it requires 2 feet of natural soil on top above ledge. However, within that same zoning, it refers me to the site-specific soil mapping standards for New Hampshire. Now, if you go to that definition for site-specific soils mapping, it also tells me, the member, that I'm to use the most current standards for site-specific soil mapping and New Hampshire Code of Administrative Rules. So if we're gonna apply the state DES rules for ledge lots, that's saying now, hey, Mr. Applicant, you know, you need 4 feet of soil covering over ledge right
Okay.
now. And on top of that, your lot will be a group 4 soil, and you'll be subject to the $45,000 $40, yeah, of contiguous soils. I'm thinking
Right.
money right now, too.
Ms. Massey, is it correct to say that both lots would have to fulfill these because they would both be new lots even though one has a house on it?
Yeah.
That's where I'm going
yes.
with it.
Yes,
Yeah.
they would, but our zoning requires 2 feet. I'm just telling you that for the
No,
zoning portion of
I'm
it.
just
zoning
concerned
portion.
that,
Right.
for example, the existing lot may have fulfilled the criterias.
Oh, no, he would have to show that for both lots.
For
Because when
both
you're
lots,
creating
okay.
a
No,
new
that's-
lot,
that's
both
all.
lots have to conform to the
Okay.
zoning.
Yeah,
Yeah.
okay, thank you.
So now, when the state does their calculations for their approval, do they supersede the towns? Because you're saying that the state, you must use the most accurate and the most besterest one that there is, which would be the state. But now, if the state has already given their stamp of approval, then they've already used their version of this 307, whatever it is, and they've said, yeah, okay, everything looks good to us, and they've stamped it. So wouldn't that already be saying everything's good?
Jen, is that the actual DES approval? Or is this just an approval to
That's-
say you can
He's got the
subdivide?
stamp right on the page.
So do you want to see it? They don't have it in their packet, so maybe.
Yeah, I don't have it in my packet.
It may have been in the last time it was there. So this is the state approval for the subdivision of land. So this is for both lots here. If you want to look at this, I'm going to pass that around.
So is that DES saying, yes, you have this approval?
That's an
and
approval from
it's
DES.
For 2 septic systems or 1?
2. But do
Okay.
you also have the state-approved site-specific septic designs? Are the septic designs approved right now for each site individually?
Individually, no.
Not yet.
No, we gotta
And
get,
you have to get that for your
we
subdivision
would have
approval,
to get that
if
in
and when
order
it
to get a
gets that
building
far.
permit.
Well, even before well, right, for a building permit and your plan, you usually would put the state approvals on your plan, subdivision plan as well.
Yes,
Yeah.
correct.
Okay.
Well, I think my concern is just based off the test pits that I'm seeing now, that were submitted to this board. Right now, when you look at it, the average on it, when you take them all, it's like 25 point something. He's not even clearing the 2 feet of soil above ledge. So, that's fine, I don't wanna keep kicking this down, I don't wanna keep beating down on this. So if we can we jump right into an independent peer review? Can we have Jordan look at this?
You guys can do whatever you want to do as a board. If you would decide as a board that you want a third party to look at it.
That's just been, that's my concern, I just,
Signature from the state inspector. Just in case someone doesn't believe that the plan was actually submitted.
I'm not saying that you didn't submit your plan, Mr. Meisner. I'm just saying, right now, you already put 4 test pits. You didn't even disclose that to me on the plan, so I'm wondering why those were missing, to be quite honest with you.
I think it was just an oversight, honestly.
So,
They would
I'm just trying to make sure, I just want to make
said they would
sure.
discontinue test pits, but they are shown on the state plan.
Yeah, but you also did disclose them to us, so I'm not trying to be difficult with you. All right, I'm just trying to figure out why, before this 3.62 acre lot gets subdivided, is 1.59 enough buildable area for that existing lot with the house on it?
Yes, it is.
Without a septic on it? You're saying it is?
Yes, it is,
So if
100%
If a new
correct.
homeowner comes in and they say, oh, we have 1.59
That
acres
will
now.
not happen.
I want to drop in a septic because we don't have one.
That plan and that
Does-
approval guarantee that right now.
Enough buildable area.
Correct.
Okay, that's all I want to know. No.
Just pass
Yeah, pass
it
it
on
down.
to them.
But I would like, if this is gonna move forward, I would like to see an independent, I'd like to have Jordan work on that, if possible.
So you should make at least a motion.
I'd like
And
to
then we'll
make-
table it for a second, if you don't mind, because they'll continue
Yeah, I'll
discussion.
make a motion that, I mean, what's the motion gonna be? That if it gets, the variance gets approved, to add a stipulation of peer engineer to check the test pits and redo the, and,
Oh, post-review, I thought you were looking for it
So
beforehand.
you're,
I'm
so
sorry.
you're saying if it gets approved, you want an independent engineer to review and confirm
Corroboration.
the information on the septic meets our zoning?
Should that be-
you got it, under
should that be prior to?
30713, yes.
It could be either. You guys can do whatever, you mean.
Seems
you'd
like it should
to
be
do.
prior to approval.
I
It can
don't
be
have.
either. I guess, I
Contingency for
was,
approval.
if,
That's not a bad
I-
call, yeah.
I don't have issue with that, but I would say, should this board approve this, the next step would be that we have to go to the planning board, and the planning board would do exactly that. So, it's a timing thing,
want it
maybe, the only
before
thing.
it goes-
It has to be done, I won't say it has to be done, but you could stipulate that the planning board require that to happen.
If
so we
do-
can discuss whether it's before or after. Let's-
Are we discussing that now?
I wanted to see if there were any other concerns before. The other one would obviously be the road frontage that we need
Yes,
to
yeah,
discuss. So I wanted to open that for discussion. If that seems to be a very big sticking point too, then we have another issue. So, but yes, Ms. Pigeon.
Okay. I just wanted to point out, exactly that the frontage that is required is 200. This is 133. I've looked at the area, and the area, if you go along Ledge Road, it's like house, forest, house, forest, house, forest. Putting a house there will make house, house, house. I don't believe that there's any space on that lot, that 134 width, to have that house, which, when you look at the plan, it fits inside the setback, and there's really not a lot of space left between that, which means, and the thing that the plan doesn't show is that the neighbor to the south is pretty much, it's like he said, he couldn't negotiate, getting 60 feet out of that neighbor because the house is very close. When we did the site walk, we saw that the house was right there. So basically, you could have one house here and the other house at the end of this hall. Those are the double setback, that size setback. So it's very close. And basically, if we considered, a 200-foot, width lot, a normal lot, and they put a house smack in the middle of that, that distance that, that there would be between the houses would be probably like the difference between 133 and 260 divided by 2, one on each side, 33 feet more. So, in my opinion, to, satisfy that the neighbor to the south, basically keeps, a reasonable distance from this new house. If I was to, accept this, I would, want the house to be actually further to the north. And increase the setback, to the lot line to the south to respect what a normal lot would look like. I find that they will, definitely increase the, the congestion in that small area, and they will change the nature of what else is going on, Ledge Road. So that's, I believe that there's a bit of a loss of privacy to the neighbor to the south, and, and that might even influence, I value privacy, so to me, that's worth something, and that would change the value that I would give to a house, but not everybody necessarily would do that, but, That's what I thought in that respect.
Were there any other thoughts?
I have one more, Mr. Chair. If you
Before-
look, if you look at our zoning, it does say under 30744, conflict with other regulations. Here's where it comes from, local to state. It does say where any provisions of this ordinance is in conflict with state law or other local ordinances, the more stringent provisions shall apply. So does that mean, Jen, that the state would prevail on this one as alleged lot with
Well,
45,000 contiguous?
I think that's a good question. The state would have to still approve the septic designs. So regardless of our zoning, whether he met or didn't meet zoning, the state could always kick it back and say, you don't meet our regulations, because they would be the prevailing, more stringent. I don't think that changes what our zoning says, per se, but it.
DES only deals with DES regulations. If another town's regulations are more stringent, DES still approves based on their regulations. If you meet them, they will approve what you do.
Yeah.
If the town says, if the state, actually, the minimum lot size for these lots per DES would be around 38,000 square feet. But that's their minimum lot size. So provided that we would meet that, they would approve the lot. Now, your regulation is larger than that, so obviously we care because we have to meet both sets of regulations. So, you know, we meet the state's regulation, and then we have to meet your regulation. We have to go to your planning board or zoning board, either way, and get those approved, so.
Yeah, I just think in this particular case,
You have
the
to do
state
both.
would be more with the 4 feet of.
I was gonna say, they're
Right,
asking for
yeah.
4 feet.
Right,
and
they
this
have
town's
to.
Because they're
allowed
looking for the
meet
4
two.
feet of, yeah.
Right, which they still have to meet the state's requirements.
Correct.
Which he's saying that he has already, so I saw your state approval.
If there's nothing else for discussion, I will at least accept the first motion. Do we want to, well, we have a motion on the table. There's,
I don't know if I'm sure what the motion is.
Yeah, I know, that's what I'm going to ask. It's to, are we going to do,
Yeah, I like to make, well, my motion was to look into independent peer review and get a second look at these test pits.
Prior to,
Yeah, you know what, prior to, I think maybe if voting on this. Yeah,
I feel safe
did you
with
get
that
that?
one.
Yep, I do.
Is there a second?
Second.
Second. Okay, so let's do a roll call.
oh, okay.
Second?
Caught me off guard there, Mr. Chair.
Well, I think you have, I think that's how it goes, right? We have a first and a second, we have to do.
Yeah,
I
you
mean,
can
we
all vote, you don't have
yeah,
to
let's
do
a
a roll call.
You got
I mean,
it.
It's up to you.
Matthew,
Although, is it better to discuss the other criteria right now and then just go with that at the end?
I think we should do separate.
If
We
you're.
want to hear that before we discuss the end of it.
Yeah, that's what I was
Let's do
gonna,
that. So,
yeah, that's what I was
yeah.
gonna say. If you were gonna wait to vote, you
Yeah.
should
No,
probably
Mr.
discuss
Chairman,
the criteria.
If we go through the cost and the time and the expense of sending it out to peer review, and then you folks deny the frontage, that would kind of be, it would.
A kick in the pants?
Kick in the pants, I'll say it that way, yeah, that wouldn't, I think we would prefer to see you do is a vote on the variance for the frontage with the stipulation that independent peer review take place. That way, it would allow us, or allow the town and us to move on, so we wouldn't have to have a third meeting for this. And if the peer review comes in and it's acceptable, which I can tell you that it will be, then we could just go to planning board next, without having to come back here.
I personally think that makes a lot more sense.
There's a motion on the floor, Mr. Chair.
Yeah.
I don't just randomly ask for these, so there's a motion on the floor.
No,
You want me to
no,
finish with the
I
roll call
understand.
vote?
So, yeah, we've got a motion and a second.
Okay,
I
Matthew Welch?
apologize, yeah.
Matthew Welch?
So just so I'm clear, the motion is to peer review this before we make an opinion on the variance for the frontage.
Correct.
Then my answer is no.
Okay. Sean Hamilton?
No.
Ken Stanvick?
Yes.
Danielle Massey Quinn, yes. David Wing?
I'm going to say no. I'm going to, what I'm saying here is that I think we can do this post. I'm going to agree with Mr. Meisner's comment that we can discuss it would be a kick in the pants to not accept and Mr. Hamilton's comment that it would be a kick in the pants not to accept the frontage. So I think we can circle back to that one post.
I agree.
Post this discussion.
Yeah, we can
And I would
always
like to
make
be-
it
yeah.
a stipulation that,
Yeah.
you know, our approval is null and void if it does not pass
Yeah.
that, so.
So are you making that motion? I missed the beginning.
So we're not making a motion. The motion has been denied.
That motion has been denied, but is
So
there a new
no, we're not making a new
stipulation?
motion yet. Have you made a new motion? I'm sorry.
I was saying could.
We could, yeah. I don't think we've made a new motion yet.
Well, I mean, I'm just gonna, if you're gonna vote on the variance, you want your motion, your
Correct,
stipulation
yes.
stipulated before you vote.
Yes, so I will make the motion that this is required to pass third-party peer review before our approval is valid.
Is there a second on that one?
Can we just say the same thing?
No.
Can you repeat the motion?
Yeah,
One's after.
Yeah, that
Yeah.
wasn't clear to me.
Well,
Well, so what is the
So let's-
difference with
It
the
did not.
motion?
Before we make a motion, let's discuss the frontage. Because I don't, if the frontage is not going to be valid, this is all a moot point. So let's discuss the frontage. There are 5 criteria. If someone needs to see them, we can pull them out.
See, this,
I get what Ms. Pigeon is saying. I don't know that we can stipulate where the house gets built post.
we could stipulate a no-cut zone, right?
Yeah. Can we?
To help preserve privacy.
You can.
Okay. Yep.
We can
Sorry.
stipulate it. I mean, it's pretty much
Yeah.
already kind of, I mean, the property line is right there.
So-
I mean, we
No,
have-
but the no cut would be the trees.
Right,
In terms of
and-
privacy.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't realize that.
No, I'm just,
Okay.
it's, yeah, okay.
The
Yeah,
only-
we're on the same page.
The only problem I've seen with that, and I'll talk about it from a conservation standpoint only as an example, is that we can stipulate whatever the devil we want. The issue becomes of how do you enforce it? It's kind of like when we have a development going in and say, you can't use sand because of the aquifer that's near it, salt, excuse me, so you just have to use sand. Well, that sounds really good, but how the devil do you go enforce it?
Isn't the planning board going to look at the variance on the lot and with their stipulation?
I think what he's talking about is after the fact. We go
Yeah.
a year down the road and
Yeah,
somebody
who's-
decides to
who's
hack
gonna-
down all the trees.
So it almost feels like one of these meaningless, yeah, we can put all this stuff in, and it really feels good the time we put it in. But in reality, it tends to go away.
Enforcement is part of the planning office.
But it doesn't,
Yeah.
it doesn't happen in a proactive manner. It
It's
only
stipulated, it
happens.
doesn't happen sometimes.
Well, like I tell you, I mean, we're not, what Ken's saying, we're not
Something to me.
actively going around saying, I think this property has a no-cut zone, don't cut. I mean, if, we would have to know that it's happening.
There'd have to be a complaint
Right,
issue.
I mean, and the owners, the buyers would have to know that the stipulation exists, whether it
And
be.
how much do they look for that?
Right, it's hard to know, but it's,
not really
sometimes people
well-practiced.
put it in
That's my
their
only
deed, so then
concern
they
with
have a
something
deed
like that.
restriction, but if they don't have a deed restriction and they don't know that it exists, it's
Yeah.
hard to follow through.
Yeah. So
We
that's
could
my-
voluntarily put a deed restriction and a plan restriction on, to Jen's point, you know, do the buyers or the owners know that it's there?
Yeah.
And, I mean, to some degree, you're right, you can't stop a guy with a chainsaw who's determined to get that tree, but
And it's not really pointed out either. That's that's part of the
well,
problem. It's
you
not a
could,
buyer's
we
buyer
could
beware.
stipulate that the line be staked, and what we do a lot of times in conservation issues is we'll plant, or post a fence up along the restricted line, and that fence be put in with badges that say this
Yeah,
is
the only reason I'm chuckling about that is that's what we try to do here in terms of posting the WCDs and whatever,
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
But the problem is that, let's say, if I don't look at the deed restrictions, if I don't read that, generally it doesn't get pointed out by the real estate agents that's trying to sell me something, because it says, look at all this great land you have here, look how big it is. And so it gets lost in the shuffle. So I appreciate where you're coming from, but as a practical experience, doesn't seem to have the kind of end result that we're all be looking for. That's all I'm just trying to say.
Before we do vote though, Mr. Chair, Jen, is there another variance of which pertaining to our zone that Mr. Meisner should be requesting right now, or is it just strictly to a frontage?
Right now, it's just strictly to the frontage. Now, if, say, our peer review comes back and says they don't meet the size requirement,
Yeah.
well, then he would have to come back here for
That's
additional
kind of where I was going
relief.
with it, yeah. So
Well,
wouldn't it make sense to
even
have
if
the
he
peer?
finds out now that, so say you guys even put off your vote to the next meeting, and then in the
Yeah.
meantime, we find out he doesn't meet that zoning, he's still gonna have to file a new application and come back. You can't just
Mm-hmm.
add to this current application. He'd have to re-notify abutters of the added relief needed,
Yeah. So right now, we're just voting in reference to a frontage.
just frontage.
When I have concerns for other items though, with zoning. So that's where the peer engineer review it, it came in perfect then.
But it would, but you gotta check off this box before you can get to the other box.
Well, we're dealing
If
with
you check
land-
off this box, if you don't check off this box,
Yeah,
then that.
no, I can't, the thing
Yeah.
is, I'm trying to vote on this now, it's
Mm-hmm.
frontage only, when I know there's alleged lot, these alleged lots, and they're subject to a completely different set of rules and procedures, even in accordance to our zoning. So I'm gonna just, not approve or approve a variance in reference to frontage, and allow everything that I'm concerned about to just be okay.
It's gonna be.
So what do we do in a
Hold
time
on.
like that?
So, my goal here, or I'll try and explain the goal, I think as Mr. Hamilton Mr. Meisner pointed out, I think we should have the discussion regarding the frontage as to whether or not the board is going to find that acceptable. If the board doesn't find that acceptable, it makes the discussion of the septic moot. But I think before we move on, we can include, before we officially vote, we can include the peer review. It can be an informal poll as far as I'm concerned, as far as the frontage, which is really what I was going to go for, is perhaps an informal show of hands as to whether or not the frontage would be acceptable. And then moving on from there to say, all right, let's discuss the other 5 criteria and say we would want the stipulation, go through the 5 criteria, but we would want the stipulation as that prior to approval of the ZBA of this officially, we would have to have confirmation that 307-13 is met.
Yep, and I think
Which I
Danielle's
think
not
Mr.
just.
Monitor is fairly confident that it is,
Yeah,
but.
but I don't think she's not just asking about the septic. She wants
Yeah.
confirmation that the lot sizing is accurate based on the fact that
The
it's.
building area.
Right,
That's
she
my
wants to make sure
concern.
I'm understanding what you're asking
Oh, I'm
for.
sorry. Then I missed
35,000
it.
contiguous square feet, she wants to make sure is there.
Okay. I
Yeah,
missed
it's
that.
the building area.
All right,
Are
I
you
missed
taking
that.
it?
It's
I-
there, it's black
get
and
it.
white, and I don't understand why that is a question.
Well,
Well,
it's, yeah.
I mean,
Yeah.
let's, I get it, we can discuss that.
I just want to make sure the 1.5, before we decrease this, we take away land, we take away some of the land to this parcel, and we're cutting it
Right.
down to 1.59, that it can hold the house, it can hold the septic, it's a ledge lot, that it meets the building area. That's all I'm requesting.
So can we grant conditional approval based
Well,
until?
No, I think Ms. Massey Quinn is saying before she goes into that, she wants to know that these criteria are satisfied. Well, can you grant conditional approval? I don't know that you can. I mean, you can, we can put
Contingent
stipulations
upon,
on it,
yeah.
but it,
Because
yeah.
that's a way of handling it. We can, that satisfies, okay, yeah.
There's 2 ways we can handle it. We can put the stipulation on, or we can get the information.
Give
in
them
advance.
conditional approval pending the independent review.
Yeah, and that was the intent of my motion, was that our
There it
approval.
is.
Yes. Was that our approval is contingent upon it passing that.
Works for me.
So we are,
Okay.
so we're gonna vote on the frontage.
So that it,
And I think
so
if we-
the test pits
Exactly.
and the building area
Correct.
for both
So-
lots.
Right.
So our approval will be pending that approval. but we still have to vote on the,
Well, you're right.
Still have to vote on
And
the variance.
you made a motion, I don't think you had a second. So it's
Sounded like
still
Ken,
kinda-
but.
Second the motion.
Ken,
yeah.
sounded like he put. So Ken is,
I think that satisfies both. I mean, it's-
Right, so then we're giving him
So
the
the
knowledge
approval on the
that we're gonna
variance
move
is
forward with the
contingent
rest of the
on
project. So if he's not
state
spending money
approving
on a review,
the
then
state.
it's gonna go nowhere.
Right.
the,
But if the independent review comes in and says no,
Then that nullifies our
Then that
approval on
nullifies
the
our
frontage.
Like I said, I just want to make
Because,
sure
well,
this,
at that point, yeah,
So it
then
works.
that's moot because they don't have buildable lots.
So-
So
ledge lot, I want to make sure the building areas are,
Yeah, yeah,
are
yeah.
for both of the lots.
Yep.
which is fine. So we'll stay
Yeah.
in our lane at this point, which is
So-
getting the variance for the
we
frontage,
had a
but
motion,
at the
we had a
same
second to the
time.
motion.
yeah, I'm just
Yeah,
waiting
motion.
sure Jen has.
I do, I have it.
Do you have the motion?
I have
Got
the
it?
motion,
You
I
got
have the
this?
second.
Okay, so the motion is to conditional approval of the variance
Yeah.
based on a peer review of the septic loading and
Contingent
the
upon the successful,
successful peer review.
Of both lots,
Okay.
yes.
Of both lots in the building area, yeah.
All right,
Correct.
so
done.
I'm sorry. Roll call vote.
I do have in building area on here.
Thank
yes.
you.
And then we will discuss the variance.
All
That
right.
sounds great.
Sean Hamilton,
Yes.
Ken Stanvic.
yes.
Danielle Massey Quinn, yes. Matthew Welch,
Yes.
David Wing.
Yes. All right, so let's go through the voting slip.
So we also, before we go too far, we also discussed the stipulation of it being restricted to a single-family house.
Correct, yeah.
So I'd
Yes,
like to
I'm
make a
sorry, you're
motion
right.
that we stipulate that this new property, if approved, is buildable as a single-family only.
I'll second that motion.
So let's go through the, sorry, roll call
Roll call
again.
again.
Danielle,
I got this, it's okay. All right, Danielle Massey Quinn, yes. Sean Hamilton,
Yes.
Matthew Welch,
Yes.
Ken Stanvic.
Yes.
David Wing.
yes. All right. So assuming, do we even discuss the conditional approval? Is that considered as part of the variance, assuming that that's successful? Are we?
I don't think so. I think we just go into the vote on the frontage
On the
now,
frontage.
now that we've
All right, is
satisfied
that
the
how you would
stipulations.
go through this?
That's how I would go
Okay.
through it. We have the
All right.
stipulation, we have the contingency,
Okay.
now you vote on your variance.
So on the first criteria is that the variance will not be contrary to the public interest. I think Ms. Pigeon has provided some input on that, or some suggestion on that. Is there and it's actually, and I'm sorry, the spirit of the ordinance is observed, is often done with that one. Usually that's discussing health, safety. I'm sorry, I'm going to look at my notes. It's usually a health and safety matter, but typically it would alter the essential character of the neighborhood or would threaten public health, safety, or welfare. I think Ms. Pigeon has commented on the essential character of the neighborhood. Mr. Hamilton, your thoughts on the matter? And we'll go around the room this way. I won't make Matt start this time, sorry.
I think there's still going to be enough space left and enough greenage left that it's not going to make it a big open space and it's not going to be reaching out the window to shake the
We
neighbor's
did talk about a
hand.
cut zone, I'm sorry. We could add that as well, as a stipulation or a motion.
You know, so I think with the new sizes of the lots, I don't think it's going to be a cramping issue. I don't think it's going to be a site issue. So I would think that the variance would be, you know, it will not be contrary. So I would be okay with that.
Ken, did you want to add to Mr. Hamilton's comment?
I would
Just
disagree
second
with
that?
everything you said, that I don't think it will be contrary to public interest.
You would disagree with it? or
No,
you-
I would agree.
Agree, I'm sorry.
Yes.
Ms. Massey Quinn?
I'm going to disagree with both and say that it is contrary to the public. I have a concern about the must not alter the essential character of the neighborhood, threaten to the public health, safety, welfare, and public rights with this.
Okay. Mr. Welch?
I don't believe this will be contrary to the public interest. If you look at Ledge Road, if you look at the tax map, most of the lots on that road don't meet frontage of today's current, so I don't think this would alter the character of the neighborhood or be contrary. They have, they've moved the driveway to help satisfy the sightline issue that we had with it, and
the mailbox.
in the mailbox, yes, so that improved the sightlines, but yeah, it's in character because most of the other lots on that road do not meet the frontage requirements, so I don't think this would drastically change things.
I agree with you guys. I agree with what you and Mr. Hamilton said on that. Yeah, we'll expand upon much further, I agree. The spirit, we just discussed, substantial justice is done. And just for way of clarification, any loss to the individual that is not outweighed by gain to the public is an injustice. I'll start with you, Mr. Welch.
I don't see anything here that would be a gain to the public that would outweigh the loss to the individual over denying this, so I'm a yes on this.
Ms. Massey Quinn?
When I look at substantial justice, I always try to look at what is on the property, what's existing, what should continue, and I truly believe that it needs to stay at 3.62 acres with one house on that, being a ledge lot. So I do not think substantial justice has been done.
I'll speak. I'm in agreement with Mr. Welch on this. I think that the loss to the individual in terms of the, I don't know, the loss to the individual would be outweighed by a gain to the public in this particular matter, because I'm not entirely, well, I think the individual loses the income, I won't say the income, but yeah, the income from that second lot. I'm not sure what the neighborhood gets from that, but Mr. Stanvick?
I say substantial justice is done.
Mr. Hamilton?
I would agree.
The values of surrounding properties are not diminished. Does anyone think they would be?
I believe that they would be increased, if anything.
This is something I always go on both ways. Anything added can increase the property value. However, an existing house that doesn't have a septic could be a problem for that person and cause a problem. So the values of the surrounding properties are not diminished. So if you put up the new house and it's all brand new septic, brand new everything, the house next to it may not have a septic, it's gonna be diminished now. So I don't know which way on this. I can go either way on this, to be honest with you, so I'm gonna go no.
Mr. Welch?
I would say that the surrounding properties would gain from having a brand-new developed property there.
And the last one is the hardship criteria for the...
Question.
Yes.
Or comment, on, if I could,
Yeah,
on
go
it
ahead.
before. One of the things I brought up earlier, this question, the value of surrounding properties are not diminished. If you read, I was reading about appraisals and having appraisers come in. I don't think there's anybody sitting on this board as qualified as a legitimate appraiser. You know, I've said this before, I'm going to say it again. So I think on a question like this, I don't think we have the background to make this statement. It's like my welding issue. I didn't have the background to make a statement on technical welding and how it worked and what the pros and cons were. And I feel like nobody's on this board has any, I don't have any experience in real estate. I'll be the first one to admit it. I can't appraise a property and say whether this is going to make something go up or go down as a result of it. So I'm really consistently torn on this to say if this is and I'm back and forth on this one, the value of surrounding properties are not diminished. I don't know how to answer that question, to be honest with you. I'm not an appraiser, okay? And to me, I think that's a significant piece of the puzzle here is, will this diminish the value or not? And if the answer is by someone who really knows the business, and they say, no, it's not going to be like suggested by Matt, then I would say, hey, more power to you. But if a legitimate appraiser came in and said, well, actions like this because of the situation in the neighborhood could in fact do that, then I think it's an important issue. So I'm sitting on that rocker, and if I had to vote, I'd have to say no, because of I don't know.
I think the spirit of number 4 isn't they're asking you for your professional opinion. I think they're just asking you for your opinion. It's just kind of
My
one of those
opinion-
things. Like if you looked at this car and said, oh, I think that car's worth $500.
But-
Somebody else might say, hey, I think that worth $3,000.
Absolutely, but.
So it's just, you know.
There's educated opinions and there's non-educated opinions, okay? If you're asking me about real estate and whether something's gonna change and make it go up or down or sideways, I'm saying I don't see the qualifications. I don't have that. If you're asking me for my personal opinion about, do I like blue better than I like green, I can give it to you. But
Do you?
if you
Is
read
there,
but if you read the ordinances
Yeah.
correctly, it says we have the ability.
Jen, is there any guidance we could get from?
I just wrote down for myself, find the board some information
mean,
on how
Okay.
to deal with values.
Because-
we can get guidance from NHMA on
I don't
this.
want to bring in a real estate agent every time we have.
No, and I'm
a
sure there's
request.
not, but I think there probably is some guidance that I can get from NHMA and, you know, Stephen Buckley and help the board
That
moving
would work
forward.
because you don't want to, but the record says that we can, okay? I don't want to bring one in every time, but I don't think that we've got we've got enough experience on the board as it sits now to do anything but an uneducated opinion, uneducated guess. And I'm sorry, but I'm a I try to deal a lot with facts-based information, okay? And I'm going to drive everybody nuts doing it, but you have to have the education or the support to back up your statements. You just can't say, gee, I feel like I'm having spaghetti tonight. Why? I don't know, but I feel like it. So
Again, I think, look.
that's where I come from.
I
don't
think
wanna
that's a
insult
starting
anybody,
point.
but-
We need something from.
So if you ask me the question.
Yes.
And then I'm going to say, I think it will get diminished if I had the
Okay.
choice. I'll be conservative.
I think for the future, Janet, you've got the request, can we get something? The last one is the hardship criteria. Is there a special condition of the property that distinguishes it from other properties in the area such that it, this is the only, such that this is, would result in an unnecessary hardship to the applicant. So, go ahead, Ms. Messick, I'll let you start.
I think when it comes to the hardship criteria, my concern with this, as everybody knows, is that we're taking a perfect conforming lot, 3.62. We're gonna be creating a non-conforming lot, 12-201, and producing a poor non-conforming lot, which would be lot 12-200 with the existing house on it. Again, ledge lots, so I'm concerned about that. I'm trying to figure out when it comes to the hardship, is it being created
Well,
by?
hold on, can you just,
Oh,
why
yeah.
why would the 12-200 be more non-conforming? It still has the right frontage.
Because it wouldn't have the building area, and it wouldn't have the
Still has
septic.
the one, it still has
And it
one.
wouldn't
It
have,
has an existing building on it, though.
It has the 1.6 for the area.
no, we'd be producing a non-conforming lot on that one.
I don't agree.
What would be the yeah, that would be my
What
question.
what
If we don't have the
non-conformance are we
building, if we
creating?
don't have the building area and.
Based
if
on
we
the
don't-
septic?
Right.
Okay,
Yeah, the septic and the
Okay.
loading and the 45,000.
all right, I see where you're going with that.
It's a ledge lot. It's not a typical conforming lot where you have soils and you have great soils and you can build anything and.
Allegedly, a ledge lot.
So it's a ledge lot. I don't know if I'm gonna say
Allegedly.
it, but
Ledge
it's a ledge road, so.
All right.
I'm looking through everything and I'm like, does the hardship run with the land? I don't see it. I think it's gonna be created though, if the variance does get accepted. And I think we're gonna be the ones creating the hardship, not just for one lot, but for the other one.
Mr. Welch, you're,
Number 5's a hard one. It's really hard for this to pass, because if a developer came in and said, I want to do this because I want more money, we would say, well, no, that's not a hardship.
Yeah, no.
So that's why it's a really hard pass for this one, that I don't feel it meets the criteria for a hardship. I feel like it satisfies the other 4 criteria, but I don't see what justifies a hardship on this.
But on part 2 of that, the proposed use is a reasonable one. I mean, it's reasonable that you would be able to take your land and divide it and have another dwelling on it. I mean, if you had your son wanted a house, like they've done many, many times in this town, and you have the land, boop, there you go, now your son has a house. And so, this isn't that issue. I mean, they're looking to potentially sell off this house, which maybe it does create a hardship. If they're not able to sell this lot off, maybe their financial situation isn't that stable, that they, you know, they kind of like, hey, we bought this and we need to sell this off, or we're doomed, type of thing, so.
But that's a personal hardship and not a hardship of the property.
I was just gonna say.
True,
It
yeah,
needs to be
I
a
get-
hardship
yeah.
of the
It
land.
doesn't run with the
okay.
land.
I got you.
That's where I get hung up on this one. I don't
Yeah.
see the hardship of the property that necessitates the approval.
And that's also where I get stuck too, because I mean, the two, 1 and 2 parts of that, of A, you know, you get the one asking about the hardship, but then you've got the other one that's saying, is this a reasonable use? Well, yeah, it's a reasonable use, but is there a hard, you know, so it's kind of,
Right.
they're kind of battling each other a little bit, so. you-
Ken, Mr. Stanvick, your thoughts on the hardship?
I support the idea that a hardship specific to the land, okay, is acceptable. I think there's a number of conditions with the land that attempts to link that to the land, i.e. the ledge that's everywhere and whatnot, provided it can be built upon, provided with the previous statement that we made relative to the contingency, I'll call it, okay? So I'm more of a no on this one as well.
Yeah,
This is more of a out of convenience, I think.
So if we find yes on A, then we don't have to vote yes or no on B. Because
Correct.
it's only A
Yeah.
that
A or
refers
B.
you
it's
to.
A or B,
A or
yes.
B.
So I'm voting yes on A, so then,
You don't vote on B.
right.
Yeah.
What special
Yeah.
conditions do you find on A? If I may ask.
No fair and substantial relationship exists between the general public purpose of the ordinance provision and the
It says,
specific.
owing to special conditions of the property that distinguish it from other properties in the area. What are those special conditions?
I'm not dealing with B. I'm dealing
No,
with A.
that's in A.
Yeah, that's an A.
That's A.
Yeah. Owing to special conditions of the property that distinguish it from other properties.
They're all ledge road.
It's,
Has been pointed out.
yeah.
No?
Yeah, I think this is the hardest one for all the subdivision ones that create a non-conforming lot that require the variance. It's very hard to pass number 5 because you're doing it voluntarily.
Right.
There's nothing forcing you. It's not like you were trying to build a house and there's a massive boulder there and you need to shift the house over 10 feet and now you need a variance because you're encroaching on the setback a little. That's,
Yeah, I mean, you wouldn't be here, right, if there wasn't I would be hard pressed to define a hardship for this particular land, other than the fact that you've got 3.5 acres that you want to make into a subdivision, but you don't have the necessary frontage.
but
Yeah,
that
I would-
3.5 acre lot is
yeah.
still perfectly usable as is.
Yeah, it is, and I don't
We're
see
not
that,
taking away.
right.
That's where I get hung up on number 5.
Yeah, because we did in a similar, didn't we in a similar case
just
talk
did
to
it.
someone about, you know, I want to build a house for my son,
Yeah,
Just
okay?
did it,
and
yeah.
yeah.
That didn't work.
Correct.
It's not for
Well, yeah.
So I would be hard pressed. I would say no on that one as well. So, if you want to, I think we've discussed it. We will need a motion for findings of fact. If I think what the vote is correct, I think it's a no. We will need a finding of fact. I'm correct, right?
You will, yeah.
Yes,
And-
we'll
and
need a
you-
motion for that.
And if you're gonna do the finding of fact, you probably should do it on whichever criteria fails.
Yeah.
So we don't have to go through every one of them, because, I mean, we had mixed
Yeah.
facts on all the others.
No, but I believe there's one that,
What?
oh, she's recording it. Sorry.
You want the final vote?
Yes, the voting slips.
Ken what?
Sorry. Did I fill out everything in that?
No, I'm sorry.
Got confused too.
That was, yeah. Reading and spacing out at the same time, which is a neat task.
But I do agree that's the toughest one.
It's very
It
hard.
certainly is.
All right, Mr. Hamilton, we have 5 yeses, final vote yes. Mr. Welch, 4 yeses, 1 no, final vote no. Ms. Massey Quinn, 5 noes, final vote no. Mr. Wing, 4 yeses, 1 no, final vote no. And Mr. Stanvick, we have 3 yeses, 2 noes, final vote no.
So my understanding is correct, it's the hardship criteria that fails. Can someone come up with a motion for a finding of fact that we can record?
For a finding of facts, Mr. Chair?
Yeah.
I mean, some of my discussion notes was taking a perfect conforming lot and creating nonconformity. Creating the hardship for both lots. We also discussed,
Not a hardship specific to the
just
land.
not,
We
yeah,
should limit it to the.
we really should.
The number 5.
To the,
What it says in the, yeah.
to the frontage.
Okay. Anyone
'cause I
else
think
want to
that-
jump in on that? Because I was a no.
Okay, really, anybody who voted no for the hardship criteria can make the motion.
Correct.
So it could be you. They just want to keep it to the one variance you're voting on, which is the frontage. So I still have taking a conforming lot and creating a nonconformity. That was one. Do we have other reasons
there
you want
was-
to add?
My whole reason for the whole, and that's where it gets tricky, because I believe this was subject to other zoning as well. So we never had an opportunity to really get that checked out or anything, which is why voting on a frontage, I had to include everything, because I was concerned about the building area on both lots.
Right, right.
Which the frontage would be part of.
Yeah. So at this point, though, you want to stick to whichever one did fail. So with the board as a whole, the one that failed is number 5. So if you can give me some findings of fact for that.
Yeah, I'm trying to come up with a decent statement for it.
Just that the property did not exhibit distinguishing features that justified a hardship.
Well, it didn't run with the land. For
Correct.
me.
Yeah,
It
the
just
property
doesn't run,
didn't.
the hardship does not run with the land, it's running with the person.
Yeah.
It's been created by the person.
Yeah, the property doesn't have the distinguishing features that justify the hardship.
It's a self-inflicted hardship.
Be careful on that one. Well, I wouldn't use that one. You can, I don't know.
I
that
don't
you can-
mean
yeah.
that in a bad way,
We've,
but, yeah.
Yeah.
We've,
The individual caused
Yeah.
the hardship.
No,
not
just
the
runs
land.
no,
it's
it
running-
runs with the, yeah.
It does not run with the land.
Yep.
This was there was no hardship with the land to begin with, because it initially was a conforming lot of 3.62 acres with an existing house on it. And there was no hardship on that. So it doesn't run with the land, and it's part of the,
Yeah,
it's
the hardship
probably the most simple-
doesn't exist, it's being
it
created.
just doesn't, yeah, it's being created. So,
Did somebody actually make a motion?
I'll make a motion,
So-
yeah. I will make
Okay.
a motion to submit those as the finding of facts.
Okay.
And that would be that the hardship does not run with the land. And the other item I did say in reference to a conforming lot, to create nonconformity. We don't really want to, is that sufficient?
Yeah, and what about what Matt said here? Property did not exhibit
Yep.
distinguishing features to justify the hardship.
Correct.
Okay, so those 3 things?
I will make those, that motion for the finding of facts.
I will second that motion.
All in favor?
Aye.
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 Well, would you like a roll call on that, Mr. Chair?
Let's do a roll call.
Defining of
Yeah.
facts.
Can't hurt.
All right. Danielle Massey Quinn, yes. Sean Hamilton?
Yes.
Matthew Welch?
Yes.
Ken Stanvic?
Yes.
David Wing?
Yes. Excuse me. Yes.
How's puberty treating you?
You have reservations?
He's getting all emotional. Choked up.
You have a 30-day right of appeal, Mr. Meyer.
Okay. Thank you.
As there are no other cases, I will entertain a motion to conclude, dismiss.
I'll make a motion to adjourn, Mr. Chair.
Adjourn, I'm sorry. There we go.
Second that motion.
All in favor?
Aye.
To our next speaker, there are some basic housekeeping rules that we need to cover. First, please put your cell phone on silent. Second, during the Q&A session, we will have 2 microphone runners that will bring the microphone to you, so just make sure you raise your hand to ask a question. We thank you in advance for your thoughtful and respectful questions or comments. At the end of the interactive session, we will flick the lights, or actually maybe we won't. We'll do something else. I'll let you guys know when there's about 5 minutes left to head back to your seats. Finally, exits are located to your front left, front right, back right middle, and back left. Restrooms can be found out here, outside this door, or you can head down the hallway towards the planning department, and it'll be across from there. Again, I am so grateful to see all of you here today. Now I'd like to introduce Chair of the Conservation Commission, Al Stewart, and Selectwoman Heather Corbett to share their welcoming remarks.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you very much for showing up today. I know it's a terrible weather. Since we had a snowstorm, this is just nowhere near as much fun. Sunshine? Are you crazy? New England? I have the great honor of being the chairman of the Conservation Commission of Pelham. The rules that we have to live by are the New Hampshire RSA 36A. And if you look at that, at -2, it calls out the purpose of a Conservation Commission. It is to have the inventory of the natural resources. It is to have a plan to protect, maintain, and preserve those, as well as to utilize those natural resources. In addition, the state has charged us with trying to help in coordinated, unofficial, which is anything that's not state, organizations who have similar-minded projects as our own in conservation. With the help of Dina, we've been able to coordinate 3 organizations within Pelham that have those interests at heart. That is Long Pond, Little Island Pond, and Gumpus Pond associations. They are the stimulus. They are the fulfillment of the requirement for conservation to try to coordinate and urge everyone to work closer together and understand the interactions of what we do and how it affects our bodies of water, the wetlands, as well as the rest of the soil and natural resources within the town. And I appreciate all the effort been done by the committee as well as Dina, and this has made my life so much easier in the fulfillment of one of the necessary requirements to comply with state requirements for the law. Thank you very much for being here. Right now, I'd like to introduce Select Person Corbett. Okay? Thank you.
All right, we'll take it. So, I guess I'm Select Person Corbett 99% of the time. I just go by Heather. It's faster, it's easier, and it generates way less confusion. But I am here to talk to you today, not so much about the importance of the science, but about the importance of building consensus in the community. This does not detract from anything Mr. Stewart said, or the urgency of the message, or the importance of what Dina brings to this town every day in her professional capacity. But it kind of serves as a way to amplify their message and their efforts. So nobody in here needs to be lectured on the current political landscape. We are tribalized and angry all of the time. We wake up angry these days, and we have to find a way to move the ball forward all together, right? And that means bringing together groups of people with disparate interests, disparate mindsets, different backgrounds, and taking everyone, getting them to focus for 1 second on a common cause, right? So if we're talking about ponds, regardless of whether someone or not believes in global warming, climate change, everyone hates it when the beach is shut down because there's a cyanobacteria bloom. So great. Everything else for just right now, for this 1 second, doesn't matter. Focus on the goal at hand, control the bacterial blooms, and we can get more people on board, right? It's through building that consensus that we're going to move the ball forward and start realizing that no matter what we believe, we have more in common than we do apart. So I know a lot of you know me as a Select person, but what some people may not know is that I'm actually completing my master's degree in landscape architecture with a focus in sustainability. Now, what that has taught me was a different way to come at problems beyond the political aspect, right? So when we look at a project, we take a step back and we realize the first thing we need to do is assess the situation, not just environmentally, ecologically, but socially. So we learn to look at the systems, inventory what's there, analyze, and then iterate your solutions. And in all three of those stages, you need to bring as many bodies to the table as possible, as many different interests, as many different groups, because the more people you can get to buy in, the easier your solution is going to be, and the faster it's going to move, because you're not going to run into that same level of opposition. And the best way to do this is to show up, right? Show up at these events. When we're going to do a project on a pond, knock doors, ask the people, ask the residents, what do you see? What is concerning to you? Their political background, their belief in climate science, completely irrelevant to the matter at hand. Bring it to them and let them know that you're there to listen, that you care about their opinions, you care about their day-to-day experience, and that if we all work together, we can get the issue addressed for everybody, right? So just to kind of remind everybody, it's so easy these days to hop up on your grandstand, get up on a high horse, and lecture from above. But a professor said to me several weeks ago that Mark Twain said it best: wisdom is the prize that you will earn when listening, when you would rather speak. So show up, listen to the people around you, and then move forward from there. Okay? Okay. while I'm up here, I'm just going to keep monopolizing the mic. Jim, moving forward, don't put, like, I can't do this. I'm going to keep slapping the mic all afternoon. I just wanted to let you know if it's broken. Sorry. So while I'm up here, I would like to introduce our next speaker. I know Dina had mentioned, but Nisa Marks is going to be coming up. Nisa is the Watershed Coordinator at the New Hampshire Department of Environmental Services. The mission of the NHDES is to help sustain a high quality of life for all citizens by protecting and restoring the environment and public health in New Hampshire. So that being said, I'd like to invite Nisa up to the podium. Feel free to hit the microphone.
I probably will. Yep. Thank you, Nisa. Yeah. Good morning, everybody. I am so excited. My favorite part of my job is that there are so many people who care really deeply about their local lake, and to see so many people who have taken the time on a Saturday morning, and a sunny one nonetheless, to come out and talk about lakes really warms my heart and brings me a lot of joy. So thank you for being here. And thank you to our organizers of the day as well. So as Heather mentioned, I'm Nisa Marks. I am the Watershed Coordinator at DES. He's the wonderful tech person of the day. So as Watershed Coordinator, my role is to be a general point of contact for lake associations in New Hampshire, which means I get to work on whatever it is that lake associations care about. I do a lot of work with cyanobacteria as one of the authors of the state's cyanobacteria plan. I also do work on water quality, helping lake associations navigate state agencies, which can sometimes be a challenge, and sort of whatever else comes up. So today I'm going to figure out if this pointer is on. Looks like it's on. Okay, great. I'm going to be talking a little bit about watersheds and how lakes work and how that relates to what individual people can do. So to help me out, I'll take a show of hands. How many people live on or near a lake? All right, many of you, great. And how many folks are a member of a lake association? Fabulous, good news. That helps me direct my talk a little bit, so thank you. Nope, that didn't work. All right, we'll do this differently. All right, so I'm going to talk about sort of a talk in three sections. First is an overview of watersheds, why we care about them, how they relate to our lakes, how they relate to some of the big threats that our lakes are seeing. Then I'll transition into one of the really commonly asked questions that I hear, which is what can we do? Given that there are threats to our lakes, what can we do about them? And then the last piece I'll wrap up with mentioning a few resources that are available to homeowners who would like to take action to protect lakes. So starting with that sort of overview, there are lots of really wonderful things that draw us to our lakes, right? We enjoy getting out on the boat or a kayak, going out fishing, watching the grandkids swim and splash on a hot day, watching the loons and wildlife. There are just a lot of really wonderful things that draw us to these beautiful places. And there are, all right, you guys can see me here, right, and hear me all right? I'm getting a thumbs up. All right, so let's stick with this. So there are lots of good benefits to good water quality. In addition to supporting the recreation and other benefits I mentioned on the last slide, supporting wildlife, good water quality also protects public health. So we see that there are types of bacteria that can make people and pets very sick. Cyanobacteria is one subset of those bacteria. We also see that good water quality supports local businesses and their revenue. So this is everything from a restaurant that happens to be near a lake. This is camps that bring kids to enjoy the lake. This is, boat rental facilities. There are lots of businesses that depend directly or indirectly on good water quality to support and maintain their business. The last piece that's relevant to many of you in the room is that good water quality protects property values. So it is well documented that there is a direct relationship between water quality and property values for homes near lakes. So for example, it has been documented that homes on lakes that experience chronic cyanobacteria blooms sometimes lose up to 33% of their property value. So imagine your home losing a third of its value. This is not good. There's lots of reasons why protecting water quality, investments in water quality, are an investment in both your own home, an investment there, and an investment in your community. All of that said, we see that there are a growing number of threats to our lakes here in New Hampshire and Massachusetts. This is a lengthy list. I'm not going to dive into all of them. Know that they exist, that they are complex and interrelated. But the good news is that there are things that we can do about them. So I'm going to give an example of how some of these are interrelated. Stormwater runoff, for example, is a primary driver of both nutrient pollution, especially phosphorus pollution, and sedimentation, or the flow of soil into our lakes. These two, in turn, are the primary drivers of both cyanobacteria blooms and algae and weed growth in our lakes. And so for a lot of the rest of this talk, I'm going to focus on stormwater runoff and sediment and nutrient pollution. And this is why. It's because these are root causes that affect a lot of the things that we end up caring about, right? Cyanobacteria blooms that affect our ability to recreate safely, for example. We see that stormwater runoff contributes to 95% of the water quality issues in New Hampshire, just to give you some context of how important this one is. So why are we talking about nutrients? I'm going to focus on weeds and cyanobacteria blooms. When we think about what cyanobacteria blooms need in order to form, it's more or less these three things. Sunlight, access to excess nutrients, especially phosphorus, and warm water temperatures. Now, this is a little bit oversimplified, and there are exceptions to this and so forth, but this generally holds true. And when we think about which of these three is under our control, it's this nutrients component. And so that's why we're talking so much about nutrients and phosphorus. Why talk about sediments? Sediments are also a form of pollution. They can change the lake ecosystem. They affect things like fish in the water. It can also really change the homeowner experience. So this is a picture from Mascoma Lake up in Enfield. It's taken from somebody's property line where a decade ago she had a dock that went out into the water that was where you see this giant pile of soil. And today, the buoy that you might be able to see about 100 feet out into the lake, she is no longer able to put a dock in or put a boat in at her home. She has had to go to a marina in order to access. So this is a really significant change in her relationship to her house and to her experience of the lake. Sediments are also what's bringing much of this phosphorus into the lake. New Hampshire soils are relatively high in phosphorus, and when these sediments are washing down off of the landscape into the lake, they're bringing that phosphorus with them. This example is big enough, it's visible from space on Google Earth. And this is runoff that comes from about just 150 homes that are up on the hill above her. It is not actually that large of a geographic area. So something relatively small can still have a large impact. So where are these nutrients and sediment coming from? The vast majority of it is coming from stormwater. This is an example of what stormwater runoff looks like. I'm sure you're all familiar with something like this. The picture on the left is a seasonal stream. This photograph was taken in one of the storms last year where the culvert got jammed up. The stream went, overflowed its bank, cut out a new course, and all of that soil and silt that used to be in place at this location made its way down the stream. And what's downstream? A lake. The lake is the low spot in the landscape, and so it's where this sediment and nutrients end up. For scale, that bank of sediment is about 3 feet deep, and it too appeared in just a couple of years. So this is a significant issue in some places. So where do the sediment and the nutrients come from? This is just further proof of why we're talking about stormwater. This graph shows the dominant sources of phosphorus that were identified at over 60 lakes in New Hampshire. And the big bar says that about 2/3 of the sites, the primary source of phosphorus was stormwater. The second largest source was septic systems at 11%. There are some lakes where malfunctioning septic systems mean that the lake can't achieve their water quality goals without also addressing septic. But you can see how much larger that stormwater bar is versus anything else on this graph, and that's why we're talking so much about stormwater. And why stormwater is an integral part of the conversation about how we prevent cyanobacteria blooms. So where does the stormwater come from? This is where we start to talk about watersheds. So you can think about a watershed as a giant funnel. The rain falls down on the landscape and at the higher points on the landscape, the hills around a lake, for example, and it flows across either the surface of the land or moves underneath the surface of the soil to the low spots in the landscape, which are our rivers and lakes. And as it moves across the landscape like that, it carries whatever it is that it encounters in the soil, and that also ends up in our lakes. So this is why we're talking about the watershed. Water flows through the watershed in this way. So if we think about New Hampshire 400 years ago, for example, when this area was mostly forest, it would rain. The rain would fall down onto the ground where it would encounter, large trees, lots of trees, deep-rooted trees. Those would soak up the water and hold it in place. This slowed down that process of water moving through the watershed. Today, think about, for example, a parking lot. I'm sure you've all seen this somewhere, where when it's during a rainstorm, the rain is flowing across that paved surface. It gathers speed as it does, and by the time it reaches the edge of the pavement, it's going fast enough that it can pick up the soil and pull it into a storm drain or erode down into the neighboring, little tributary or whatever it is. And this is where those pollutants start to become an issue. So our patterns of land use have significantly changed the flow of water across the landscape. To give you some context, we see some lakes that have, in New Hampshire, that have over 20 times the natural level of phosphorus in them. This really changes the lake in a lot of ways. Processes that used to happen over tens of thousands of years are now visible within somebody's lifetime. And I'm sure some of you have either seen or heard from people who have seen lakes change rapidly like this. So if there's one thing to take away from this talk this morning, it's this. You cannot divorce what's going on in the lake from what's going on the land around the lake. These two are intimately related. So again, what's going on in the lake cannot be thought of separately from what's going on the landscape around the lake. This is going to be an important component of the remainder of the talk. So given all of this, this is why we start to talk about a watershed-based approach to thinking about cyanobacteria blooms and other pollutants, including things like salt pollution. And the sort of bad news is that stormwater is a challenging problem. The good news is that stormwater is contributing to 95% of our water quality issues. If we can get our hands around this one, we move the needle in a very dramatic way on water quality. So that brings me into the second part of the talk here. I'm going to talk about some specific things that homeowners and lake associations can do to deal with stormwater and a couple other major sources of nutrients and pollutants into our lakes. So there will be a list of 5, and the majority of these are pretty simple DIY, low-cost solutions. This is not an exhaustive list. There certainly are other things that people can do as well, but these are the 5 that I'll highlight this morning. So starting with improving stormwater management, things that a homeowner could do. So your goal here is to be reducing that erosion. And it may seem like that little rivulet of water that meanders across your property is not a big deal. But again, when you think about this across all of the properties around a lake and across all of the properties that are uphill of those properties, this does end up being cumulatively a significant issue. So the first step is just to identify where the water goes. I'll have a few pictures on the next slide that shows you the type of things to look for on your property. You don't have to go out in the pouring rain, although if there's a nice summer rainstorm and you feel like doing that, all the more power to you or your kids who would find it fun. And then once you've seen where the water goes, identify some simple low-cost solutions. So if water is overflowing your gutters, put in a rain barrel. Yep, see, there I go, hitting the mic, just as predicted. Thumbs up from Heather on that one. Put in a rain barrel. It slows the water down, it holds it in place. That's the point, the goal here is to slow the water down. Think about putting in a rain garden. So we have some wonderful native vegetation that likes wet areas. You can dig out an area so that the water is directed to that spot and then plant plants in that area that like the wet. And then you have both beautiful landscaping and you've slowed down the water. You also want to think about keeping the soil covered. So replanting bare areas on the property, using mulch. These are all strategies where instead of having the water hit the ground and sort of turn the soil into that hard pack surface, instead you're going to be helping the water infiltrate into the ground. So the photograph here, on the left, somebody went out and saw that when it would rain, it was just sort of carving this gully on her path down to the lake shore. And so she installed these gravel steps where now the water comes down, it infiltrates through the gravel and into the ground. And instead of having, her lose more and more of her shoreline as this area was eroding into the lake, she's now got easy access down those steps, and she's slowed the water down. She's minimizing erosion and therefore nutrient input into the lake. Here are some other examples of things to look for. So on the left, you've got a photograph of a drip line under someone's eaves. So you can often look and see like the indentations that the raindrops make in the soil underneath eaves. And that soil, you get a heavy enough rainstorm and that starts to be carried away. The middle photograph and also the bottom right photograph show areas where you can see that the pine needles have been disturbed because of the water flowing, or on the bottom right, there's a different vegetation pattern where there's just less grass in a certain area, and that's showing you where the water goes. The top right photograph is a relatively more obvious example where you can actually see the runulate that's been carved through someone's beach and into the lake. And again, that sediment is acting as a form of pollution into the lake. And that pollution in turn is increasing the likelihood of blooms. There are also stormwater management things. So those are homeowner examples. There are also similar concepts that lake associations can work on, just at a different scale. So for example, working with the town road agent to regrade a road so that it slopes away from the lake instead of towards the lake, so that during a large rain event, the water runs off into a vegetated area opposite the lake instead of being continued to be carried from the road directly downhill and into the lake. Fixing culverts, we have a lot of undersized culverts in the state, and these are causing issues like the photograph I showed earlier during our larger and larger rainstorms. Keeping an eye on public access sites, minimizing erosion there, so forth and so on. So that's action item 1, is improving your stormwater management, minimizing erosion. Action item 2, vegetate your shorelines. So shorelines are kind of the lake's last line of defense. It's the last chance for all of the pollutants coming off of the landscape to be caught and held in place instead of running off into the lake. So in the photograph that you see here, where there's this clear-cut and bare soil, in a major rain event, that soil is just going to go directly into the lake. This is bad for the lake, and it's bad for the homeowner, because at that point, they're losing their land into the lake, and over time, you're going to see that shoreline erode. And we have had some pretty significant issues, complaints from landowners across the state who are visibly losing land over time due to erosion issues. For those who instead, maintain trees but cut out the lower boughs so you still have your viewscape. I got a call from a woman who was so excited because she had planted low bush blueberries and her grandkids had their first summer going out and coming back in with their face like totally blue, covered in blueberries. I really wish I had a picture of this. She had taken out, a chunk of lawn that was next to her shoreline and put it in blueberries. There are ways to do this that maintain the lake life experience, but that are also more protective of the lake. There are lots of other benefits to thinking this way about vegetating shorelines. In addition to sort of these stormwater benefits, vegetating your shorelines helps reduce ice damage, reduce erosion due to wakes and other types of disturbance to the shoreline. And I'm a big proponent of native plants because they don't need fertilizer, they're adapted to the area, and they tend to be much deeper rooted than a lot of our typical landscape plants or lawns. Lawns have literally a couple inch root depth, whereas those blueberries, for example, are several feet. And that's a big difference when you're talking about something like stormwater management. Native plants also support, birds and butterflies and all of the wonderful biodiversity we enjoy as well. There are versions of this that lake associations can work on as well, whether that's land protection, outreach and education to homeowners around the lakes. Some lakes have a welcome wagon that includes everything from here's your information about public access, cyanobacteria, and lake-friendly living. There are also various ways that lake associations can get involved legislatively. If you're interested in learning more about those, feel free to find me or Andrea during the poster session. We can talk about that. Okay, so number 1, improve stormwater management. Number 2, vegetate your shoreline. Number 3, upgrade or maintain your septic system. You would be shocked at the number of people who do not know even that they're on a septic system, let alone that you have to maintain them. This is a problem both for nutrient pollution and also for E. coli bacteria pollution, right? I mean, none of us want contact with sewage, but there are a lot of homes around New Hampshire lakes that still have, for example, holding tanks rather than a modern septic system, or where people haven't maintained their septic system. DES's recommendation is to have your system inspected and pumped once every 3 years in order to maintain it in working condition. On a site-specific basis, this is sometimes a major obstacle to achieving water quality goals. Again, there are a few things that lake associations can do. One of the big ones that we see is organizing pump-out days, where sometimes septage haulers are willing to give a discount if you sign up a certain number of properties to do in a day. And so sometimes lake associations will undertake coordinating that. Again, there are also local legislative engagement options on septic. Okay, number 4, avoid phosphorus-based fertilizers. So no, I'm not saying you can't have a lawn. I'm not the big bad state coming in and talking about that. But I've mentioned that the sediment that's coming off the landscape contains a lot of phosphorus in New Hampshire. This means New Hampshire soils contain a lot of phosphorus. And for the most part, that means that applying phosphorus-based fertilizer isn't actually helping your plant growth. Most fertilizers contain 3 macronutrients: nitrogen, phosphorus, and potassium. They do sell no phosphorus fertilizers. If you are going to fertilize, look for one of those no phosphorus fertilizers, follow application rates. A lot of people are over applying, and what happens is in the next rainstorm, all of that fertilizer just washes off of their lawn and into the water body. And lo and behold, the substance that we intend to promote plant growth ends up in the lake and promotes plant growth. And so this is one of the areas where we can do a lot of education and be talking about what actually is achieving the homeowner's goal in applying fertilizer, and that phosphorus is usually not needed to achieve those goals. Last component, spread the word. A lot of people just aren't aware that what they do on their property can impact the lake. And yet, as those numbers at the beginning showed us, those impacts through stormwater and septic are the number 1 and number 2 sources of phosphorus pollution in our lakes. And phosphorus is what's dramatically increasing the likelihood of cyanobacteria blooms in our lakes. So talk with people about that. Just spread the word. We also recommend that people be spreading the word about cyanobacteria themselves. No matter how much staff the state has, we will never be able to be at every water body simultaneously all summer long. And so it's important that people be able to look at the water and assess the risk for themselves and say, yes, this looks safe to recreate in, or no, I'm not sure. When in doubt, stay out. And spread that word. People can report bloom sightings to us, and we'll come take a sample or get a sample from you and determine if it is, in fact, safe or not. So those are the 5 I'll highlight today. As I said, these are not sort of an exhaustive list, but these are things that move the needle. And we do see lakes that have worked essentially on these 5 items and gotten their lakes to the point where they can remove a water quality impairment or where they see material changes in the number of days that they have cyanobacteria blooms in place, things like this. None of this is an overnight fix. It does require a community effort, but this is the way to address root causes of blooms, which I guess is what I was saying on this slide and just didn't advance the slide. Remember that doing this also protects property values. So there are some people who that's the way you will reach them, is through talking about this connection between water quality and property values, and that it is worth it to invest in water quality. So the last piece I'll touch on is a couple of resources for homeowners who want to take action. There are 2 programs I'll highlight. Both of these are entirely free, entirely voluntary, entirely non-regulatory. One of them is through the state. The other is through New Hampshire Lakes, which does not receive state funding for this and does not have affiliation with the state for this program. So Soak Up the Rain is a program through the Department of Environmental Services where a state staff person provides basically technical assistance on how to do DIY projects to reduce stormwater runoff on your property. Most of these solutions require, under a couple $100, few hours with a shovel to implement. They're pretty straightforward. So soak up the rain, targeting stormwater. The second program is that program through New Hampshire Lakes, the Lake Smart program, also free, voluntary, and non-regulatory. And for this, a qualified professional will come out and walk through your property with you and talk about things you're doing well, practices that you can do to live in a more lake-friendly way. And you do get a written report of recommendations from them. And homeowners that are doing well are recognized with a Lake Smart Award, which you may have seen some folks proudly display by their driveway or their dock or whatever. So I have more information on both of these back at our table if you want to talk further about either of these. The last point I'll make, it is easier and cheaper to protect good water quality than it is to restore impaired water quality. And so the sooner that your lakes take action, the better. And I know that there's already, a lot of efforts underway at the ponds in Pelham and in many other communities in New Hampshire. But this is cyanobacteria is a growing issue in the state for a variety of reasons. And now is really the time to take action before nobody really wants to see a green lake. So with that, I'll keep my contact information up, and I'm happy to take questions. I'll also be around all day, so if we don't get to a question of yours or you don't want to ask it in front of a lot of people, feel free to find me at the tables or over the course of the day. Thank you.
Yeah, I have one question.
Thank you, everyone. Just a reminder that wait until there's a microphone in front of you to ask your question. Raise your hand if you've got them. Thank you. And thank you, Nisa.
Hi, my name is Joost. I live on Little Island Pond in Pelham. You mentioned that phosphorus is one of the major contributors to all the problems that we're having. And you mentioned fertilizer and the phosphorus that people, that's in the fertilizer ends up in the lake. You also, well, I think I infer it, you didn't explicitly say it, but you, I think, said that a perfect septic system will not cause any problems. My question is, if I use Cascade in my dishwasher and I use phosphorus-rich detergents in my washing machine and other household chemicals, isn't it true that all this phosphorus goes right through my perfect septic system and ends up in the lake? And secondly, to what extent do you think that contributes? You haven't mentioned it at all, so I wonder if you believe that's negligible. Thank you.
Sure. So you're referencing in something that was a major issue a couple decades ago. Today, there are many fewer household products that contain phosphorus than there were historically. And so we have seen a decline in that particular source of phosphorus. The other thing that I will say is that many of those are sources that septic systems can remove to a point. They are not perfect. It's not 100% removal. And it is, for example, one of the things that New Hampshire Lakes looks at in a Lake Smart assessment. But it is not the dominant source of the issue today.
Hi, Nisa. Charlie Marsden from Corbett's Pond and Wyndham. So we're concerned about stormwater runoff, and we've put in ordinances for septic and fertilizer. But a big question that I get now from everyone is, I can't fertilize within 200 feet of the shoreline. What can I use, if anything? Other than lime, do you have any suggestions or natural vegetation or what people could use?
Sure. So I'll answer this in a few ways. One is that a lot of our native plants that are adapted to the New Hampshire soils don't need fertilization in order to thrive. And so more and more landscapers are carrying native plants, and there are many options that produce really beautiful flowers, for example, or fabulous fall foliage. And we see that these native plants are also better for our native wildlife. It's like eating a well-balanced meal as opposed to eating potato chips for them. And so there are benefits to looking for native plants and shifting your landscaping in that direction. Other options, people can think about mulching their leaves in place, so running over them with the lawnmower instead of bagging and removing leaves. So leaf fall is part of the natural nutrient cycle in New Hampshire. We can see measurable seasonal changes in nutrients. That's normal. But if we mulch those leaves, so again, by running them over with the lawnmower, they turn into these little tiny fragments where you can still play in your landscape. You can still, set down a picnic blanket and enjoy, the kids can have a picnic, that sort of thing. But that keeps the nutrients on your lawn, which ultimately benefits lawn health the following season. So that's another option. Composted manure, the stuff you can buy in bags that's not labeled as fertilizer. This is not something we recommend within 25 feet of a lake, but once you're talking out in that 200 feet distance, if you have a landscaped bed, for example, and you want to put some natural fertilizer on it, that's a good option. Mulches also help as they break down over time, and I mentioned mulch helps hold that rainwater in place rather than having it run off and having the soil turn into hard pan. So mulching is another source that many folks are applying anyway and just don't know that they're doing a good thing in this way as well. Those are my ideas off the top of my head. Yeah.
So my question is, we've talked about homeowners and state. What is being done as far as companies that are fertilizing grasses for homeowners, people cutting trees, as far as within the watershed, within the 50-foot buffer? I mean, is there anything that is, if a homeowner sees, True Green coming down to their neighbor's house and spraying fertilizer, they may claim to say that, or the company may claim that they're safe, but what is the checks and balance, or is there anything being done to those companies to make sure that they're safe around the watershed?
Yeah. We do have some education outreach at the state level that we do with the professional associations for landscapers, for example. I don't know a lot about those programs, to be honest. I'd be happy to put you in touch with somebody that does if you'd like more information about that. I don't know the extent to which that's trickling out to all the people on the ground. That's an issue we see with, for example, salt, where we do have programs that are specifically targeted at the contractors and the people applying the road salt. It's an interesting area. I don't know. Andrea, do you have more to add on? Oh, Tom's here. Great. Hi, Tom. Tom can answer this question.
Hey, I'm Tom Swenson. I work with Nisa at DES. So we do actually have several programs. DES and I think it's the Cooperative Extension at UNH have a program that they do biannually where they train landscapers to be environmentally friendly. And there's a directory on UNH's website. I think it's literally just called like the Landscaping Professionals or something like that. If you Google it, it'll come right up. And as Nisa mentioned too, the New Hampshire Green Snow Pro program, these people are trained to do environmentally friendly winter maintenance, but usually they're also trained to do environmentally friendly lawn care. So it's definitely worth looking at the directory online on the DES website, and you could talk to them and see if they can do your landscaping as well. Ooh, we'll trade.
I think it's more of like the one-off, people that are being paid to come to somebody's property, they feel that they're giving a service, and it's kind of, one and done or an annual service. It's not, I think the landscapers are doing a great job, but I think if the onus is on them to get a permit and educated, I don't think they're getting educated. And I think that's the problem that we're seeing.
That's it. Go ahead.
I wanted to. You guys hear me? There we go. I wanted to throw this back to Dina too. So Pelham is an MS4 community, just basically meaning that they have to adhere to an EPA permit to reduce their stormwater. And there was a lot of good education and outreach materials that are on both Pelham's website and on our MS4 website as well, that you could always print out and give to these companies as well. I don't know how that's going to go down, but that would also be another option.
You are right in identifying that there's some education gap as well. I mean, this is just one of the challenges associated with culture change, essentially, is it takes a lot of education. I think.
Good morning. My name is Paul Gagnon. On the Conservation Commission with Al, and we've talked a lot about things we should do. I'd like to make a feel-good comment about stuff we've accomplished.
Great.
This is a small town. 3 times the people in this town, by over 70%, have approved warrant articles to buy open space. $7 million of their taxpayer money they've committed to buying open space. We've spent about $4.5 million of it so far, and we've protected over 1,500 acres. We add that to the 1,500 the town had prior, and we have over 3,000 acres of land, which NISA mentioned is functioning like it did 400 years ago. So we don't have to worry about the runoff and all that land, or planting blueberries because they're already out there, or having trees that have deep roots because they're there. So a shout out to the voters for being so interested in protecting Pelham's environment, and to the Conservation Commission for taking those monies and applying them. Further, the Conservation Commission has protected almost 1,000 acres of prime wetlands. Now, you haven't talked much about wetlands, but we all know that if the water can hit a wetland before it hits a lake, then the plants in the wetland absorb all that phosphorus and it doesn't get to the lake. The sediment goes into the wetland and not into the lake, and that's a good thing as well. So if you look at the surrounding towns, I think it's fair to say Pelham has more open space than the surrounding towns and has more prime wetlands. And we're not done. Al's leading the Conservation Commission. We have another $2.5 million. Our goal, it's in the master plan, is to protect another 1,000 acres of open space. If we can get that done, approximately 25% of the town will be protected 100%. That doesn't count the 1,000 acres of prime wetland that gives some level of protection. So just want, we talk about what we should do. Well, we've also done quite a bit, and we're lucky to live in a town that's this well protected. Nonetheless, it's not enough. Now let me ask a question.
That was a fabulous moment to celebrate, though. So.
Thank you. Yeah, it's happened over about 20 years. It doesn't happen quickly, but it happens. I was walking around Pelham Veterans Memorial Park the other day and went down by the beach, and you mentioned in one of your slides about a fish kill. There were a number of sunfish and perch that were just belly up, lying dead, within 20 feet of the shoreline. You didn't say what caused the fish kill. Can you tell us, please, what causes fish kills?
Sure. So there are a few different causes. The one that is most frequently seen are when, particularly in summer, the dissolved oxygen levels become very low. This is when there's not a lot of circulation in the lake, and the sunshine just, as part of the heat, part of the chemistry of what's happening, so the dissolved oxygen concentrations fall. And fish rely on the oxygen in the water to breathe. And so when those oxygen levels get too low, we do sometimes see fish kill events. There are other causes, so occasionally, there will be a discharge from an industrial site that can lead to a fish kill, things like that. Fish and Game is more of the expert on that than I am. But yeah, maintaining the oxygen levels, and the oxygen levels are one of the things that's monitored as part of VLAP and the LLMP water quality programs that Little Island and Long Pond are in. And it's for this reason, among others. And the other thing we see is that when those oxygen levels get really low at the bottom of the pond, it triggers a chemical reaction where the phosphorus is released from the sediments at the bottom of the lake. This isn't an issue at every lake, but there are some lakes where this is a dominant driver of when we see blooms. We'll see the oxygen levels get really low, that phosphorus comes out of the sediment, and then we see the bloom. So this is one of the pieces of monitoring that's done.
So I just was going to hop in very quickly to address this woman's concerns about the landscape industry and what we're doing. As a landscaper, I can say that we are, but like chemical fertilizers, things to that nature, after the fact. So I just wanted to let you know that as an industry, we're coming with you. We're absolutely keeping pace, and every company, not every company, most companies are following this push to custom write plans for fertilization that keeps phosphorus out of the water. We custom write them, we push for better alternatives, talking residents out of a traditional turf lawn and supplementing it with something else that doesn't have watering or fertilizer requirements. So just so you know, the industry is coming with you, and that doesn't just speak to the green season, but that's winter too. We're dialing back the salt. We are actively participating in making sure we do our share.
So Dina lets me know we have time for probably one more question.
Hi, my name's Scott. I'm on Little Island Pond, and all the information you said about the funneling effect was a great example about how it all channels back into Little Island Pond and other lakes around the area. When someone wants to correct a drainage problem, they have to go through a permitting process. And it seems like the state agency may prohibit somebody from, putting in a basin or a drain pipe or correcting an issue. What can your agency do to help us expedite doing the right thing?
Yeah. So first off, I'll say I am not a part of DES's permitting. I do not do permitting. I have no desire to do permitting. And I try not to answer questions about permitting because it is complex and its own specialty. That disclaimer said, so I'll highlight a couple things. One is that DES meets quarterly with DOT at the leadership level to talk about this type of issue on state roads. So that includes both the work they do on stormwater and the work they do on winter salt application. And we have seen DOT over the last 20 years make some actually pretty significant changes in their policies and therefore what their operators are held accountable for. Second issue, those free programs that I mentioned, the one that's run through DES, does have some programs that have technical support to, for example, install a drainage pipe that's within a person's own property to direct the water into, for example, a dry well. So that sort of work that's trying to get the water to the place you intend it to and not just move it off of the property to have it be someone else's problem, is something that can usually be done without a permit. And third, it is something that we talk about regularly within DES, and I know that doesn't result in perfect customer service and ease of action for everybody. But if there are specific examples that you think would be helpful for us to be thinking about, please always feel free to reach out to me. This is also a part of my job, is to hear that kind of feedback from our customers, frankly. The state agency, we're here to serve you. And so if you're running into significant challenges putting in some of these best practices, for example, we want to hear that, and then we can talk internally to say, okay, given what we're allowed to do under state law, because we do have to operate within the confines of law, how can we improve? So, all right, well, that was that one question, but thank you all, and again, I'm around all day if anyone wants to talk.
Thank you, Nisa. Awesome. So thank you for your wonderful presentation. All right, now's the time to do our interactive exhibits, interact with each other, get up, meet people, learn more things, eat some good food, and we will meet back here at 10:45. Welcome back, everyone. As a reminder from earlier, please wait until the microphone is in front of you to start asking your question. Raise your hand, and one of our 2 microphone runners will bring the microphone to you. So we'd like to introduce you to our cyanobacteria panel. To my left is Andrea Lamoureux, President and Policy Advocate at New Hampshire Lakes. In the middle is Nisa, who hopefully you remember from before. And lastly, we have Dr. Jessica Trout-Haney, Aquatic Ecologist and Research Assistant Professor at Dartmouth College. Starting with Andrea, can you please give a small background on who you are and the work that you do?
All right. Is this on? Yes. Good morning. I'm Andrea Lamoureux, President and Policy Advocate of New Hampshire Lakes. New Hampshire Lakes, we're a statewide nonprofit organization in New Hampshire. Our mission is to restore and preserve the health of New Hampshire's lakes. And here today, I know we have many partners and individual supporters of our group, so thank you. Specific relative to this conversation today, we'll be talking about our Lake Smart, Lake Friendly Living program, which is a hands-on comprehensive program in which lake associations and homeowners can take steps in their lifestyle and on their property in their home to help prevent polluted runoff water, to prevent that nutrient pollution and sedimentation that Nisa was talking about. And I'm glad to be here.
Thank you, Andrea. Nisa, if you want to give a little bit of background on your relation to cyanobacteria.
Sure. I mean, you've heard from me already. I am one of the authors of the state's cyanobacteria plan, which is a statewide strategy to deal with cyanobacteria in New Hampshire. That plan has 4 key strategies. The first is policy and funding change in order to address the nutrient pollution that is the root cause of most of our cyanobacteria blooms in New Hampshire. The second is to increase our education and outreach around cyanobacteria, both how we're communicating when there is a cyanobacteria warning in place, and also how we support community get out the word and education events like this one. The third component is our statewide monitoring, which we do rely heavily on people, members of the public, to report when they think they see a cyanobacteria bloom. And we'll put up a slide that has the link on how to report a bloom. If you see something unusual, don't hesitate to report the bloom. We have a standard bloom reporting form. It's super easy. It only takes a couple minutes. And it lets us know we need to get out and take a sample or look at your photograph and give you feedback about if we think a bloom is in place. And then the fourth component of that strategy is work with public drinking water suppliers in the state to have prevention and response strategies in place for cyanobacteria blooms. So that statewide strategy was how I first got most involved in cyanobacteria in New Hampshire, and now working to support its implementation through both DES's efforts and our support of all of the great work that's happening at the local level and through volunteer groups and the lake associations.
Great. Thank you, Nisa. And lastly, we'll turn it over to Dr. Jessica to give a little bit of her background. And she's also going to give us a quick basics of cyanobacteria, just so everyone has a baseline. And then from there, we will begin our Q&A.
Great, thanks so much. Yeah, my name is Jess. I am a researcher and professor at Dartmouth College, but I also work really closely with local lake associations, especially Lake Sunapee, the Lake Sunapee Protective Association, LSPA, and I help to run a monitoring program there on cyanobacteria. My background is really studying the biology of cyanobacteria. That includes, what kind of stuff makes it grow, when does it produce toxins, toxins, what kind of toxins does it produce? And then one of the big questions that I ask with my research is how do those toxins move through the food web? So once they're produced by the cyanobacteria, where do they go in the environment, and when are we exposed to those? So that's a big interest of mine, and that includes things like aerosolization. So I'm really interested right now in, how toxins and cells of cyanobacteria make it from in the water to the air, and then how that exposes us to the cells and to the toxins, as well as other non-human animals as well. And then, to give a little background, I think a lot of people know some aspect of cyanobacteria, but one of the questions that's not always so obvious is what actually are they? And cyanobacteria is just named for the cyano part is for cyan, the color, because they're sort of a bluish green color. And then the bacteria is because they're actually true bacteria. So they're related to the bacteria that we're maybe more familiar with, like E. coli and things like that, but they're loosely related to them. They're in the same group, but they're very, very specially evolved. So they're a really, really old group of organisms that evolved to grow really, really well under lots of difficult conditions. So as the Earth was evolving, they have adapted to lots of different atmospheric conditions, water conditions, and as a result, they have all of these really interesting adaptations that let them thrive where other organisms don't do so well. So for example, a lot of cyanobacteria have these specialized cells that produce nitrogen out of nitrogen in the air, so just gas. Or nitrogen in the water in the case of aquatic cyanobacteria. And there are very few organisms on Earth that can do that, but that means that if the nutrient conditions in your lake aren't ideal for growth, some of the algae and things like that may die, but cyanobacteria can produce their own. They also have ways of they have these like little backpacks that store phosphorus. So, if phosphorus is limiting in the water, they can actually take the phosphorus from around them, scrabble it together, and then store it. And then when conditions get poor, they can feed off of their storages of phosphorus, whereas other plants and other algae, they can't do that. So these adaptations are really important because they help us understand why they thrive so much when other things aren't thriving and why they create these problems in the lake. And then cyanobacterial blooms are really just when they grow so well that they actually form a conglomerate mass. A lot of them produce these sort of slimy substances that help them attach together. And that's really strategic too, because as a species, if they become bigger, they start shading out all their competitors. And their competitors need light too. So suddenly they become the dominant light sink in the area. Fish also get sort of drowned out because they're sucking up oxygen. They're photosynthesizers, which means they produce oxygen. But I think what we often forget is that they also respire. So at night, they're sucking up all this oxygen as well. So they contribute to things like anoxic fish kills that Nisa was talking about. And they just outcompete everything else. So in a totally natural lake, even without humans, we would have cyanobacteria. They're a natural part of the environment. Just the presence of them alone doesn't mean that anything's wrong, but it's when they grow out of control and outcompete everything else that they become really problematic. Their growth is heavily tied with toxin production too, so the faster they grow, the bigger they grow, the more toxins they produce. So if we can limit the amount they grow, we also limit how much toxin they're producing. So that's just a little background on what we mean when we're talking about cyanobacteria.
You got to respect your enemy sometimes.
All right, well, thank you, ladies, for that. And I think with this, we're going to start getting into a discussion. So is there anybody who would like to start us off with a question? This gentleman here in the green, please.
Hi, I'm Mike McNeil. We have a camp in Little Island Pond. And I was just curious, I'd never heard anyone discuss the EPA's involvement on this. I consider this a public health hazard, toxic, mostly man-made, And does the EPA have any fines or penalties involved with contributing to this?
I'd be happy to start on that. So EPA considers cyanobacteria a candidate contaminant, which basically means it's a candidate for future regulation. They have health advisory levels, both for recreational exposure and for drinking water exposure, in terms of the concentration at which they consider the toxins to start posing a risk to human health. However, those are not regulatorily binding at this time for a whole variety of reasons. So New Hampshire, there are some states that take EPA's thresholds for health advisories in drinking water, for example, and have state law that makes those a requirement for drinking water suppliers to meet. New Hampshire does not have something like that. We base our public warning, cyanobacteria warning program on cell counts, which are related to the health advisory toxin concentrations that come from EPA. So that has been kind of the direction of involvement that EPA has taken to date. The CDC has a lot of really wonderful guidance for the medical community, for veterinarians, for public health practitioners. But there is not regulation of, for example, nutrient discharge that is motivated by cyanobacteria as opposed to other water quality standards. Many of those discharges are regulated in other ways.
Okay. Dr. Trout-Haney, Ms. Lamoureux, do you want to add anything to that? Nope. Sir, does that sufficiently answer the question? Kind of. I know it gets to the crux of it, like, okay. Anyone else? Ms. Steed-Mawson.
Thank you so much for taking my question, and I appreciate all the work that all of you folks are doing through your different agencies and the research you're doing too. My question is, on Little Island Pond, we saw cyanobacteria for 71 days, and that's certainly in the water body itself. But what about our wells and our drinking water, and also folks downstream, because all of these waterways are connected? Can you tell us a little bit about, I'm confused about whether that's a real risk to our drinking water if I live on a lake that is impacted by cyanobacteria, or if I'm downstream of the lake actually, because ultimately it'll all be connected up to our aquifers, but I'm not clear if that is a sort of a real and present danger for that. Thank you.
Okay, present danger to drinking water.
I can start and then turn it over. I would say we have seen, if your lake is having a bacteria bloom and your lake drains another water body, it's certainly possible that that bloom could travel downstream. And we had an example last fall. A lake in the Lakes region was having a bloom, and a cove in the next lake down started to have a bloom as well, and that second lake downstream was being impacted. So certainly a bloom can flow out of one water body and into another.
We also see blooms travel across dams, for example, and be in the stagnant area of a river. This is not just a lake problem, although it is predominantly a lake problem. To the question about wells, there's not a lot of great evidence. In order for the toxins to travel out of the water body through the groundwater into people's wells, toxin levels need to be very, very high, which is relatively rare. So to our knowledge, this is not a major threat to people who rely on wells, either dug or drilled. for their drinking water. However, there are some documented exceptions to that. From a public supply perspective, when we issue a warning, a cyanobacteria warning for a water body, if there is a public drinking water intake either in that water body or immediately downstream, DES does notify the public drinking water supplier of the bloom, and we have a number of mechanisms through which we maintain regular communication about the status of the bloom. We have had blooms on public drinking water supplies in New Hampshire, and where suppliers have had to, for example, switch to an alternate intake source, either another intake on the same water body or a different water body altogether. There are, I believe, 36 public drinking water suppliers in New Hampshire that rely on surface water intakes that they're subject to blooms. This is not a problem in our groundwater sources. Those suppliers do include the suppliers for some of our major population centers like Nashua and Manchester. And that's why, that coordination with drinking water suppliers is one of the 4 strategies in our statewide plan for cyano. So not a major concern for wells as far as we know, and work is underway to coordinate with drinking water suppliers.
Okay, thank you for those answers.
I have a question.
Go ahead, Ms. Kamal.
In your presentation, you showed a slide with vegetation cyanobacteria, which take up a lot of the nutrients that come into the water. Recreation is a very important part of our lakes that we enjoy, and yet vegetation can interfere with recreation. If you remove too much aquatic vegetation, how does the cyanobacteria take advantage of that?
I can start on that. Yeah, there's really there's important connections between the aquatic vegetation and anything else that's also fighting for nutrients and light. And cyanobacteria are one of those things. So one of the ways to make them less dominant is to provide competitors. And macrophytes, aquatic vegetation, that's a great competitor because they're also using nutrients. They're also shading, so they're reducing the light levels. They also can help to, keep things, having more vegetation around keeps things cooler. Cooler temperatures slow cyanobacteria way down. They won't kill them, but slowing them down is really important. That's one of the problems with the earlier ice off, is that now there is so much warmer water available earlier in the season and they're growing earlier. So keeping aquatic macrophyte beds and things like that have been shown to compete with cyanobacteria and really reduce the nutrient levels and light levels that would normally contribute to their growth. It also, similar to what Nisa was talking about with shoreline vegetation in the sediment also helps to stabilize the sediment, and so it helps to keep the sediment from being churned up and releasing nutrients into the water column. So if you do have agitation, people swimming, or waves created by boats, then it's less likely that the sediment is going to be moved into the water column if there's some level of vegetation in the sediment stabilizing it. So that's another way to help keep those factors down.
I think one of the reasons that we've talked with Little Island Pond about potentially developing a watershed-based plan is because it'd be really helpful to better understand the exact nature of this dynamic at this specific site. And a watershed-based plan and some of the sampling that would be done associated with that would be a tool for helping us understand exactly what's going on in that pond, because it is, I think, a little more complicated than sort of some of our standard scenarios that we see.
If I could, before we go any further, because I know we do have active members of gardening groups in the room, you spoke about vegetation to be planted. Is there a resource that would suggest the appropriate vegetation so that if people do want to start supplementing the existing condition with more of these plants, is there a list of where they could get their preferred natives?
I don't know off the top of my head, but maybe you guys have better access.
Yeah, I'm thinking the Landscaping by the Water's Edge program, they have some plant guides on, what plantings are good. And then you can certainly bring those guides to, your local nursery and see what they have. I have found over the years that all of our nurseries are carrying more and more native plants that are beneficial to our shorelines and our riverbanks.
Great, thank you. I'm going to say we're going to go this gentleman first and then the gentleman in green in the back. Oh, does he already have the microphone? I take that back. Double deck, triple deck.
Hi. You touched on a subject that has been much debated at Little Island Pond. And in fact, we've done a fair bit of research, reading scientific papers that address the interaction between plants and bacteria, the impact that plants have on bacteria, and vice versa. Bacteria, they exude poisons and penicillin and all kinds of stuff, right? So, and it's my conclusion from all this is that nobody knows. Okay, so there's no evidence, nothing's been proven. And I have not actually read. I've read speculations that you just made that plants and bacteria compete for the same nutrients, and therefore, if they would be competing, and if there's less of one, there'll be more of the other. That's kind of the speculation. I've seen no evidence of that. I have actually read in some of these scientific papers, there's no proof, but that there's actually evidence that when you get very dense weed growth, you get really dense weed growth like we have actually, you get an enormous increase in all kinds of critters and microorganisms that grow within these dense weed growth. And in fact, some papers have commented that there seems to be evidence that it increases the bacteria growth because of the whole, flora and fauna, that's occurring in these dense weed growths. Everything, all life gets promoted, all kinds of critters, microorganisms, and bacteria. So, it's important to us because we've had serious weed problems for 5 years, and all of a sudden we have cyanobacteria problems. So you could, draw a conclusion from that. Would be equally unscientific, but so it's an important issue to us, and it's a big debate because the weeds are like an invasive species in our lake. They just take over. They will turn the lake into a swamp soon if we don't deal with it, like milfoil. It's just like milfoil. It's just taken over. And we've been cutting that. I would say more than 90% of the people out there are very eagerly supporting these efforts. But there's a small group of people that feels that we should leave nature alone and not touch the weeds. So they're looking to point at us as causing unintended consequences and growing cyanobacteria because we're cutting weeds. I have seen no evidence of that at all. I've done a lot of research. There's no evidence either way, but I've seen some people state that there appears to be evidence that when you get in a huge abundance of weeds, all kinds of microorganisms, including bacteria, are being promoted. So I just want to leave that there. I'll let you comment on that. Thank you.
Yeah, no, that is such a good point. This is an extremely important and complicated issue. I think what you pointed out is the reason it's so difficult to say, because either extreme is bad. If you have 0 macrophytes in your lake, then that is not going to be helpful for the biodiversity of the lake. That's not going to help keep things like cyanobacteria under control. But if you have invasive macrophytes, that's a terrible problem, and that can itself cause things like fish kills. And when conditions get challenging for living, like if macrophytes get out of control, they start choking out, like reducing oxygen. The only other thing that can live in those conditions often are things like cyanobacteria. So in that case, they would actually promote cyanobacteria, exactly as you're saying. That is a very true thing that happens. That's on the extreme end when you have a problematic degree of vegetation macrophytes. But there's a healthy medium where a medium level of natural macrophytes promotes a healthy food web. And the importance of that food web means that, everything has a check and balance. So something is eating the cyanobacteria and keeping it under control. Those are like the zooplankton, water fleas, things like that. Those actually graze on cyanobacteria, and they're the natural control on their population. So this is why sometimes, if fish abundance gets out of control and you add fish that are planktivores and they eat all the planktivores, that famously causes algal growth, cyanobacterial growth, because you've removed the thing that's grazing and keeping the population down. If you reduce that fish abundance and you allow some of the grazers, then that's great. If, for example, you just let the grazers, like zooplankton, eat all of the cyanobacteria, all of the algae, that would also be bad, because then you're losing your primary producer. So it's really like any of the extremes are not healthy. And I think it's such an important point that you make, where understandably everyone would like to have a solution that is like simple and like get rid of all of this or just promote this and that will solve it. And you're just absolutely right that you can't say that. It's not true. On either end, there's going to be these unintended consequences, and it's really this delicate balance of things that's best. And controlling macrophytes, I would say that's a really important thing to prioritize. And then, you can keep a low level. But if macrophytes are out of control, that's a big problem, and that would be something to take care of. And then, they can come back. But also stripping all of that is dangerous as well, and then destabilizes the sediment and doesn't allow for important insects. Insects in a lake are really important too, because they keep all of the invertebrate population under control. They also feed things like birds, and so they support the whole healthy ecosystem. And all of that depends on each of these components, but it depends on them being in a balance. So it's not an easy answer, maybe a less satisfying answer, but you're absolutely right that it's also not like just promote macrophytes, because that's a very dangerous route to go down to. Yeah.
I think I'd like to add something. So it sounds like there's been this increase in in plants in the lake, and to take a step back and say why are we having increase in plants, and in a water body, a lake pond filling in with plants over geologic time makes sense. But if all of a sudden we're seeing, within your lifespan, so many more plants growing in the lake, why is that happening? It could be that inadvertently the things that have happened on the landscape that are allowing more, nutrient runoff, more sedimentation, as Nisa was talking about. Whenever we on our properties, our property is eroding or washing away into the lake, we're contributing, growing material for these plants, making the lake fill in, making it more mucky, making it more favorable for plant growth. So, we always say, okay, you're starting to see this explosion of a certain plant. Why? Now, what can we do to control that, outside of the lake before we start thinking about how to control it in the lake? So I just wanted to add that piece as well.
And they're
I'd
promoted
like to
by
answer
the
that
same.
question, actually. So you asked why. We don't know. we know factors that contribute, but we don't know is it 50% global warming, 30% more phosphorus, 10% nitrogen, whatever. We don't know. We have no data. So what we do is we do what we can. We try to reduce phosphorus, runoff, all the things that were talked about in the first presentation. We're trying to address those chemicals ending up into the lake. So we do what we can, but we have no idea. It may be 90% global warming. We don't know. We have no ice anymore. You know, that's a big impact. And that causes everything to be out of whack. And so we don't know. And if anybody finds out, I'd like to know, so we know how to prioritize what to tackle first. Thank you.
That's a good point, and I'll add one more thing. And I see this in many different aspects of my job, you know, lake management or many different topics, this just being one. And there are a lot of things we can't control. We can't control the temperature. We can't control global warming. But you know, focus on the things we can control. And we can control if our property is eroding into the lake, if we're using fertilizer. So really trying to hone in those things we can control. And again, I understand you don't know the why, but certainly controlling sedimentation, controlling nutrients will only, you know, help to alleviate, you know, this type of thing.
Okay. I think this gentleman up in the front. I think you've got a... No, there should be a little on-off switch. Is it on?
So I just wanted to comment on when you were talking about plants and a resource to get them, you know, different plants to plant. I found that the New Hampshire Forestry Department offers wetlands plants, which are native. And they've been a great resource for me over my lifetime, getting plants that I can move into my property without, you know, worrying about any other ramifications because it's non-native.
Great. Thank you so much. We have a question in the back first, sir.
So a lot of talk was about watershed, and I know that is a huge thing to like try to control. But our lake on Long Pond is mostly predominantly fed internally loaded. So what steps can we take to try to help unload that load?
I'd be happy to start on this one. So there's a bill in the New Hampshire State Legislature right now. It has passed out of the House and into the Senate, so we'll know the final outcome by June. That would give DES the authority to create a permitting program specifically focused on in-lake treatment. So one of the more commonly discussed and actually scientifically demonstrated as effective treatments in lake is something called alum treatment. This specifically addresses the phosphorus load that's coming from the sediment. You can think of it essentially as like a blanket that holds that caps the existing phosphorus and makes it so that phosphorus can no longer be released out of the sediment into the lake where it becomes available for cyanobacteria growth. That cap is only effective as a cost-feasible and lasting solution if you have the watershed sources under control. Because if you continue to have a bunch of new phosphorus come into the lake and cover your cap can't do its job anymore because you're going to continue to release phosphorus. So the approach that we are likely going to take with lake associations is to work first on the watershed sources, and then where lakes have demonstrated good progress in addressing those, and where sampling shows that internal load is a significant problem, which is not every lake. This is not a solution that's appropriate at all of our lakes. Those lakes would be candidates for alum treatment. And I do encourage you to become politically engaged to support the progress of that bill through the legislature because it will give us an important tool in the toolbox at the state level for those lakes with internal loads. I can tell you have a follow-up.
I know you can cap it with alum, as you say, but my question is, how do we extract it? Other than dredging, is there anything we can do to try and extract it?
Not really. We do not recommend dredging for the control of cyanobacteria blooms. The best available evidence is that that tends to be counterproductive because you're just exposing a new set of phosphorus to be released into the lake. So generally not an approach that's supported. There are other types of treatments that are in the research phases, and certainly at DES we're paying very close attention to the outcomes of those studies. The bill that's proceeding through the legislature is about in-lake treatment generally. It is not specific to alum, so we will have the flexibility to put more tools in that toolbox as they become scientifically supported.
Okay, I believe we had a question right in the middle.
Yes, Walter Remus from North Pelham. Just wondering, has anybody gathered any evidence of how this material, the bacteria itself, are moved maybe from water body to water body by either wildlife or watercraft? Has anybody done anything like that?
Yeah, so that's a great question. We have evidence that birds can move cells. So that's a route of movement. This relates to the previous question about if there's a bloom in, one lake, but it's not the drinking water source, is that still a problem? So the answer is yes, potentially. One of the reasons dogs are so susceptible to cyanotoxins is because the cells stick really well to fur. So any animals that come in contact with the water, especially when there's a bloom, when there's a high density of cells, can transport those cells. So that's one of the reasons when dogs lick their fur, even though you think they might be, clean, they're out of the water, those cells are really embedded. And so, yeah, and we've seen that with birds too. Bird feathers can contain cells on the feathers. And then also wind can blow cells. So, these cells aerosolize from the water too, and this is a really new area of research, but potentially really important too, is, we think of lakes as being these entities in and of themselves, but they're, I think he says concluding message of you can't think of a lake by itself without the watershed. It's also, it's called the airshed now because we're realizing, especially post-COVID, I think we're all more aware of how exposed we are to invisible things in the air. And one of those things that we are just beginning to understand is that cyanobacteria move through the air as well. So I do a lot of experiments in my lab where I'll have a culture of cyanobacteria and I have just a small air pump that draws in at a very slow rate over the water. And even without bubbling the water, I will put a filter just through a little tube. So air is going up through the tube. It hits the filter. The air moves through the filter, and then anything in the air gets stuck on the filter. And I look at that filter under a microscope, and you see all different types of cyanobacterial cells. There's no other place they could have come from. They came from that water, even when the water isn't bubbling. Yeah. I guess, yeah, to wrap that up, yeah, there are lots of ways that that they can be transported by wildlife and just by air.
Can I add to that?
Yeah, sure.
The caveat that I would put on that is that this is a very different issue than aquatic invasive species, for example, where boats are the primary mode of transportation of aquatic invasive species from one water body to another water body. Cyanobacteria are a native part of our ecosystem. They're everywhere. They're in every water body. They're in every lake. They're in every river. This is just a natural part of our ecosystem. And they're not problematic for human health at those background levels. So when we're talking about public health risks, we're really focused on blooms. And so, you know, she's absolutely correct that there are these transport mechanisms, but it is not the thing that's driving the emergence of blooms as a dominant driver to the best of our knowledge. Is that?
Yeah,
And I
yeah,
think
certainly the
people-
driver of a bloom, absolutely. Yeah.
People, in my experience, I think New Hampshire Lakes would share this as well. A lot of people conflate the invasive species issue and cyanobacteria issues, and they are actually very different in this specific way.
Good point.
Gentleman in the green sweatshirt? Sorry.
I just had a quick question. You said it could be airborne also. I'm thinking about taking the kids out on the pontoon boat for the day out in the pond. What are the health risks? Is there any information on that?
It's such a good question. Right now, we're trying to figure this out. This is an emerging area for, you know, public health. We know that cells move through the air, but we also know that, you know, the human body is made to handle low levels of lots of different toxins. So the amount that this number of cells coming from a lake is going to affect you is really unknown right now. There's a lot of new research going into this. One of the interesting things that we find, I put these out on a lot of lakes, and one of the things we find that is actually when there's a bloom, like a surface bloom, we see less aerosolization of cells generally. So it's almost like it kind of caps the water. So in that case, the bloom is obviously very bad to interact with directly, but it's also having this indirect effect on aerosolization of that spot there. So I guess that's all to say that we really don't know. There's so many factors that influence how the cells are moving out. We don't even know the mechanism for how they move from inside the water to the air. Really important to understand, but we certainly can't say that like living on a lake is bad because you'll be inhaling. That's not at all what we know yet. Staying away from a bloom, from touching a bloom is important, and yeah, right, staying away in general from a bloom, we know that to be bad, but there's not enough evidence right now to say that, you know, inhaling air in that spot would have any impact, yeah. But it's an important thing to keep an eye out for as we learn more.
There are a small number of people who are allergic to cyanobacteria cells themselves. It is a phenomenon that exists.
That's true.
It is rare.
All right, question in the back.
Yeah, thanks, guys, for a great job today, and thanks for the Lake Association, specifically Long Pond, for notifying me of this. I'm just a resident over at Long Pond, but in the drinking water field in New Hampshire, I'm involved with several surface water treatment plants and all the chemical treatments that have gone on. And, you know, you mentioned alum as a potential for the future, but, you know, obviously you're familiar with what the either cutting edge device or whatever you want to call it being used at Long Pond. Is that part of the treatments that you're looking at as potential treatment techniques in the future, or I mean, you're aware what I'm talking about as far as the treatment that's being used there? Do you have anyone have any comments on that or other experience with that? Because admittedly, I've gone to, you know, source water protection conferences. I believe you spoke there on the drinking water side, and that technique or concept is just not even nationally talked about at those, but seem to have some good results over at Long Pond. Just curious, any comments on that?
This is the sonication device, is that right? The ultrasonic? Yeah, I don't know if either of you have experience with this. I really didn't have much experience prior to learning, you know, that they're using it here. It's a really interesting idea. When I first heard about the sonication device, alarm bells went off in my head at first because I use a sonication device in my lab, but it's actually to increase the presence of toxins in the water because it's sound waves, and when those are emitted at a high enough frequency, they can disrupt cells, so they can break apart the cells, releasing the contents. But these devices are at much lower frequencies, and they're tuned, at least theoretically, they're tuned very finely to just agitate and create microbubbles that cause the buoyancy devices of cyanobacteria to deflate, essentially, and that causes them to sink. So it is supposed to break up a potential bloom by basically causing them to sink, reducing those air pockets. I don't have a lot of experience at working with lakes who have used these devices. I think theoretically, if you were able to tune that frequency and target just the cyanobacteria, then that sounds interesting. The problem would be potentially if it disrupted other parts of the food web. A lot of the chemical and algicide treatments, that's one of the major issues, is that it'll kill cyanobacteria, but it also kills everything else. And the only downside is that you still have all of the bloom material just down at the bottom of the lake then. And so all of the nutrients contained inside that bloom is now at the bottom of the lake. And then you have all the issues you're talking about with trying to prevent nutrients from coming up from the sediment. But yeah, I'd be interested if anyone else had experience with the sonication devices.
I'm not an expert in it. I freely admit the limitations of my knowledge on this. It is something that the coordinator of our cyanobacteria program, who's a PhD in cyanobacteria, is following the research on. She describes that there's not a lot of evidence yet, that it's effective in large water bodies. Most of the research is in, for example, small, think your golf ponds type sort of thing, as opposed to a large public water body. And B, that there are a lot of sort of unknowns that are still in research about how this does affect broader lake dynamics. So as I mentioned, the legislation that's proceeding is not specific to alum, so as research evolves, it's something that we will pay attention to. That said, sonication is not something that we are currently recommending or permitting in New Hampshire.
I believe we've got one more question in the back, and then we'll come up to the front.
Hi, I'm Jeff with Long Pond Clean Waters Committee. I do have some evidence on, well, I wouldn't say evidence, much like Yo said, we have some anecdotal information that shows that our sonics seem to be working pretty well. We've, over the last year, for the first time in a few years, we've had no closures of the day camp, or the summer camp due to a harmful algal bloom. We've seen increased water clarity. We've seen evidence that the plankton isn't affected, or the different fauna and things too. So we're imploring the state to work with us to collect whatever data you need in order to try to see if this is a viable technology that can help everybody out here. And we may be the only one in the state that got this permit to have one unit in there. And as a multi-state lake, we are fortunate to sort of have a little bit of leverage here and there, where Massachusetts has let us put some additional sonic units in. So we're very excited to have them and sort of be the trial run to test for this. But I guess I'm also excited with a policy change or potential policy change that is looking at different regulatory avenues to get some lake treatments or collaboration with the DES and other agencies. My question for one is, who would be responsible with developing the lake treatment options? Is that something that an agency would come up with the different alternatives, or is it somebody on a clean water committee that would have to propose something to the state? And could you advise on what type of data we should be looking at to build a foundation for sort of leveraging a new treatment or a treatment alternative? And then lastly, it's probably an unfair question because we're dealing with New Hampshire here, but one of the challenges as a multi-state lake is that New Hampshire helps us out a lot with doing cyanobacteria testing, where Massachusetts, we don't get as much support to run samples as often. So we're often dealing with the misconception of that this is a New Hampshire problem. New Hampshire is causing this issue, but it's only because we're producing the data set that is identifying this problem. So do you know, being in New England, is there any other state agencies that you've worked with that would be able to help with more data collection, more testing, not just advisory levels where they can, we know that, DEP in Massachusetts says we have established levels of harmful cyanobacteria levels that can create health hazards. EPA has the same, but is there anyone else that, as a multi-state lake, we should be reaching out to coordinate with getting more data to show that this is sort of we're all in this together and it's a ubiquitous program? So many questions in there. I apologize for all those, but.
No worries, I'll kick us off. To the question of which agencies or what parties would be responsible for, proposing particular treatments and so forth. So the first step after the law passes, if it passes, things would come to DES for rulemaking. And we would go through the process of drafting rules that describe, what types of treatment are permitted, the conditions that need to be met in order to proceed with an in-lake treatment, all of that sort of stuff. After we have rules, we will then be developing a bunch of guidance documents, sort of what does all of this mean at a practical level, and communication materials and sort of help people through the new process and education effort. In terms of who would bring forward, specific proposals for treatment, lake associations and the state have a really strong partnership in New Hampshire for water quality monitoring. We've actually won national awards from EPA for recognition of our water quality monitoring program and the way it's structured. And so I would imagine that type of partnership would extend into the way we approach in-lake treatment and the new permitting process as well, where volunteers are out doing a lot of routine water quality work. Experts from the state or academic partners or so forth are brought in as needed to address additional targeted questions for data collection that might inform, what types of treatment are appropriate, when treatment is appropriate, all of that. There's a lot of complexity in this world. There are also a lot of consultants that want to make a lot of money here. And indeed, one of the things that comes with this new permitting program, as well as, frankly, the broader watershed-based work that's already existing, is we have a real need for funding sources for this kind of work. Most lakes associations do not have the resources to be putting into major infrastructure work as part of watershed work, or in-lake treatment itself can be quite expensive in hundreds of thousands of dollars. Particularly once you then add in the additional expense of all the sampling that goes in to, prove that this is an internal load problem or that this treatment is appropriate for this lake and so forth. So it's complex. That funding source question is, I think, a major open question. Andrea might be able to speak to that a little bit more. There were more parts of your question I haven't yet answered in this amble. Somebody's going to have to remind me.
Is there a Massachusetts counterpart?
Yeah.
So to get testing, our biggest challenge is getting testing.
Yeah, so is there a Massachusetts counterpart for testing? My understanding of the Massachusetts program, and I am not a representative of that state, is that they have many more requirements for public water supplies, but much less work for public water bodies that are not water supplies compared to New Hampshire. There are other states in the Northeast that have similar monitoring programs to New Hampshire. New Jersey has a really good program, for example, and we've seen New Jersey kind of came in as the first state with a comprehensive plan, and then that moved up, and Connecticut 10 years later was where New Jersey was, and now New Hampshire is where Connecticut was 10 years ago, and so forth. So there's more and more examples for Massachusetts to learn from, and they're always welcome to reach out to us if you know someone at the state who might be interested in talking about what a program looks like. But I am not aware of similar monitoring resources in Massachusetts. Andrea, did you want to talk on funding at all?
Thank you. I would say funding is a challenge in New Hampshire. I see other states, allocating significant resources to lake protection, and I think we just don't have that luxury here in New Hampshire for a variety of reasons. We do get, some money from EPA, but generally speaking, there's not a lot of funding on the state level here in New Hampshire for lake management. And I'm hoping that's something that we can change over time, because clean and healthy lakes are so important to New Hampshire for so many reasons. Tourism, like it or not, really driving our local and state economies. And my personal opinion is that it's, there's a lot of funding needs in New Hampshire, and we don't have a lot of revenue in New Hampshire. And we've got to, if we really care about our lakes, we've got to rethink the state's part in funding clean and healthy lakes. And I guess I'll leave it at that.
Okay, we are running up against a clock, and I know we had a question up in the front from the gentleman from Cobbett's Pond, and then one more in the back, and I think that's just going to about wrap up the panel.
Mine's short and simple. Do we have a House or Senate bill number that we could follow?
HB 1143 is that bill on in-lake treatment. There are several other bills in the legislature that affect cyanobacteria, changing how or putting in place a requirement to have septic systems inspected at the time of a home sale, for example, increasing DES's ability to pursue violations for Shoreland Act, things like clear cutting. There are.
Yeah, I'll just quickly add, so New Hampshire Lakes, we send out an advocacy alert, and if you're not signed up for that, we'll keep you apprised of these bills and bill numbers and your opportunities to weigh in and support.
Okay, that's an excellent point to have. All right, I believe we had one more question in the back. He no longer wants to ask his question, in which case...
Ed Romaitis, Little Island Pond. I attended a webinar, I think it was back in January of this year, where a DES spokesman mentioned that the state of New Hampshire appropriated approximately $1 million to go towards cyanobacteria. Does anybody have any intel exactly how that money is going to be spent?
Sure. So this is a program that was created last year by the legislature. The Cyanobacteria Mitigation Loan Fund is its title. That funding is available on a first-come, first-served basis to do work either implementing the actions in a watershed-based plan or for lakes that have already done that to do in-lake treatment. When the fund was created last year, they appropriated $1 million into that. The first $500,000 of that will be spent on an in-lake treatment at Lake Kanasaka. And we have received a permit application from them. We anticipate that treatment will happen this summer. We are also in conversation with Partridge Lake, which their lake association has work over the last decade to remove over 100 pounds of phosphorus input into the lake every year. So really amazing work by that lake, and they continue to have blooms, and so they're also a candidate for in-lake treatment. And Tucker Pond in Salisbury has also been in conversation with us about getting some of that funding. So what we have to date is one-time funds. It is not a permanent authorization where we get money regularly. So to be able to continue to provide this kind of support for treatment and prevention work, we will need sustainable funding sources.
And you can see that, one treatment costing, $500,000, and that's not including what the local community is putting in. This is expensive business.
I guess since we are near the end here, I'll wrap up by acknowledging cyanobacteria is a really complicated issue. It has so many impacts on our local communities, and I know, at least from the state perspective, I'm really grateful for the engagement that everyone here has and the ongoing conversations with the lake associations we have. And, it's going to take action from all of us. So thank you for being part of that solution.
All right. So I'm going to briefly thank the panelists, and I know that Dina will more appropriately thank them, but while I'm here and holding the microphone hostage, I just thought it would be a nice time to say thank you to Dina for pulling all of this together. This represents a lot of hard work, and I know Dina is always diligently and tirelessly working for the town and the community, and I know sometimes it feels thankless. We thank you, and I hope this serves as proof that you are not alone in this fight. So I'm going to hand it back to Dina. You can't leave without the raffle, so don't move. All right, thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you, Heather. And thank you again to our panelists for attending today, for all the work you guys do, too. It's awesome. Can we give them another round of applause? Thank you. So in the back of your agenda packets, we have a post-event survey, and either you can scan the QR code that's back there, or I can follow up with an email this week, which I probably will, just to say thank you for coming. I encourage you to fill out this survey so that we can figure out what you want to hear in subsequent years if we can continue to do this event. There's a couple of examples on the survey itself. But we really hope that you'll take just a quick minute to fill that out and let us know what you thought of today's event. And before we announce the door prize winner, make sure to also check out our watershed photo contest flyer. If you'd like to submit a picture to enter, please do so before August 31st, and the winner will be announced at Pelham Old Home Day. Now for the moment you've been waiting for, our door prize winner. Can we get a drum roll? So, Andrea, can you pick a ticket?
All right. Okay.
All right, the number is 516830. Did you win? 516830? Yay!
Wow.
Someone else check it, because I don't have any glasses on.
Yep, we got a winner! Yay! You don't have to if you want. We're so grateful. We're so grateful that you all came today. It's been wonderful to meet everyone who's been here, and I'm thankful that we all are here to join together for our lakes and our water bodies. Thank you so much for coming.
Traveling with firewood could mean bringing unwelcome and hidden forest-destroying pests like the emerald ash borer and Asian longhorn beetle to your favorite camping place. Commit to protecting New Hampshire's beautiful forests. When you plan your next wild and scenic New Hampshire visit, also plan to leave your firewood at home. With firewood, buy it where you burn it and burn all of it where you buy it. It's an easy step you can take to preserve our forests for the future. For more information about insect threats and regulations, visit NHBugs.
Okay, yeah.
Okay, welcome to the August 5th Planning Board meeting. Danielle, would you read the roll?
Tim Doherty.
Here.
Jim Bergeron.
Here.
Danielle Massey Quinn here. Joe Passamonte.
Here.
Bruce Barapka.
Here.
Scott Sawtell.
Here.
Charlene Takesian.
Here.
Jay Bergeron, absent. Hal Lyde.
Yes.
Samuel Thomas.
Here.
John Spottiswood, absent. Mike Sherman.
Present.
Jen Beauregard, absent. And Heidi Zagorski.
Here.
Okay, let's rise for the Pledge of Allegiance.
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay, we've got two sets of minutes to do. We have July 15th draft minutes in front of us. Does anybody have any additions, changes?
I had one minor one, Mr. Chair. On line 68, it says, Mr. Maynard explained the old tanks were removed around 2015, and then in there are monitoring wells. So I think there should be they.
They, yeah.
And they, yeah. And that is all.
Yep. Anybody else have any suggestions for July 15th? If not, I would entertain a motion that the minutes be approved as amended.
Make that motion.
Second.
We have a motion and a second on the floor. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
And also aye. Opposed? Abstained? That's 7-0-0. Those are approved. And we have the non-public session minutes from July 1st, 2024. Any comments, changes, questions? If not, I would entertain a motion that we approve those minutes as written.
Make that motion.
Second.
We have a motion and a second on the floor. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
And also aye. Opposed? Abstained? 7-0-0. Those are also approved. All right. I'm going to take things a little out of order, but I want to start with the old business. 20 and 24 Main Street will not be here. They're looking to continue to July. It says July 30th, 2024, but it's got to be August 30th. Definitely says July 30th.
Yeah, it says July 30th on the work. But
What do we have available for them, Danielle?
It would be, actually, the next meeting would be August 19th. Yeah, that's a little off. Sorry about that, Mr. Chair. So it would be August 19th.
What would be one after that? Would be in September?
September 5th, and that's a Thursday.
Okay, let's go with the August one then.
For 8/19?
8/19. Somebody like to make a motion that we date specify them to 8/19/2024?
I'll make that motion.
Mr. Chair, this letter states they want to extend the clock to September 23rd. If you
You have
go to page
something
2 of the notes.
That we don't have? Can I see that?
So what day was that? Okay.
I think they want to meet with conservation first before
This
they
says
come back to
something
us.
about conservation here as well. Let me read it. It says, Ms. Beauregard, we are requesting a deferral from the August 5th Planning Board hearing and the August 14th Conservation meeting to September 23rd and 11th respectively. So I think they want to go to September 23rd for Planning Board if there's a Conservation meeting on the 11th.
Yeah, there is.
So let's, would somebody like to take that motion back and change it to September 23rd?
I'll rescind that motion, and I'll make the motion that it's date specified to September 23rd.
With all, yeah, we don't have our September 23rd.
What is
Okay,
it?
what do we have?
Okay.
First, yeah, we have a obviously September 5th, it's a Thursday, or a September 16th, 2024.
The 16th would be 4 days after the 11th.
Correct.
If they have that Conservation meeting. I wonder if that would give them enough time.
If we go into October, it'd be October 7th.
Do we want to put it on the agenda for that meeting and let
Yeah.
them see if they date specify?
It's a good idea, but so why don't we do that?
Yeah.
We'll put it on that September, late September, and then we can always move it again.
Right.
And that is September what again, Danielle?
16th.
September 16th.
So you want to make that motion?
I'll make that motion for September 16th, 2024.
Thank you, Heidi.
I'll second.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second on the floor. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
I'm also aye. Opposed? Abstained? All right.
Could I speak to that, Mr. Chair, before you move on?
Before what?
Before you move on to the next, could I speak to that real quick?
Sure, go ahead.
I went to the conservation meeting where they wanted to extend it out, and they took your suggestion of trying to mitigate in that area and try to find some flood storage. And what they found was that prime wetland down there does not have a 100-foot buffer. It only has a 50-foot buffer. So they're trying to now work with the state and the town and create the flood storage that they're going to steal away from us by filling and create new flood storage. So that's why they're being delayed and pushed out.
That would be really good if they could do that. All right, thanks, Mike.
It also says in the letter there, I think they're asking permission to extend the clock to September 23rd. What does that mean?
Is that the letter that I was just reading, Heidi?
Yeah, it says we're also granting permission to extend the clock to September 23rd, but are they asking or they can't grant permission to extend the clock, can they?
They can ask to extend the clock, and we can
Grant it.
offer it to them and do that for them. So it goes both ways. Like, if they want to extend the clock, that's good for us and for them because it makes the development much better.
So do we need to do that now?
No, I mean, we did it by date specifying it.
Okay.
So,
Okay, I just want to make sure that was addressed.
yep. All right, we're going to hear the lumberyard R.M. Bedard at the end tonight. We're going to take CIP next. So, that being said, I'd like to turn this over to Sam. Could you... We all know you because you're on our planning board, but for the record, can you introduce yourselves to those at home?
Sam Thomas, chair of the CIP committee, alternate to the planning board.
Oh.
Good evening, Mr. Chair. Danielle Massey-Quinn, CIP Vice Chair and Secretary to the Planning Board. And do we want to bring up Ms. Penny?
Sure.
Yes.
Good evening. I'm Tammy Penny. I'm the Finance Director.
Could you repeat that?
My name's Tammy Penny, and I'm the Finance Director.
Good evening. This board has an obligation to have a CIP on a yearly basis, and we were designated back in the early spring to be able to start the CIP subcommittee starting in June. Before I get started, there's some administrative comments that I'd like to make. We're very interested in what we have done this year because a lot of things have been done, but for recognition purposes, to start with, the members of the CIP committee were Bruce Bilaka, Bob Sherman of the Budget Committee, Tammy Penny, who's our Finance Director, Charlene Takishian, Board of Selectmen Representative, Jen Beauregard, our Planning Director, Danielle Massey-Quinn, who is the Vice Chair of this subcommittee, and myself as the Chair. What we did this year, you've got a document in front of you. It's a very broad spectrum Excel spreadsheet. It's similar to what we've done last year and previous years, but we added a lot of things. First of all, we added Tammy Penny as our Finance Director. She's added a lot of value and very good comments, and so I think we've really enhanced our visibility of what the CIP committee will look like and do. This is governed under our RSA 674:5. As the members, we took a process like we normally do. Jen Beauregard, she sends out to each of the departments what their request is for the CIP. Now, under CIP, it's a 7-year program. It has to be a minimum of $75,000. And what we do is we look at what projects that we have on the agenda under the CIP and then new projects. And as you will note, anything that is in green is new. I'll point to the fact, a couple of things before I go through before we go through the Excel spreadsheet, a couple of things that we've added. If you look at your spreadsheet and if you start with the administrative and you go over 2 columns, it says funding, if not under the budget. So you'll see there's things that we've added such as capital reserve, the ARPA, which is the American Rescue Project Act. I think that's what it is. Plan, okay. We've also showed what capital exists. If you will turn to the second page, this was at Tammy's suggestion, item Roman numeral 11 is the existing debt service. Again, that was never there before. And then we have the nomenclature or the codes for the different things like CFR is the Capital Reserve Fund, the lease, that would be lease on vehicles, the ARPA, which is the American Rescue Plan Act, and we have BLK, which is this is from the Highway Committee. So these are just nomenclatures that we have, what we've done, and I think tonight you're going to see that we've done a lot of good work. I really have a lot of the work done by Danielle because of my travel, and Jen, they were sort of leading this group while I was absent. And so what we're going to do tonight is take you through the spreadsheet, concentrate on the left column under where it says administrative government, that's the first one, and then the priority ranking is what the committee has recommended, as we always do, what we think a particular project should have for priority, and then we've added, as I said, the funding. Now the process works that Jen sends out a request for the capital projects to the department heads, and in turn they submit their documentation, and we have various projects, and there's justification for the project, and there's usually a quote that goes along with the request in most cases. And so what we'll do is we'll walk through it. I'm going to start with the administrative through the fire, and then Danielle's going to take highway through school, because I'm giving her the harder part, and existing debt service. When we get to item number 11, I'm going to ask Penny if you would please address that. And any questions that are of financial nature, we will address to Penny. So she's the brains behind all of this financial information that we're giving you. So to start with, look at Roman numeral 1, administrative general government. We have the sidewalk expansion. It's the Hobbs Center for Pelham. The committee recommended that, and I'll walk one by one, it's under a research, that's what R stands for. Oh, one other thing, if you look at the second sheet at the bottom of the Excel spreadsheet before the notes, it says priority ranking. They can be urgent, committed, necessary, desirable, preferred, deferrable, research, or inconsistent. So what we're going to do is, what we did as a committee, we decided that based on their recommendations and input, we put it as a research, it needed more research, and we put it out to 2027. One of the things the committee tried to do is not lump everything in 2025 and 26. We tried to spread it out over up to 2031. So that was our intent, to be able, so that we haven't got a big impact on a particular year. So you'll see that particularly we get into the school and some of the other projects we've got there. So that is a project for the Hobbs Center. It's under research. The next one is the municipal complex parking. That is here at the town hall. We have that as necessary. It's $84,000. Oh, excuse me, I meant to say one other thing. This is an advisory document, advisory committee, an advisory document. So obviously, we're looking for approval from the planning board. Tomorrow, we'll go before the Board of Selectmen if it's approved tonight. We will discuss it with the Board of Selectmen, get their recommendation, and then we go to the Budget Committee in September, where we will present this, and then it's entirely up to them. Again, as an advisory document, they don't have to take any of these recommendations. They can do what they want, but this is what this committee has done in terms of recommendations. So we're at advisory, and it's a document that the Budget Committee and the Board of Selectmen can then decide what they want to do with these various projects. I apologize for putting that a little late. The second one is the paving, and again, we said it is necessary. We put it out to 2025, and that one would be, as I said, 2025 as we're proposing it, but it's only necessary at this point. The ones you really want to look at is the urgent ones. There's the ones that are probably the Budget Committee are going to really look at and focus in terms of, are we going to make a decision or not. The next one, and you can stop me at any time if you have questions as opposed to the end.
Do you want to say the amounts, Sam?
Yeah, well, it's $84,775, as you can see. The next one is the Abbott Bridge. This is critical, but not urgent. The number is $3,539,552. That will be fully offset by grant and fund balance. And that's a note that you need to note there, that this is not going to come out of our pocket. It's basically from the grant itself. Correct, Tammy?
Well, there's no new tax impact because it's from fund balance and an existing grant, yes.
Okay. Next one is the congestion mitigation.
Can I ask a question?
Excuse me?
How much did it come out of the fund balance for that?
I didn't hear your question. Can you
How
repeat?
much come out of the fund balance to offset for the Abbott Bridge?
I didn't take that with me. I can report that back, though.
Thank you.
Sure.
Okay, the next one is the congested air mitigation air quality. It's basically the roundabouts at Sherburne and Mammoth Road. Again, this is funded by the offset by the grant impact fees and the fund balance. That total amount will be $3,460,000. So none of those are urgent at this point in time, but those are, as the committee has recommended, as critical, or what's the C again?
Contractual.
Committed.
Yeah, committed contractual.
Contractual.
Sam, just a quick question over here. The roundabout is $3.5 million, put the roundabout over there? Is that the cost?
That's what we were provided, yes.
So my question is, why is it called congestion mitigation air quality?
I have no idea, because when I saw it, I didn't know what it was either. I found out that it was the roundabout.
I can weigh in on that. That's the name of the grant. It was filed under years ago. I do happen to know the fund balance portion is $670,000 on that one, and impact fees is $110,000.
And that's not going to be an impact on taxes?
No new impact, nope.
So those two projects will be no impact on taxes, as Tammy has said. Any other questions before we move on? The next one will be the police department. We have 3 different projects with the police department. The first one is replacing 7 cruisers. This is considered urgent. As you can see, it breaks down into 3 components. We've got the proceeds from the 5 trades, so there's obviously going to be trade-ins, so that's the $50,000 that's sort of a credit to us. There's the lease, which Tammy has done the calculation, saying that basically there's $365,000, and then the lease payments using an interest rate of 6.9% under a lease program, it would be $129,871 for 3 years. You see it's 25, 26, 27. We recommended by Charlene that we should also start putting a reserve for the next 3 years for future replacement of the cruisers. That you see $122,500 for 2028, 29, and 30. So and 31 as well. So that's but the critical one is what we would have in 25 through 27. Any questions on the police cruisers? That is considered
I have a
urgent?
thought, Sam, that I've thought about this over the years, too, and I was having discussion earlier with Bruce about this. Why don't we replace 2 cruisers per year, like every year, just do 2 cruisers, or so that we always have new cruisers out there? We're not having like all of them old and run down and needing to be replaced at the same time. I mean, it just, I'm not sure if it really makes sense to me that we're waiting so long to do this.
Do you want me to weigh in?
Is there a reason we do it this way?
I don't know if I'm going to do it, the explanation is as well as the police chief did to our committee, but I'm going to do my best to relaying what she told us. There was a time where I guess the leases were held off for budgetary constraints in the past, and that resulted in a lot of cars that needed to be replaced at once, and we're still in that cycle. I know the Chief Perriello has done some work and looked ahead and tried to sharpen her pencil and see what she could do, but we still need to, as far as she is concerned, continue replacing a bunch of vehicles, at least this time and probably the next one. Perhaps in the future, when we get caught up, that could be something that the police department would be willing to put forward in their CIP request.
I have a flashback to years ago. Does anybody remember when the town ended up with some Volvos? I think they were Volvo police cruisers. I just can't even imagine what would happen if we ended up with like 7 rats. You know, we go out, we get 7 cruises, and they turned out to just be real dogs or something, and the police are just like beside themselves because we got them all at the same time. It just, I don't know. I guess it's just me, but.
Tammy, you can correct me if I'm wrong, but I think she said they don't actually all come in at the same time. They kind of stagger them in.
Well, there's a big lead time on all vehicles now. Yeah, there's a short supply still. So, yeah, they might order and they might get 2 and then 2 more and then 3 more.
Kind of like the most important vehicles the town owns. You got to get the police where they need to go.
I think just because it goes in the budget, it gets voted in the budget, those cars may not be totally, the 7 may not come in until 3 years down the road, Jim. So they're going to end up staggering on their own pretty much, I think, by the time they're in,
All right.
correct?
So then I'll look and they just grab 7 all at once.
Probably within the year.
Yeah.
But yeah, maybe
They'll
a little
start
bit,
staggering
yeah.
in
Yeah.
because of the duration in between them coming in.
Tammy, one question I'd like to ask for clarification for the board here. We have 129,871 for 25, 26, 27. That's under the lease itself. But then, what was the 122,500 for the next 4 years? Was that, Charlene is the one that made the recommendation.
That was the committee was recommending a lease. Again,
So that would still be
lease
a lease,
again.
that would be a capital
Yeah,
reserve?
yes.
Okay,
Not a
because I
capital
think I
reserve, a
misspoke.
lease. They were still, I mean, of course, there's a document looking out 7 years, and we could change a few years from now.
So that would basically be a lease, it's not a capital reserve?
Yeah, I guess what's important to the schedule and the length of the 7-year plan is that we'll be continuing to replace vehicles as we move forward in time.
Okay. Did that answer your question?
Good enough.
We can take it to the police chief and tell them that's what, I mean, these are the comments that we'll send back to the various departments. The next one is the record management system. It's a critical, in terms of software is changing and they need to update that. This would be a capital reserve. It's an urgent situation. It's going to be 181,568 for 2 years. That is 26 and 27. We were proposing that we could put that under a capital reserve. Any comments to that, Tammy?
Right, the capital reserve is on the schedule, on the plan to be started for the 2026 year, so no impact to 2025.
Right.
And what that would involve is a special article on the ballot that the Board of Selectmen would need to agree to put forward, should they choose.
Okay. Then there's the carport for the impound lot. That was, we classified as necessary. We put it out to 2025 at $117,000. The carport impound is when they, you know, there's an incident where a car needs to be impounded. They need to have a carport to protect that, particularly on the outside, for evidence purposes only. So that's what they've allocated. So we call that necessary at $117,000. Next is the fire department. We talked with the chief relative to what this kind of truck would be. And again, we consider that as, there needs to be some research, and it is necessary. He's not sure if he's going to get a ladder truck or what he's going to get. At this point, it's unknown. So what we proposed as a committee is that for the first 3 years, it would be a capital reserve. So you look at that in 25, 26, 27. That's where money would be allocated. It's essentially about an 18 months to 24 months from the time you put the order in till you actually get the vehicle. We then recommended that we put a capital reserve at $200,000 a year going forward. And what we classified it as just a fire equipment, not necessarily one particular type of truck at this point in time. So we've proposed that 333 for the first 3 years, 25 through 27, under a capital reserve, and then cut the capital reserve down to 200,000 going beyond 2028 out through 2031. And that would just put money in a reserve, so when the next time it comes up for a truck, there's already existing money there. This committee, like last year, felt that having a capital reserve is a lot more monetarily efficient as opposed to going and taking loans out every year. Tammy, I don't know if you want to talk to that, but that's...
I mean, you explained it perfectly.
The next one is the PF.
Mike had a question on that?
I have a question, Sam.
Can you just speak up, please, because I'm having trouble hearing you, because
Yeah, well, I was waiting for her. You're saying the 533 for 3 years in a row, that's for one truck?
Yes, it's $1.6 million. $1.6 million right now.
It's one truck. It's more than
1.2 to 1.6, and that was an estimate, yes.
Wow.
Yeah. Absolutely.
May I weigh in?
No doubt about it.
It's really expensive apparatus, which is why the committee's recommending saving for it in the future so we don't get hit with it all at once.
All right, so that's a N and R, which means it's necessary, it's going to have more research, and we're going to actually have a study done. The fire department's going to pull a group together that's going to look at what kind of truck do we need, what can we have on that, and that will be part of their study. The next one is the PFAS, which is the bad chemical that you cannot get rid of. This is for the firemen's gear so that they're protected, because using the foam and other things, they're exposed to PFAS. So this would be gear that they need. We basically are looking at 26 outfits to do this. Potentially, and we classified it as urgent, it's $110,000. It potentially could come under the ARPA for 2024, but it has to be spent, I think, by the end of the year.
Spent or obligated by 12/31/24, but the board hasn't yet determined what they're doing with the balance
We clearly
of ARPA.
said that this was an urgent issue. We want to protect our firemen, so we as a group decided that we would put that as a U. The next one is the ambulance replacement. This is under a revolving fund. We have it critical. We allocate $330,000 out at 2026. Existing capital, as you can see, is at $375,000. And this is a revolving fund that gets generated when the ambulance is used. There's a fund payment that goes into this particular fund. We have that as critical, and we have the next purchase or the allocation would be at 2026. And the last one is the 4-bay supplement storage. This is, again, where they have equipment. They were planning to put a building behind the fire department, but there's, in our zoning ordinance, it may not be able to do that, so they're having a study where it could be a different location. What they're looking to do is store equipment that they don't usually use. Particularly, they don't want to have equipment in this storage where if they had a fire, they need to pull it out. So it's more storage, and we said that that would be for research. It's desirable. We put out $280,000, but as you see, we put it out to 2028, and that's what the fire. When we had the discussion with the fire chief when we met as a committee.
Sam, excuse me, Sam. Isn't there covenants on that property that they won't be able to build anything else there, so they'll have to look elsewhere?
I'm not aware of that.
That's what they're researching. Yep. That's what the research is for.
Okay.
And they're going to be doing a research on that as well. Okay, I'm going to turn it over to my partner here.
Did you forget my name?
Okay, Danielle, take it over.
Thank you. The next item will be for the Highway Department. They're looking to replace a 2012 backhoe in the amount of $159,109. For the year, we have 2025, and we have a priority ranking of necessary. However, it's offset by the block grant monies. Tammy, is that something you'd like to speak about, or?
Sure, those highway block grant monies can be used for road construction or the equipment to repair the roads, and Highway Director has recommended using block grant monies instead of putting this in his operating budget.
Thank you. The next item for Highway Department would be replace the 10-wheel dump truck with 6-wheeler in the amount of $275,000 for 2027, and the priority ranking would be research. Any questions for the Highway Department?
Why are they looking to downsize the truck? Did they say?
I know that he says more efficient, right?
Can I speak to that?
Sure.
They actually said that the 10-wheeler was insufficient for anything that they needed, and all they were going to use, and it's an older 10-wheeler, Tim, what they're going to use it for is just from plowing around the yard, around the town yard, that's it. So it really doesn't work for them out plowing the streets or anything they have to do with hot topping and patching. The truck is just too big for the backhoe to put stuff in or to take stuff out, so that's why they want to downsize to the 6-wheeler.
Okay, thank you.
The next item is the solid waste disposal transfer station. The first item is a Ford 600 dump truck, not funded in the 2024 budget cycle, in the amount of $87,863, projected for year 2025, and our priority ranking for this is N for necessary. Right? Okay. The next item is the skid steer in the amount of $75,000 for the year 2026, and we gave it a D for desirable for the priority ranking. Next item is the trailers, the 75-yard and the 100-yard, and it's actually, yeah, that's right, it's $70,000 over a 4-year term, running from 2028 to 2031. And Tammy, do you want to jump in on this one? Or? Capital
Sure.
Reserve, right? Yeah.
Sure. This used to be split out with 2 different trailers, but as Bob Long was saying, he's not sure which trailer is going to go first, but they're old. So we're recommending establishing a capital reserve fund so we don't get hit at once for a big purchase. And if we call that capital reserve fund for yard trailers, whichever one goes, he can use the funding to replace.
And that's under capital reserve.
Yep.
Okay.
The next item is the metal roof replacement, municipal solid waste building, in the amount of $75,000, projected for 2027, and our priority ranking for that is N for necessary. And the last item for the transfer station would be the paving parking lot, in the amount of also $75,000, projected for 2027, and we gave it a priority ranking of D for desirable. Does anyone have any questions for the transfer station items?
Okay.
No? No. All right, moving on to Park and Rec. They have one item on the CIP, and it's the restroom storage snack shack at Raymond Fields, and it looks like it's going to run from 2026 to 2028 for $100,000 per year, and again, this is another capital reserve fund, correct?
Yes.
Right?
Still needs research, yeah.
Still needs research, yes. Our priority ranking on that was a D and an R, which is desirable, and then also needs research.
I have a question. The restrooms, are they going to build them, or are they the portables?
I think my understanding is going to be built.
They want to build them.
They're going to build them in a building, regular.
That's why it's 380, whatever.
And this is the second year it's been on CIP.
Yes.
Yeah. But that's all they had for a CIP item. Next is the live.
Okay, Joe?
Oh, Jim. Do you have another
I'm
question?
okay, you answered my question.
Oh, okay.
I'm not going to say I'm okay with it, but
I'm just asking if we answered your question correctly.
yes.
The next item is library. There were no CIP submissions from the library. The next item after that is cemetery. We have no CIP submissions for the cemetery. The next item is the Hobbs Community Center. We had one submission of a replacement bus, and that is in the amount of $132,000 for 2027, and our priority rank on that would be an N for necessary.
Can I just make a comment? Is that not one where they wanted it earlier, and we felt that with the allocation and funding, that we moved it back a couple of years from our standpoint, from the budget, from the
I think that
CIP committee.
the recreation director actually moved it out because there's been some repairs to that bus. It was originally costed at $120, but we bumped it up 10% because we're kicking it forward.
Right.
Have they been renting a vehicle lately? Because I've been noticing a different bus coming down and getting people in my neighborhood.
You might have noticed a bus that we had, in the interim, while it was being fixed. I don't know if they had a bus in the interim, but, and they have had it fixed, so it does look a lot better than it did before. It's not all rusted anymore.
Bruce?
With the bus, what the issue is, it has some body rot on it, but it has very low mileage. That's why they put out getting a new elderly bus, for the elderly center. Put it out because it has low mileage, but it's just in for repairs for body work right now, I guess.
All right, so the next item moving on is the planning department. There are no CIP submissions at this time for the planning department. I'm going to jump over the existing debt service, and that will be something for Tammy to address. And I'm going to move on to the school. So what we the first item we have is the Pelham High School addition, and
That's under a bond, right?
yeah, that's under the 20-year bond, still bank note 2015 to 2034. And we have that priority ranked as a C for committed because it's contractual, correct? Right. So the next item would be the Memorial School upgrade renovation, and that is also under the 20-year bond, bank note 2022 to 2041. Again, that's the priority rank is C for contractual committed. The next item is the Pelham Elementary School asphalt parking lot and roadways, and that would be in the amount of $304,266 projected for the year 2027, and we gave a priority ranking of N for necessary. The next item would be the Pelham Elementary School AC System Phase 1 first floor classroom, and that would be in the amount of $584,790 projected for year 2026, and we gave a priority ranking of D for desirable. The next item is the Pelham Elementary School AC System Phase 3 for the gym and all remaining, and that is in the amount of $600,132 for the projected year of 2027, and we ranked that with a D for desirable. The next item is the Pelham High School student parking lot replacement in the amount of $342,481 projected now for year 2029, and our ranking for that would be N for necessary. And then this was a new addition to the CIP for this year for the school. They're looking for Pelham High School replacement boilers and venting in the amount of $532,000 for the projected year of 2025, and we gave that a priority rank of urgent and research needed, still needed. So that is all of the submissions. So I'm going to turn it over to Ms. Penny in reference to the existing debt service section.
Could I just make a comment on that? And again, correct me if I'm wrong, but my recollection is that the air conditioning and the parking lot were in years before they're asking. Now they moved them out because they wanted to do the boilers. They felt that the boilers were more important than the air conditioning in the parking lot.
Did they
So I
not
just wanna
say
make
that
a
the
note
boilers
that
were not
they
only
did
near
move those out?
repair, but that also it was in its last leg? And it's critical that we get that up for the high school. Okay, Penny?
Okay, so talking about the debt service, I did add debt service to the municipal portion of the CIP schedule, because I see it there for the school, but it looks like the town debt has never been listed. It's important to show that because you can see some of these payments and when they start to drop off on the schedule. I also want to point out, we just made the final payment on the police vehicle lease, and, should this new request for a police lease to replace vehicles go through, this debt is just going to be replaced with another lease for the police vehicles. And when I got the quote in May, the rate was 6.9%. I think we all know that most of the experts say the rates are going to drop. We just don't know how much. So when I do the math based on the 6.9%, the difference between the last lease payment we're making this year and then the new lease payments, it's like less than $10,000 the first year, and that's a worst-case scenario. So there's not much of a difference in payments. I did not add this debt onto this projection because we really don't know what it's going to be, and it's up higher in the schedule. But you can see how the golf course is paid off in '26, the boiler replacement is paid off in '28, and the conservation bond is not going to be paid off until 2032. So as those loan payments start to drop off, it provides an opportunity for the CIP committee to possibly start putting aside for larger purchases in the future, like maybe building renovations or whatever folks happen to put forward, so that we don't have blips and ups and downs in the tax rate to fund our capital needs.
Thank you. Thank you, Tammy. A couple of other points that I'd like to make before we conclude and turn it back to the board is under total municipal capital expenditures. It's above Roman numeral 11, where you see that essentially in 2025 it's going to be $1,237,333. Then it goes in 2026, 27, and then it falls down a little bit. Obviously, projects will come in the next couple of years where we'll be pushing out, so those numbers will go up. It just gives you a perspective of what's happening to our total municipality capital expenditure, not including the school. It's just what we have there. What I'd like to point out, a couple of things that we've gone through from a standpoint of what are the urgent projects. It's the police cruisers, it's the police record management, it's the fire PFAS, and the Pelham High School boiler. Under capital reserves, it's the police records, the fire truck, the solid waste trailers, and the parks at Raymond Park. And the grants are under the Abbott Bridge and the roundabout. And for the ARAP, it's the PFAS for the fire department. So that's our work. As I say, I'm very thankful to having a really good committee that pulled it together, having a very good vice chair. And at this point, we're looking for the board's comments and hopefully a recommendation that we can have your approval so we can go to the Board of Selectmen tomorrow afternoon to present the same document. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Mike?
Sam, I have a quick question on the very first one. I didn't get a chance to ask you this. The sidewalk, I know it's a research item. Where is the sidewalk going to run? Are they running through the back part of the property down to Pelham Terrace?
As I understand, it's going to go, and Danielle, you can correct me if I'm wrong, it's going to go from the Hobbs Center down around to the roundabout and up towards, I think, the Wellness Center. That's my understanding. Is that correct?
By the Wellness Center to Pelham Terrace is what I think I heard.
Yep.
Well, that's a shame, because when the roundabout was put in, it was in that plan that a sidewalk was supposed to run from the roundabout to the senior center.
Mm-hmm.
And it was turned down because the Continental planned to put the roundabout on this side of Nashua Road, so there would have been a crosswalk at the senior center. So the Board of Selectmen turned it down, would have been a free sidewalk. And that's regrettable.
Well, I can't take what has done in the past. All I can take is what they've given us.
I understand. I'm just saying that's
your point.
regrettable.
But, we're dealing with what facts we have today, and those are the facts that we've got. Your point is well taken, but, it is what it is at this point in time. Any other questions?
Question, I have a comment that I like that your total capital expenditures, you've been trying to even them out and try to make them as close to being the same as you can year for year. I don't know if the budget committee even notices anything like that, and appreciates the hard work that how you try to balance the expenditures, but if they're not, they should notice that. It should definitely be pointed out to them.
We do plan to. Will be the same presentation we're giving to you.
I do want to take this moment, though, to thank Ms. Penny and Jen. That was pretty much their idea. Sorry, I need a drink of my water right now because my throat's dry, but really, Tammy stepped up and introduced a lot of new stuff to us to incorporate in the CIP. So I do want to take an opportunity to thank her for that.
Thank you for those kind words.
As well, my comments as well. Thank you. We'll have you next year as well, right?
Yep.
Thank God.
Okay. I mean, it's really, I think that when you look back, I mean, I've been chair of this committee for 4 or 5 years now, and it really has evolved. And I think that this is the first year where we've really gotten a lot of analytical data into this that really gives you the visibility of why we were making the decisions and these things, particularly on capital reserves and stuff. Now, whether this goes forward, that's to be seen as we move forward to the Budget Committee. Jim?
Yeah, and Mr. Chairman, thank you. I want to thank the Finance Director for coming and helping out this year, but I'm going to ask you some simple questions for people at home that are watching that don't understand finances, and if you could best explain it at a very low level so that we can all understand it, because the taxpayers out there ultimately bear the responsibility of this plan. So, having said that, I want to ask a couple of questions about the plan itself. I did sit on the committee last year, I think, and I'm not really into the finance side of it. Selectman Takesian, yourself are the experts, and so I'm going to defer these questions. I hope they don't sound too, I'm trying to get some simple explanations for the folks at home. So from here, this is going to proceed after the planning board deals with it, hopefully recommends it, moves it on. Its next step is budget or selectmen? Is it
Board of
selectmen
Selectmen tomorrow afternoon, and then in September, we will go before the Budget Committee. I don't have that exact date, but I know it's in September, mid-September.
And for people at home to understand at that process, when it hits the Budget Committee after the selectmen, there's a recommendation for that year, for that warrant. Am I correct with those numbers in that year?
Well, that's what we are proposing.
Well, I know that, but I want to break down and tell people what capital reserve funds are, how are they different, and how they are established, and then how they move forward. So that's the questions I want to ask, because not everyone understands how this finance for the future works. So if you could please, is my question okay?
Yes, certainly. I'm ready to answer. Okay.
Please.
So capital reserve fund, it needs to be established by a vote. It's not in the operating budget. It's outside of the operating budget. It is the Board of Selectmen that determines which special articles get put on the ballot, not the Budget Committee. However, the Budget Committee will vote whether or not they agree with it, just as well as the Board of Selectmen. So capital reserve funds, when they're established, you say what it's for. You can't be too general. It's not recommended to be too specific. You don't want to establish a capital reserve fund for a blue truck. You want to establish a capital reserve fund for trucks. So that way you have a little leeway, but you're still doing what you say you're going to do. Because needs can change as you get closer to that purchase. A good example of that is the replacement of the ladder truck, where for a little while we thought we were replacing engine 3 with a ladder truck, and now we're thinking it might be something different. It could be a quint truck. That's why there's going to be a study committee to see what is actually needed. So it's nice to have a little leeway there. So once the capital reserve fund is established, you name the agents to expend, which would be the Board of Selectmen. So that way, when we need to replace those vehicles, they just replace those vehicles. If you come to a point in time where you maybe don't need that money and you want to end the capital reserve fund, you also do that by vote, and that returns the money back to the fund balance to be used in whatever way the town sees fit.
So if I could expand that on my question for just a little better clarification for the folks at home, the capital reserve funds, if say I'm just going to pick a real easy one, the restroom storage at the Raymond Fields, $100,000. Mm-hmm. That's projected 26, 7, and 8, 2027, 6, 7, and 8. If the voters establish, if that goes forward and they establish a $100,000 fund that year, is that an automatic $300,000, or is it each year has to be renewed to be continued?
Each year renewed.
Thank you. So the folks at home understand that, so I just want to make that clear. The other thing I was going to ask about, I don't know if it's important or not, maybe to break it down next year. It's so nice that you put the debt service section in there. I think that was great. I know that, say, for instance, I'm just read the contract on the 2016 on the golf course. I think the upfront cost of that to the town was $750, I believe, and then from there on, I don't know if you looked at that, the contract of that, and then we gave them a 10-year tax, no tax for 10 years, which was at that time was $25,000, so it locked in for another $250,000. So when you show these numbers on the golf course, because that will be coming up in 2 years, with interest, that original $750 went to $850, I think it works out to. But
yep,
so that $698, $488, was that a lump at the beginning that we gave them?
Those are all the payments that precede 2025.
All the way back to the original time?
Yes.
So it's far in excess of the $850.
And if you go to the end, total projected costs on your sheet,
where?
Your math is spot on. It's about $854,000. No,
I was doing
on the same page.
I was doing some numbers while we were talking there.
Yeah.
So I'm just thinking maybe, again, to make it simple for people to look at it, and other committees that we're all just volunteers, if we can see where the numbers come from and how they go, it's really good for the understanding, because I also believe in the capital reserves to be a safer bet than the borrowing, because right now I just demonstrated that $750 cost us that much more because we didn't do land acquisition capital reserve funds, so we're not paying interest debt. Am I correct to say that?
Well, interest is volatile. You never, right. You don't want to need that large item with interest rates in double digits if we ever reach there.
I'm from the school of take the hit, don't pay the interest. It's cheaper in the long run. So I'm just saying, right. I'm trying to simplify things for people at home. Capital reserve funds are that. They are saying, give us, if you put this money aside now, it's not going to cost you later. We're not going to have to bond it.
They're savings account for the future. Yes.
Thank you.
You buy cash for your vehicle, you buy for your personal reasons, you're not paying the interest, right?
Right, and it's a better method, I think. So thank you for including all this information.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Hal?
Yeah, I'm not sure I fully understood. Did they talk about the bridge at down by the? It's a good bridge. It's a nice old bridge down by
The Abbott Street Bridge, Hal? Abbott Street Bridge?
Yeah, that's it.
Yeah, they talked about the Abbott Street Bridge, and it has a fully offset grant to pay for that. It's like $3.5 million.
What are they doing?
Everything here is just recommendations, Hal, so they're not doing anything just yet. This has to go in front of the Selectmen, Budget Committee, but hopefully the Planning Board will vote on this tonight to recommend this whole CIP. And if they do and it goes through the Selectmen, then in Budget and the taxpayers, then maybe the bridge will get redone, next year maybe?
Right.
Yeah, that's the plan says, 2025 for both of these projects. One has to happen before the other, if I understand correctly.
All right. But I hope the bridge itself stays. Is that what, or are they taking the bridge down?
I can't speak for the details of that project. It's something that's been ongoing and in the works for years. We just finally added it to the schedule.
Okay, thank you.
Apologies, but I can't really speak on that.
And one final question, again, to make things simple for people at home. When the capital reserve fund is established, that's even though it has to be continued. For instance, the wish one for the again, Raymond Park's an easy one to talk about, $100,000, 3 years in a row, $300,000. If it doesn't come up the second year, there's $100,000 that's been set aside in an interest-bearing account that's sitting in a fund.
Right. The trustees of the trust fund would have custody of those funds.
Again, I'd just like to
Can I just add to that, Jim, that the way, if that did happen, if you had $100,000 in there, and the second year it was voted down, in the third year, you could either try adding it again or dissolving the fund.
Yeah, I just want people to know it's not an account. It's not monies that are going to cost more money than what's being shown to the voters at the time. Capital reserve funds are an entirely smarter way, I think, to plan for the future.
Right, but understand too that it's not stuck in that account, that if the town wants to take the money out, they can do a warrant article, correct, to dissolve the fund, to bring
Absolutely.
the fund, to bring the money back
Yeah.
and not spend it on that project.
It's the least costly way to run a business, I think, to set aside the money previous. And this essentially is a business.
Well, the idea is to level the tax rate, like Tammy said in the beginning.
And that too, yeah, exactly. It's spread out. Thank you.
Okay. If there's no other discussion, then I would say this is very much ready to go in front of the selectmen. Would somebody like to make a motion that we approve?
Mr. Chairman, could I make a motion to move the capital improvements plan as presented by the CIP committee, subcommittee, to the next level, which I think is the selectmen?
Right, I'd like to make a, recommend a motion that we recommend this to the selectmen so that they can
That was
then
my motion, yeah.
do this. Hopefully, they will do the same to the budget, but we will find that out when it goes there. So we have a motion and a second on the floor.
Second that motion.
Yeah. So all those in favor of setting this?
Aye.
I'm also aye. Anybody opposed? Anybody abstaining? Okay, so that's a 7-0-0. You have a recommendation from this board. And I really want to basically just thank everybody that has been donating their time, not just to the planning board, but these committees that you're involved in, and everything that you do for the town. I mean, Sam and Danielle, I mean, you two are just phenomenal at what you do. Bruce, thank you for being part of this. It really makes a difference to the town when you have people, that volunteer in their time. Charlene, appreciate your time.
Thank you.
You're a big asset to this board.
Thank you.
Yeah. All right.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
One last question, Mr. Chairman. Does this get posted on our Pelham web for people to see? Is it?
We could.
I guess that would be up to the planning director. I can ask her later.
Yeah, Jen's not here, so I don't.
It'd be nice to
can't
be
answer
able
that.
to access this document.
Not sure if Heidi has any ability to answer that, being in that department.
I
Probably
don't,
not.
but I can note to ask Jen.
It is in the town report every year. So I understand you want it to be on the web too, but it's also on the town report.
Yeah, it's in the town report. I see that, but we could get to it digitally.
Well, yeah, Tammy.
So the final one always gets posted, and we could certainly post a draft. We're trying to be more forward-facing with our budget documents real-time this year, so we could put that up there, I'm sure.
Thank you again.
For those of you that are at home watching this happen, the planning board is a non-paid voluntary job, and the members that go over and above and join these committees and look out for the taxpayers of the town, and they really need to be thanked when you see them in the post office and the supermarket. All right. Thank you. All.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
We're going to stay for the well ordinance. You want to do the well ordinance next?
Yeah, we're going to move on to
I just got to grab my documents.
the Well Ordinance Subcommittee has a presentation of a draft changes to the current well ordinance, well permit application, sustained yield form. So it's been, I was reading through some of the stuff, it's very involved. And Sam, you're going to also head this up because you chaired this as well, right? No pun intended, this as well.
Thank you.
Okay.
Okay, again, welcome to the Well Ordinance Subcommittee. This subcommittee was formed because we wanted, as a board, to be able to look at the well ordinance, particularly in terms of what's happening relative to supply of water. And when people purchase homes, they get these reports. And so the intent was to be able to take the well ordinance, make modifications, and submit it to the Board of Selectmen. This committee really represented a cross-spectrum of the community. The members of it was Paul Zarnkowski. He's our health agent. He's here. He will introduce himself. Dina Hoffman, our environmental regulations compliance specialist. Jay Bergeron, Board of Selectmen representative. Bruce Balaka, our planning board. Jim Bergeron, planning board. John Spotsworth, planning board alternate. Bob, I can't pronounce his last name, resident. Linda Kopening, she is a resident, and she was actually one that has had a problem, volunteered to join this committee, and made a major contribution in terms of a perspective from as an end user, I call it an end user, getting water, and the same with Jason Moldeski. They're both residents up in the Marie Nicholas area where there is water problems off of Sherburne. Ed Rodomowski, he's our resident realtor. Jane Biergard, our planning director. Danielle was the vice chair, and I was the chair. We met over a number of months. This committee really had some very good input. Once this committee, as this board approves the document that is attached, we will go to the Board of Selectmen. They will have 2 public hearings, and they will vote. The dates are on your well ordinance document. Shows the first public hearing will be September 3rd. The second hearing at the Board of Selectmen will be September 17th. And the vote to adopt the changes will be on October 1st. What you have in your packet behind that is the actual draft of the well ordinance that this committee worked on. We have noted that things that we've struck out are struck out. It's in black with a line through it, and text that we've added is in red font. Now, there's the actual ordinance itself, and then behind it, it's a document relative to the well permit, and Paul's going to address that. So what I've asked Danielle to do is she's going to read this document into the record so that we have it, and then at the end, we will not read the permit itself, the document that is at the end. We will ask Paul to address that. Any questions that you may have on the document, we have several members up here, and we have members in the board here as well that sat on this committee as a subcommittee. So Danielle, if you'd like, I'd like to turn it over to you. Would you like to read it? And if you get to a point where you want me to read, I will read as well. Please.
Sure.
Thank you.
Sure. The first item, the Board of Health of the Town of Pelham, New Hampshire, acting under RSA 147, has, in the interest of and for preservation of the public health and to provide for adequate and safe wells, duly made and adopted on May 16, 2000, and revised August 16, 2013, the following regulations. Obviously, that's going to change a little bit because we're also in the process of updating it. So, Section 1, the committee did add number 1 for drawdown under definitions, and it says the change of static water level caused by pumping measured as the difference between the initial static water level and the static water level at a particular location in the well after a specific period of pumping. Number 2 for dwelling unit stays the same. We've made no changes to. Number 3, we added flow rate, and the definition being the measurement of the gallons per minute coming from a well. Number 4 was added hydrofracturing. Did I say that correctly?
Yes.
All right. A well development technique capable of utilizing a minimum water pressure of 2,000 pounds per square inch and minimum pump and flow rate of 35 gallons per minute, and 1 or more inflatable or mechanical packers to flush out or expand fractures within a well. Number 5 was not added. It's the same. Number 6, we added potable water. Paul, did I say that correctly? Potable water. Water of quality suitable for drinking. Number 7, we added recovery rate, the rate in gallons per minute at which water in the well returns to its static water level after the pump is turned off. The recovery rate is another estimate of well yield. I'm sorry, my glasses are a little, I'm trying to see. Section 3, we did not change number 1. We did make changes to number 2. Oh, wait a minute, I'm on the wrong page, I'm just jumping ahead. All right, so number 8, static water level, we added the distance from the land surface to the water in the well under non-pumping static conditions. Number 9, we added sustained yield, the amount of water that can be pumped from the well continuously over a measured period of time without causing damage to the well, too much drawdown, or causing the well to go dry. Number 10, we did not add, we kept. Number 11, well, we kept. Under Section 2, wells, we added to number 1. So it should state, no well shall be installed for new construction until a well permit has been issued by the Planning Department permit clerk. See Appendix A. The fee for this permit will be consistent with the prevailing Planning Department fee schedule. Number 2, we made no changes. Number 3, we made no changes. Number 4, we added the wording at the end. So it shall read, all wells for new construction shall be set back a minimum of 75 feet from all septic tanks and leaching fields. Additionally, all wells for new construction shall be set back 50 feet from the nearest edge of all existing traveled ways or right-of-way, and a minimum of 75 feet from all lot lines to avoid property encroachment, unless a New Hampshire Well Water Board setback reduction form for a protective well radii has been executed and recorded by the owner of the well. The distance from a well to a septic tank may be reduced to 50 feet if the sewer line meets a standard dimensional ratio, which is an SDR, rating of 26 or better, and the septic tank is sealed and grouted to prevent infiltration and exfiltration. Number 5, we made no changes to. Section 3, capacities. Number 1, we made no changes. Number 2, we made a change at the end. So it shall read, all wells shall be pump tested regardless of the depth to determine sustained yield. The sustained yield shall not be less than 4 gallons per minute over a 4-hour period. In all cases, the pump test shall be completed using a submersible pump. Groundwater level measurements shall be recorded immediately before the start of the pump test for static groundwater level, and at least once every 30 minutes during the pump test. In addition, the static groundwater level shall be measured within 24 hours after the pump test and shall demonstrate static water level recovery after the pump test to be at least 90% of the pre-test level or 960 gallons above the pump. All results from pump testing must be certified by the tester and so evidenced on the well data sheet provided to the building inspector. In addition to the perimeters of this section, the recovery rate of the well shall be demonstrated on the recovery rate and sustained yield form submitted to the planning department in SOC Appendix A. This is a new item, correct, Paul?
Yes.
Yep, this is one of the new forms that we also created. Number 3, we added some wording too, so it shall read, every well that has been deepened or hydrofractured, to increase its sustained yield after being drilled and or initially tested shall be pump tested after the total amount of water introduced into the well for fracking purposes has been removed from the well, in accordance with Section 3.2 above, after the deepening or hydrofracture effort to meet pump test requirements of the section. Number 4, we added, all requirements of Section 3 must be satisfied prior to the issuance of a building permit. Section 4, water systems. We added the word, is that potable, right? Potable. So it shall read, all wells to be used as a potable water source shall be designed, constructed, and satisfy all requirements set forth in the pertinent state of New Hampshire Department of Environmental Services, Drinking Water and Groundwater Bureau, and the New Hampshire Water Well Board regulations as they exist, may be established or may be amended in the future. Section 5, we added to the title, we added building permit and certificate of occupancy. So we just changed number 1, and that's to read a completed well data report, including drilling logs must be submitted by the well driller or his agent no later than the time of requesting a building permit. So we removed certificate of occupancy and put building permit. Number 2 shall read, no certificate of occupancy will be issued until all the provisions of these regulations have been met or duly waived by the Board of Health or duly appointed designee in accordance with Section 6 of this ordinance. Number 3, we removed the word well and wrote water, so it states, collection and analysis of a water sample shall be conducted by a New Hampshire certified water testing lab. No certificate of occupancy will be issued until a water test has been received by the planning department. This test shall be done prior to treatment and shall include but not be limited to the following. So then we have the test, the primary testing, we have bacteria with a, it's an asterisk, right? We have
Yes,
an
that's an
asterisk, yeah.
yes, which is down below.
Which states, if bacteria are present, sanitize the well and retest. If any bacteria is still present, it must be mitigated as outlined below in Section 5.4. And then we did add the word lead to primary testing, removed it from secondary testing. And then number 4, really, we just add the Section 5.3 on that. Right? So number 5 would be no changes. Moving on to Section 6, the title waivers by the Pelham Board of Health. Number 1 shall say, the Board of Health, on the advice of the health officer or duly appointed designee, in the event of hardship, may waive any requirement of this ordinance except Section 2.1, which is the permit fee, Section 2.2, which is the contractor taking reasonable precautions, and Section 5, building permit and certificate of occupancy. Number 2, Section 6, number 2, there's no changes. Number 3, there's one change, and we added the letter D, storage tanks. Section 7, we renamed it to violations and penalties, and then we added a penalty not to exceed the amount permitted by statute shall be imposed on the applicant for failure to comply with these regulations. Each day of continuing failure to comply after written notice of the violations shall constitute a new offense. Repeated violations of regulations may be cause for the agents to refuse to issue further permits for a period of 1 year. Section 8, we made no changes. Section 9, we added, and it would be forms. And we added, the Board of Health or their designee shall prepare such forms as, in their opinion, are necessary to fully record the approvals and inspections required by this ordinance. And Section 9 got changed to Section 10. So we did create some new forms as well. And I'm going to hand it over to Paul to discuss the forms that are coming after for the Appendix A.
Appendix A is, the first sheet is basically what we have in place now. We did change something down the bottom to permit clerk versus health officer or deputy health officer. On the sheet 2 is the biggest thing that we added. We put in, it's basically a log that we can physically see the testing times, the depth to the water level, and what the and every half hour what they take for a measurement and what the time is. Therefore, you can calculate basically how much water is in the well. It'll help to back up what the sustained yield is once you start looking at these calculations. Basically, you've got 1.5 gallons per foot of water when you're in a well. So you know if in 4-hour sustained yield equals about 960 gallons you need for coming into the well or coming out of the well at one point in time. We've also added in bold that it must be submersible pump method. A lot of what a lot of pumpers do is they'll use an air test they'll put air to the well for an hour or 2 hours, and they'll get what the yield is coming out of the well. So they have an idea what the well is pushing. And then we were always required to have a submersible pump method, but we didn't have any log that what did they use for a pump? What were the measurements? How did they accomplish it? Did they just pour it, run that pump at 20 gallons a minute and did the math and kicked it back to 4 hours? But with this way, we physically see what the measurements are, and they did the 4-hour test. We also, on the last page, we put in addressed hydrofracturing. When they hydrofract, they put water under pressure into the well. We want to make sure that the water that they used pushing into the well, they pump that out first, and that we get a true effect. We don't have any outside influence filling those fissures and stuff once they crack the rock and stuff. So then they have to pump out the gallons that they use, and then they can start the test. So now we get a true yield of what the capacity of that well is and what it is really producing without any introduction by an outside water source. We also put in down the bottom a bunch of certifications by the licensed installer, licensed well driller. We put in section 3.2 of the well ordinance what this certifying is. I hereby certify that the above referenced static level per section 3.2 of the well ordinance is a minimum of 90% of the pretest level or 960 gallons above the pump. The next paragraph is I hereby certify that the above referenced well has a recovery rate of X gallons per minute. The third certification is I further certify that the pump testing for the above referenced well has a sustained yield of X amount of gallons per minute over a minimum of a 4-hour period, and the above meets or exceeds the current requirements of the state of New Hampshire and the town of Pelham well ordinance. And the last certification by the well installer is as a licensed well driller, I hereby certify that the information provided in this report is accurate and complete to the best of my knowledge. I take full responsibility for the data, observations, and conclusions presented herewith. Signature of the well installer. They'll have their license number and then date it. This way, they're certifying with their license that this is true and accurate.
Any questions?
I have.
Is there any verification?
And I know that, you might have seen this
comments,
for
I
the...
guess. I went through, I put a well in at my house recently. Had Ryan Ragg do it. And I had it fracked, so I wanted to make sure I got fully informed on how things get done the right way. When you were saying about putting the pump in the well and pumping, they set up a 55-gallon barrel. I put a 25-gallon a minute pump down at 300 feet, and after 3 hours of pumping, so that all the hydrofrac water was out of the well, they put the hose, big hose, into a 55-gallon barrel, and it took about a minute and 30 seconds to fill the 55-gallon barrel, so it was probably coming out at almost 30 gallons a minute, even though they said it was a 25-gallon a minute pump for another hour. The water level, the entire time they were pumping, regardless of whether the water was, there was the couple thousand gallons that they fracked, or when that was all gone, the water level stayed at 60 feet below the ground, but my static level is 9 feet, so it dropped down like 50 feet and stayed there. And every maybe 5 minutes, they would put that hose in the 55-gallon barrel, fill that barrel up with water, make sure it took less than 2 minutes, tip it over, so they knew that it was coming out at 25 gallons a minute or better. Is that what you're suggesting on how to pump, or are you saying that you take their word for it that they have a so many gallon a minute pump in the well, And how do you know that that's really it? Are we going to actually see somebody fill in a barrel so we know how many gallons a minute are coming out of the well on these tests?
Yes, we will. When they pump it, they have to take the static level every half hour and continuous pumping for 4 hours.
But to show how much water is coming out of the well, out of that, are you having them put it in a barrel every time they take the static test? Like when Ryan did my well, they took the static level, but they also took the hose off the ground and put it in the barrel to make sure that they were still getting their 25 gallons a minute that they were pulling out of the well.
Yeah, I mean, they could put a gauge on it also, we'll have the pump coming out, have a gauge, flow gauge, so you know you're getting 4 or 5, 6 gallons a minute. And then every half hour, they take a measurement static. You can do all the math because it's about a gallon and a half. It's a gallon and a half per foot. So if you the first half hour, you know what that rate is. The second one, the third one, the fourth one, or they can pump 10 gallons a minute if they want to, and you'll still see the what they get for a number should equal the difference in the beginning height and the end height in every half hour. So so many gallons, so many feet times 1.5 is, and then the time. So you can figure how many gallons per minute just by doing the math in the table here.
All right, and then the other thing that this was being read through that I kind of noticed, I was a little concerned about was the waivers. There's a few exceptions to the waivers, but it almost appears as if the Board of Health and the health officer can waive the amount of water that the well can produce. Am I misreading this? That if the well is only producing a small amount of water, that can be waived? Wasn't the whole idea to make it so that these wells had to produce enough water? Are we really going to let them waive that, or am I misunderstanding this?
Generally, they would take and
Anybody?
deep in the well, hydrofrac the well, and if you'll see how many, that usually helps. So you would have to, if you've got a gallon and a half coming in per minute, you have
I understand the fracking, the amount of, the way it comes in. I literally went and had a well put in, stayed there all day, went through the whole process to make sure I fully understand how it works.
Yeah.
I want to understand if I'm reading this correctly, that the well committee worked on an ordinance because we've been having problems with people buying houses that don't have enough water in their wells. And are we going to allow waivers by the Board of Health on the advice of the health officer to be able to waive a well that's not producing enough water? Is that what I'm reading here? Because that wasn't supposed to be the case.
If you have a well that's producing a gallon and a half a minute, you can there's a couple of ways that work in it, is, put storage tanks in the building. We've defined.
That's why you added G, storage tanks?
Yeah, storage tanks is one way, as long as it's got a good 1.5 gallons a minute, but they'd have to prove that.
So where is it in here that says that if it doesn't produce the gallon and a half a minute, that they're not getting a...
It doesn't. It says that we need to have a sustained yield of 4 gallons per minute over a 4-hour period.
I see that, but then over here it says that can be waived.
Section 6.
Right, but then you look at section 6.3. It addresses some of the methods that you can impose if there is a waiving condition, if they do waive it.
But what's the cutoff? Where I'm not seeing like a definitive, you have to have at least this or you're not moving in, or you're not selling, you're not building a house on that property. Because we have problems with people that have had wells that didn't have water, that they got lied to, builders built the houses, and then these people don't have water, and I'm not seeing that this has a definitive, you have to at least make, you just said 1.5 gallons. I don't see that in here where.
Yeah, that, again, there's yield of the well, and then there's the sustained yield. They're two different animals. Your well's producing, or recovery rate is producing 1.5 gallons a minute, 2 gallons a minute, whatever it is. When we originally let me give you a little bit of background. When we originally wrote the original ordinance, we had presented it before up in Concord to the water well people, and they suggested that we put in sustained yield. Sustained yield is the rule of thumb was 5 gallons over a 2-hour period. And if you wanted a better condition, they suggested you do 4 gallons. You'd be able to pump 4 gallons per minute over. So we went with that on the advice of DES. As long as you have that storage of 960 gallons, which you're probably not going to use that at all. You're probably going to use a third of that in a household. Then you met the criteria, because overnight it's that 1.5 gallons still coming into the well or whatever it is, and it'll pick up your static level and give you more storage. That's how that came into being. And as far as I know people are only getting a quarter minute, and they're working out fine because they have enough storage area in the well case itself. And the other option would be to put storage like they do in a regular large system, storage tanks, to have that potable water stored inside the building.
Yeah, I think that's why if you revert to section 3.2.
Yeah.
That's where we were going with it. So that's why when you actually read through it, it says the Board of Health, and on the advice of a health officer, can appoint a designee in the event of a hardship may waive any requirement of this ordinance except, is there an exception there? Section 2.1, Section 2.2, Section 5, and they're always subject to Section 3.2, which is Paul is discussing with you.
So can I help move this? I'm listening to what you're saying to me.
So the contractor taking reasonable precautions is the guy that's bleaching the stone or the tape measure when he's looking at or his machine that to contaminate the well. I can see that you can't, waive that. I can see that you can't waive the building permit. I can see, I looked back to see what you can't waive, but it looks like you can waive the amount of water you produce.
You're correct. So can I help this? Can I try to help you?
Yeah.
All right, because I went to every one of these meetings, and I think I know this thing backwards and forwards.
Okay.
So this ordinance is designed for a minimum of 960. So when you first made an example of 25 gallons per minute, if someone pumps out 10 gallons a minute in an hour and a half, they've met the yield test, so they can go home. If they come back the next day, they got to do it again in the same amount of time. Am I correct, Paul? 960 is a minimum. So keep that in mind. It's a minimum well ordinance. So if you want to boilerplate this, and Selectman, I'm not going to speak for Selectman Bergeron, but he was very much on the side of protecting the owners. You would add the exception for waiver to be also 3.2, and then you would have everything you want.
But that's not in here.
Well, I just said we add it. We are a subcommittee to the planning board, and you can rewrite this entire well ordinance right now if you so desire, if you get the rest of the board to go along with you. I'll go along with adding 3.2 to a non-waiverable condition.
I
have a question.
I'll stop complaining if we do that.
I have a question.
Yeah, but that's, if I may, Mr. Chair, that's the reason why we created this whole new appendix, these two new
What's that?
forms. That's why we created these two new forms. If you go to the Appendix A, they are going to, if they're actually certifying 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 different items with their licensing information on it. And that certification also includes Section 3.2 of 90% of the pre-test level of 960 gallons above the pump.
But this ordinance lets him waive that condition.
It does.
Or the Board of Selectmen. I think that's what the chairman is saying. Am I correct, Timmy? I'm listening to you.
Yep, Section 3, capacities, number 2. I feel it should be added to Section 6 on the parts that are non-waiverable.
Okay. We can do that.
Because if
It's not a
you,
problem.
a form is a form. If I don't know who the Board of Health is at any given day of the week, on the advice of the health officer or the duly appointed designee, that's a lot of wiggle room of somebody's not here, somebody's sick, we're in between this and that, and there's a hardship. In the event of hardship, so somebody comes in and says, I have a hardship, I bought this piece of land, I want to develop it, and, it's like, all right, so somebody says, all right, you don't have to have the water. And the subcommittee went and did all this hard work. We listened to all the people. They come in front of us. They're going to continue coming in front of us. Water is a very, very big problem. I just don't want to see all this.
Mr. Chairman, at no time did the well committee, which is a subcommittee to this planning board, by virtue of the selectmen, given the planning board the authority to create this subcommittee, at no point during this time, at any time, did we want to see less than 960 gallons in a well, whether it took 24 hours to come back or not. So if you're comfortable, if you feel that not letting 3.2 be waived, I'll just make that motion right now and keep this thing moving. So if you'd like that.
I have no,
Does the well committee understand what I'm?
No, we can add that, we can make that change.
Because he did have a point.
So there's a motion on the floor. Is there a second?
Even though it's in the form, it's waiverable.
Yeah.
Unless we make it non-waiverable.
I have a question.
Well, if you have it under the waivers.
So we have a motion on the floor. Do we have a second on that motion?
I'll second it.
Can I understand what you're doing?
Yeah. I'm perfectly happy. So this well ordinance will give you, the select board, if you adopt it, a minimum well capacity of 960 gallons. That the well has to produce 960 gallons per day. That's the minimum. So what the chairman read just now is the waiver section. So he goes over to section 6 and he looks at it and he goes, whoa, wait a minute, somebody can come along, it may not be Mr. Zanowski, but it may be somebody in the future or a different board of selectmen 4, 5, 10 years up the road and say, hey, you didn't make your well, didn't make it, so we're just going to waive it. Now, the nice part about that waiver, it becomes part of the permanent record, so the buyer's going to know he's got a non-producing well. But if you want to stop it in its track, what he's saying is make 3.2 part of the non-waiverable section, and the well will have to have 960 gallons of water standing in it. And if you pump that out, it has to come back the next day. If it's not there the next day, you're out.
Or 960 gallons in a storage tank.
In the well. In the well.
In the well.
Well, this says 960 gallons above the pump. That's in the well?
Well, essentially, if you drill an 800-foot well, the well drillers, Mr. Bergeron, Jay Bergeron, brought in a well driller, and well drillers don't like to put pumps below 600 feet for whatever reason. Pumps can go to 1,000, but they don't like to do that. So 600 is like their cutoff. But you could have a 900-foot well. So we're saying if 600 feet, if I'm correct, Mr. Danowski will catch me on the math here. If you've got 600 feet and you've got a static level at the top, you'll have 960 gallons at 1.5 gallons per foot.
Okay.
So maybe may I suggest that not only in the waiver do we talk about adding 3.2, maybe in the text as it reads is that there must be a minimum of 960 gallons. Put that as part, somewhere in here we put that before you say what you cannot. Just spell it out as 960 gallons.
I'm trying to find out what the chairman wants.
Well, we can't waive.
Right, so once you state that right in the text itself, the Board of Health on the advice have the fact that there has to be a minimum of 960 gallons right in the text so that they read it and then these are the exceptions.
You want to make the change in 3.2?
No, in 6.1.
Okay, yeah.
Just add 960 gallons as a minimum.
Yep.
So that it's very clear.
I think it's important to note, too, this is only pertaining to new builds, new building. It's not anything existing. I don't think we told them that in the beginning. This is all for new development.
It's from this point on. When you adopt it, it's that point on.
Maybe we should also point that out, because we don't say that it's new build, do we?
I think they'll probably send it out to legal and
New
get some
construction.
final changes
Where does it
made.
say new construction?
This is for
Yeah,
new
I got a
construction.
question.
It's for new construction, but it doesn't say for new
Somebody
construction.
has an existing well, I mean, I was on the committee, and just on, somebody has an existing well, and they're going to drill another well because whether they have a problem with no water or they want to drill another well, they're going to have to go through this same application, or no?
No.
Okay.
Because, but this doesn't say, oh, it does say ordinance for new construction. Yes, I'm sorry.
Okay.
It's right there.
That's why I just wanted
It
to
is new
just
construction.
verify that.
It's always been new construction at
Wherever
every
the
single
ordinance is-
meeting that
If
we've
you're
had.
putting in a development, you're doing a subdivision of land, or you're doing a new commercial development and whatnot, and you're looking to put in your first well to sell property, this is basically a.
So it's not any existing lots that already have wells on it?
No,
it has
that's why I wanted
So-
to.
Right, you can't go retroactive.
I have a question.
Yeah.
Who verifies the well test?
Nobody.
Why?
Can't afford, can't
So
afford
then the
it.
well, whoever installs the well can just write down whatever numbers they want?
No, they actually have two new forms here. If did
Okay, I know the form, but they,
Yeah,
if they,
did you actually
Sure,
look
they
at them?
But we, the town.
They're actually really good forms. They're very
I understand the
descriptive.
form, but for some reason, they dug the well, it's not performed, but they're just gonna write the numbers in anyways, and it's not performing to where it should be.
Well, we-
Who verifies it?
But
We had a long discussion. Go ahead, Bruce.
Joe, the thing is, they're putting their license and their name on the line with this. And
No vote.
I don't know anybody that owns a well drilling company that, with that kind of equipment, that kind of overhead, that's going to turn around and not be straight up with
Okay,
a well.
so how long are they responsible?
No, not.
That's, how do you make them?
So if they say at the time of the testing, we got it, but 6 months later, after the house is sold, there's no more water, what happens then? I think there should be a provision that it gets verified by someone from the town
We
on the
had that
test.
discussion,
Mr. Chairman.
and it was concluded that.
Can I help Mr. Passamonte with that,
We couldn't
too?
afford that.
That discussion, if the Well Ordinance Committee agrees with what I'm about to say, that discussion came up during the Well Ordinance Committee's multiple meetings. We considered bonding.
Okay, fine.
Well, not really.
What number do you put on for a bond,
So,
and how do you enforce it?
Well, the thing is, we see the issues in town now with people that have wells that weren't accurate. These homeowners now have no water, so their homes are virtually zero. They have no value because there's no water. Who compensates the homeowner from buying a house that has no water from a developer?
again, if I could help Mr. Passamonte with that.
Go ahead.
We had, among this committee, we had business representatives, Ed Rosamelio. We had two residents that are very important to make note of. These two folks came in, and they were people who were in the water-starved district. So it was Linda Copinger and Jason Medeski. They both came in, and these are people that had the exact problems you're talking about. And they felt, after all of our meetings, that this ordinance would cover a brand-new situation. And they also realized, we all realized, that you can't expect things in the ground to, you can't guarantee them to be forever perfect. They're not. It's a finite thing that's in the ground, first of all. So you can have a result, and it may change in 2 years. It may change in less time than that. We can't know that. Only someone else knows that. We don't know what's going on.
No, I understand it, but I'm saying at the time of the testing, it's a 4-hour test. Why can't someone from the town verify at least for 30 minutes?
That will be done by by virtue of the health agent.
So when they do the actual test for the 4 hours, somebody can go up for 30 minutes just to make sure they're producing?
No.
We talked about that too. I don't think we have actual eyes on the site, but if the planning board wanted to do that, we'd have to add that to the ordinance. But we discussed that. Would you like to say something about that?
Something like that could potentially be done in regulations. in our site plan regulations, if this were to be adopted, we could get it to a point, but then, who pays for that? We'd have to make sure that that all got put in a regulation so that when...
The developer would pay for that. I mean, when you build a house, the inspector's going to do and make
It's
sure...
a very costly process.
That's right.
Process because it's a 24-hour process.
I'm only saying he goes up to a 30-minute cycle.
Oh, no, Joe, I know it has to have some oversight, but the process is very expensive. That's why we talked about the bonding. And if you bond it, what's the number? And it becomes another problem down the road, with possible lawsuits from the developer.
Well, the bonding would be for a year, because you can't really go much more than that. And, it would be a year after the house is sold, and it would have to be for the cost of putting in a new well.
I think
which would presently be about $15,000, and it would be a revolving number, because as time goes by, it would have to go up, because the prices go up with inflation.
We could amend it and put it in there as like how the bond money is held on. But
Some towns do have it. It is not, we wouldn't be the first town to do that, but it's really a test. When somebody puts in a well, there needs to be somebody there that actually looks to see if they're actually drawing the water out of the well that they claim they're drawing. I stayed home and I watched, and it was explained to me while they were doing it, and they literally kept filling the barrel every half an hour when they checked the static level of the well. They filled the barrel up. I saw how long it took. They dumped it over, kept on pumping, but not everybody does that.
Mr. Chair?
Go ahead.
I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
To Mr. Pastamonte's point, I thought that's why we were doing a well ordinance, so that we could make sure that the well tests were accurate and...
That's what I thought we were doing, too.
So the well committee just heard the input from the planning board for the people who weren't there, and it's not things we didn't discuss. We did discuss. A bond is not going to fix this problem. So a bond is going to be an unfair burden to places that are 50 feet off the water's edge, as Mr. Chairman's place is, where he should get 100 gallons a minute. But what we could do, and it'd be very easy, is after this is adopted on recommendation by the planning board could do it on its own. You are the representative to the planning board. We can adopt into our land use regulations that in those areas that have been conditioned as water starved, that there be an on-site inspection on that particular area, because it's not everywhere. It's Sherman. It's mostly Sherman. I think we have 2 sections in town.
We have 3 sections.
3 sections. So we could include in our land use regulations, if that would satisfy the chairman, a regulation that in those areas there be eyes on the ground for the well test. And that would have to be someone from the town or the health agent, and there'd have to be a fee established. And that's what stopped us from having that be throughout the entire well drilling process, because it would be an exorbitant fee. It would be hundreds of dollars to have somebody stand there and literally watch a test, because you got to pay that person to be there, and that person's not going to be there. It's going to run $60, $80 an hour minimum.
But hundreds of dollars to have someone watch it versus $500,000 or $600,000 for someone's house who becomes valueless because there's no water in the well.
You're right, and I hope you hear what I'm saying. I'm agreeing with it, but instead of trying to put it into a black letter law ordinance, we put it into a land use regulations where it's required in those areas, and that would do exactly what you're saying.
It would become something the planning board could require.
Absolutely.
But how would they see it? They would have the well ordinance. Where would you?
Well,
the builder would have
to in designated areas that we know there's problem areas.
I believe the secretary a couple of years ago, when we first came up with this, I think we recognized the 3 areas.
There's 3 areas.
And we defined them geographically. So those areas could be added into the subdivision regulations, as those geographic areas would require that on-site witnessing. Would that be satisfactory?
Yeah, I just have another quick question. So when they start their well test, why can't someone from town, just 30 minutes, not hours, just 30 minutes, when they do the every 30-minute test, just go ahead and look at it and then see what the meter reader is saying?
Because you're talking about an entirely new employment situation. You're talking about an entirely You're creating a whole new bureaucracy.
No, inside that one thing, just instead, you don't have to stay there for the whole time of the test. Just drop in for the 30-minute section, that's it.
Somebody
Then
still
move
has to
on.
get paid for that 30 minutes. And it's got to be through a fee or something. And I'm agreeing with you, there's got to be oversight.
For instance,
Where do you go with it?
For instance, when you do a public water test for a multifamily situation, the state comes down and they spend 72 hours, 24 hours straight, 72 hours straight, I should have said it that way. They stay on there. It's a hundreds of thousands of dollars test to prove that you can produce 25 gallons or 50 gallons a minute to supply 25 or 30 homes. What is a microcosm of that with an individual well. So we didn't want to put the burden of a bond on everyone, because a bond really doesn't prove anything.
No, I'm not saying you don't have to put a bond. I'm just saying, in the problem areas, right, there's a 4-hour window test here, right? At some point, the health inspector or the building department, somebody stops in for 30 minutes, just like they would do a regular inspection on a house.
Well, I can find you 100 ways to cheat on that, just by what you
All
say.
right.
You got to be there the entire
I'm
time.
just saying there's something.
Somebody would have to be there the entire 4 hours.
Why? Why can't you inspect his setup and make sure his setup is legal and then come back and check the metering? Can you cheat the metering?
A lot of these companies aren't going to have the sophistication for that sort of testing. The best way to test is to be on site. The chairman just got done explaining. He stayed home and watched.
It was pretty messy. I mean, I had a berm in area that's a third the size of this room, about 18 inches high, and I almost breached it when they took that much water out of the well. It was, I can't even imagine having to do it all over town. Like Jim said, there's a few areas where you need to do it. But 4 gallons a minute's a lot easier to pump than, I mean, they happened to put a 25-gallon-a-minute pump in my well, and they pumped it for 4 hours. That was a lot of water. Trying to contain that much water was a horror show.
I understand that, Mr. Chairman, but we all know from talking to people that well drillers cheated some of these people up on the hill, and some things get falsified, and we have to have a way that we can certify in areas, like you said, in areas that we know water is a problem. We have to certify those areas and cannot allow them to put a house there if they don't have water and then someone move in. That's just not fair to these people.
And that's why we created 2 new forms. Did anybody have an opportunity to look over these 2 new forms that were looked over?
So just in case they filled out the form.
I understand what everybody's talking about. I'm not.
They fill out the form, 6 months later, there's no water, then what?
Well, guess what? Then you go back to the form and say, hey, Mr. Driller, your permit number is this, your issue date of that is this, your address of your driller information is this. Here's your phone number. We never had that before. Here's your license number. Never had that before. Well drill date. Never had that information before. Pump test date. Never had that information before. Oh, and guess what? We're going to have you drill and test every 30 minutes now. These forms never existed before.
That would happen.
So if I'm going to buy a house and the well's not going to work, I'm going to go to the town, I'm going to pull this new document up and say, hey, Mr. Driller, you're going to hear from my attorney. That's where I'm going with this. This information was never disclosed to the homeowners ever before. So now you can take this nice detailed form and this one too and say, hey, let me pull DES's number. Does it match my town numbers? That's what we've been working on. Does that make sense now? Okay.
It's going to make the well driller more honest with that new form.
All of the concerns is exactly why we did create this document and this one, because there was little to no record, if anything, at the town hall for these homeowners to go pull. They would pull something and it'd be like a sentence, right? It wouldn't be a lot of information. And then maybe once in a while it didn't match up with DES. That was one of my big things, which got me passionate to work on this for the Sherburne Road residents.
Yep.
So the 2 Sherburne Road residents that did sit on this committee, these discussions and these points you're bringing up, we discussed over and over and over, and then even those 2 were very happy with the 2 new sheets that were created, because now they feel like we have a record of how many times my property has been fracked on, how many times, what's been done to my property, and guess what, Mr. Driller? I have some recourse and a person to go after with a license number if I need to do so.
Mr. Chair?
Go ahead, Charlie.
So that's great, and I understand what you're saying, that this information will be in the file in the town hall,
Yeah.
where we never had that before.
Yeah.
However, what's to stop the driller from saying, oh, yeah, well, that was a year ago, and all of that data was correct a year ago. I can't be responsible for it now.
Well, that's true.
That's true. That's a great argument. I get it. One thing when it comes to the well ordinance is it's also in accordance with RSA 147. So that's with a lot of that's DES, correct? That's the state of New Hampshire. That's
Health.
Yeah, it's health.
I think the point is that we're trying to.
We have another member that was on the well ordinance, and I think he has some input on this, if that's okay with the board.
Sure.
Oh, yeah. I'll step down.
It's important to,
For her, perhaps, we may want to consider this. It's a state statute that all builders have to carry a 1-year warranty. A lot of them have the well in that warranty, but you'd have to ask legal if we could make it mandatory that when they provide a warranty in Pelham, that they include the well for at least 1 year.
Mm-hmm.
That's a possibility. And if they do that, if we could do it, legal says it's fine, then you're covered for at least 1 year. Okay? And that would solve it there. I know of no builder that I deal with that's not going to give a warranty. Matter of fact, I see quite a few of them that have it in there. You know what I'm saying? They have exceptions there. If you don't water your lawn and grass dies, they're protected. Believe me, they try to protect themselves.
Right.
But if legal says that we can require them, give us a copy of their warranty, and the well is in the warranty, I think that would, you're not going to solve 100% of the problems.
I agree.
We don't know what the future, God put water in the ground, right?
Mm-hmm.
Who knows? But that may help.
Yep.
Ed, can you just say your name and address for the record for the recording secretary?
Ed Rosamelio, East Hill Road.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks, Ed.
I'm a minute taker now, so I know how important it is to know that.
Okay, so going back to what I originally said before I started all the trouble.
no, you didn't. We're talking
about Section 6 and the waivers, the Board of Health on the advice of the health officer, and including Section 3.2. We did have a motion and a second on the floor. Are we done discussing that?
We also said that we were going to put in the text in Section 6.1 that there would be a minimum of 960 gallons per day. That would be in that as well as adding paragraph 3.2.
So if we were going to make it so that you can't waive Section 3.2, why would we be adding?
Well, I'm just, for clarity, to add the 900, that, in this, there has to be a minimum of 960 gallons per day. It's just, have it stated again as opposed to going back and reading 3.2.
So does somebody want to add that to the motion then?
it's already in there.
Right. Okay.
It's already in there.
Not in paragraph 6.1, it's not.
It doesn't need to be if you can't waive
I think it should be.
You should, just to be clear.
Yeah.
If you can't waive 3.2, it's in there.
Okay, but okay, fine. I've lost my argument.
If you can't,
I'm just saying that if you have in 6.1 the statement that there is 960 gallons, it makes it very clear, even though it's referenced in 3.2.
I agree with that because it'll be on that line when it's read.
Yep.
So what line would you be liking to add that to?
I think it's redundant.
I agree.
No.
Yeah.
I think if we just say that, except for Section 3.2, it says
So,
it.
would you like me to read for clarification, Mr. Chair?
Read what?
The addition within the sentence?
Yes.
So in Section 6, number 1, the Board of Health, on the advice of the health officer or duly appointed designee, in the event of hardship, may waive any requirement of this ordinance except Section 2.1, permit fee, Section 2.2, contractor taken reasonable precautions, Section 3.2, whatever that is.
Which is
Point
capacity.
Capacities.
Capacities, thank you. And Section 5, building permit and certificate of occupancy.
Okay.
So, I think I made that motion.
Yeah, it was a motion and a second.
Okay.
All right. Any further discussion? All right, all those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstain, I'm also aye. So that'd be a 7-0-0. So what Daniel just read can be...
So, Mr. Chairman, one more thing for discussion.
Yep.
Selectman Tekezian brought up the point of the eyes-on in the water-starved areas. Would a section in the land use regulations, which we are about to go in and amend, would that be satisfactory, or would you carry that to the selectmen to ask them?
I can't answer that because I don't know enough about the land use regulations to know that that would protect someone. I don't know which is the better place to put it. I will rely on your judgment for that, or the planning board's judgment for that.
Yeah, what we would do, just to make it simple, is that would be a condition of approval that that well would have to be, because during that subdivision, we know right away it's a water-starved area, so those particular proposals are going to have to be, if they're individual wells, eyes-on witnessing, and then we'll have to establish a fee for a health agent to stand out there, or some designee to stand out there for that amount of time, and that'll be the, as you say, the pennies for the pounds later. You know, pay a few $100s now for.
So how will we make sure that that gets into the land use regulations?
We'll write a section. If you adopt this conditionally for us to adopt that, we'll put it in right away. We can do it in 2 weeks. We can put a land use regulation in effect in 2 weeks, 2 meetings.
All right, I'll hold you to that.
We can always amend this as it goes anyways, correct?
Yeah, this is a work in progress, too.
When a development gets built, and we send it off to peer review for engineering review, but then later on, the development starts to get built out, and they have reviews periodically. They go on site and they monitor the progress of the development. As part of that in our land use regulations, we can work on making it so that in certain developments that are in the starved areas that we have the peer review engineering firm go in there and check the monitoring of the well if the town doesn't have the resources to send somebody from the health department down.
So now the burden for the selectmen, because you want to know about what, and these are the things we talked about with the bonds and all those other things that would affect people's cost, their end cost. So now the developer is going to pay for your test, for your eyes on, but it's going to be our independent peer review person that's going to add that price into the number that they give us after we accept for the progress cost, right, Mr. Chairman? That's what you're proposing.
Yeah.
And that's a condition. That's law.
Well, ultimately, that'll pass on to the homeowner, but I would guess that in a
won't go to the
situation where it's
homeowner.
a
Well, it does go to
water-starved
the
area,
Right.
they're going to be pleased
Whoever
to
buys the
invest
house
that money.
ultimately pays for everything.
Yeah.
But I think it's more appropriate in the land use regulations as opposed to being kind of brought, like, the attention on a well ordinance for those specific areas, because we discussed that many times as well. We didn't want to bring any assessed values down in certain areas. We didn't want to call out a neighborhood that wasn't in good, you know. So I think that'd be better fit into our land use regulations. I absolutely agree with that, because we couldn't find an answer to that. We couldn't.
No.
It was racking our brains, so I think that's a great place for it.
So you're not going to have anything in the well ordinance relative to inspectors?
Could you stay closer to the mic?
You're not going to have anything in the well ordinance that refers to eyes-on inspection?
Not in the ordinance itself, no. It's going to be in the land use regulations. Danielle brought up a point that when you sit in a room with people who experience this, and we had some residents, if you put a tag on, a red flag on their neighborhood, think about what you do to that $800 million home.
Yeah, that's true.
You put something on that's worse than a plague.
Not just that one house, though.
Not just that one house.
Neighborhood.
So we've got to be really careful about how we apply definitions to water-starved areas and how we treat those, because that could come back to us legally. So all those things were considered. We were very thorough, I think, in trying to examine all that. Mr. Rosamelio, who again works in the business aspect of real estate, brought up some excellent points. You can't call that neighborhood out and not affect people's asset value, which is, a home is people's biggest asset most of the time, often.
And you do hear it on occasion.
And when those people look at you and say, you're going to make my house worthless, they're saying a lot. And we understood that, so we kept that out. We kept the bonding out. We kept all that other business out. We talked about the eyes on every well. And if you want to go that route, you can too. Because the selectmen ultimately adopt this ordinance.
But this is new construction. This is not an existing house that you're going to be bringing the value down. This is going to be new construction that you're going to be bringing the values up because they're going to be guaranteed pretty much that they have a good well.
I like the way you think.
Well, and you also have to look at, we're thinking about in a new development, but, there is going to be instances moving forward where somebody has half a dozen acres of land or 15, 20 acres. They've been living there for a while. They have children, and they want to subdivide a little piece off for their kids.
Mm-hmm.
Now, they're not going to be putting in a development and going in front of peer review engineer, so they're going to be just subdividing a piece of land. They're also going to have to drill a well, and they're going to have to make sure that they have water. So in a case like that, there won't be a peer review engineer. There won't be the ability for the planning board to be able to send somebody there to monitor their well. So they're going to have to probably at that point either do it themselves or go through the health department somehow. I mean, I'm not sure that the ordinance covers that part of it, because we can't cover it in our subdivision regulations.
They're still going to have to prove out the well before they get a foundation
Right,
permit.
because of the permit.
And it's their own.
They're going to have to
It's in their own best interest, right?
They're going to have to fill out these forms, they're going to have to
Exactly.
get a building permit, and in a case like that, it's going to have to be a trust amongst the family and themselves and the health officer, and assuming that the well company has, but there isn't going to be, in a case like that, there's not going to be a one-year warranty on the house because they're going to be building it themselves. They're going to, so nothing's ever going to be foolproof, completely foolproof.
That's true. I have one other thing I'd like to just,
Yeah.
and it doesn't change anything, it's just wording, just to be consistent with the paragraphs. And it's section 5, number 1. So it reads right now, a completed well data report, including drilling logs, must be submitted by the well driller or his agent not later than the time of requesting a building permit. That's what the proposed language is. The next sentence says, no certificate of occupancy will be issued unless blah, blah, blah. So I'd like to suggest that number 1 say, no building permit will be issued prior to the well driller or his agent submitting a completed well data report, including drilling logs.
What section are you in?
It's section 5, number 1. It's saying the exact same thing, just in a more consistent manner with number 2.
Yeah.
You want me to read it again?
Yeah.
All right, read number 2. Number 2 says, no certificate of occupancy will be issued until all provisions of these regulations have been met or duly waived. So I'm suggesting that number 1 say, no building permit will be issued prior to the well driller or his agent submitting a completed well data report, including drilling logs. It's saying the same thing, but the verbiage is more consistent with number 2.
Well, the same format, yeah, the same.
Yeah.
That's okay.
Yep.
Yeah, that sounds good.
Makes sense.
It runs into one another.
Change
a lot
that.
smoother.
It's kind of like, boom, this isn't happening unless you do this.
Right,
Yeah.
well, it's just, you're not going to get a building permit unless you do blah, blah, blah.
Yep.
You're not going to get a certificate of occupancy unless you do blah, blah, blah.
Yep, exactly.
It says the same thing.
Reverse
just
it, same thing.
moves
Just
the words
flows
around.
into the second part.
So-
What if
Does.
people, the ability to waive?
Could you, the recording secretary wants to take that down, because if this gets, okay, you have it. Mr. Chairman. He's reading.
So no building permit,
What's that, Jim?
yep, will be issued.
Member Takesian has a language change she'd like to recommend, and we need to get it into the record so that the planning director can and we need to vote on it, because this is the final draft, so that can be turned over to the select
I'm still trying
board.
to decipher what you just said by reading.
She has it
Which
written down.
one are you trying to change, 1 or 2? Section
One.
5.
One, so instead of saying a completed well data report including drilling logs must be submitted by the well driller or his agent not later than the time of requesting a building permit,
Yeah.
I'm saying no building permit will be issued prior to the well driller or his agent submitting a completed well data report, including drilling logs. It says the same thing, it just reverses the words. So that when you read number 2, then it says no certificate of occupancy will be issued until.
Yeah, it says the same thing, just words it differently. I'm fine with that.
Yeah.
So if you want to make a motion to say that, and then somebody will second it?
Everybody think that's a good idea or not a good idea?
I like it.
Absolutely, I think it
I like
flows
it.
a lot better, that right up front.
Okay, so you're
states
making
it.
that
Right,
motion,
so-
Bruce? Are you seconding it, Bruce? She made-
Yes, I'll second that
Shelley,
motion.
you made the motion? All right, all those in favor of that change of wordage?
Aye.
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 I'm also aye, opposed, abstained. Okay.
Heidi, do you want this written down?
I got it, thank you.
You got it, okay,
Thank you.
And that's 700.
thank you.
Yep.
Next.
Yeah, next.
What's that?
Next. Can you move this thing?
Next what?
To adopt it.
Can we get this, if there's no more questions, Mr. Chairman, I suggest that you look for a motion to pass this to the final draft, be given to the select board for their adoption.
You making a motion to adopt this as amended, Jim?
I'm asking you to ask somebody to do it.
I don't make motions, I can entertain them.
So
You want me
moved.
to entertain that motion, so then you can suggest
I'll
it?
make that motion.
Okay, so we have a
I'll second it.
motion and a second on the floor. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
I'm also aye, opposed. Abstain. Okay, that's 700. So this has been,
Thank you to the
Those
well committee for all your
amendments.
work on that. You did a great job.
can now go to the...
The whole committee,
Yeah, you did a
and
great job.
particularly the residents themselves coming, because they gave us a lot of input
Yeah,
and visibility.
absolutely.
Thank you for all the work you did on it. I imagine this must have been excruciatingly difficult from time to time.
Yep.
I think we had a lot of help from Mr. Zanowski, and Mr. Bergeron brought in a well drilling contractor, and we had 2 residents that suffered this problem, and without those people, it would have been difficult for this committee to come up with this language. So I thank all of those people that came.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Zanowski. Mr. Rosemelio.
Perfect.
Okay.
Yeah?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah. All right. I'd like to take a 5 or 10-minute recess before we take up the next case, which would be R.M. Bedard. So we're going to come back at 9:20.
9:20.
He was right. got worse.
Okay, we're back. We are moving on to case PL 2024-00022, RM Bedard Land Holdings LLC. Mark Bedard is going to be representing this, I believe. And if you could come forward, yep, take a seat for the record. Name?
Hi, Mark Bedard, 43 Pelham Road, Pelham, New Hampshire.
Mr. Chair, before, would you like me to read the abutters list?
Yes.
Sorry, Mr. Bedard, one second.
Yep. And Mr. Bergeron has stepped down. So, Sam, you can vote for Jim?
Oh, Jim's, okay.
All right.
Okay, Danielle?
So we have HDJP LLC, PO Box 642, Wyndham, New Hampshire. RM Bedard Land Holdings LLC, PO Box 553, Pelham, New Hampshire. Reggie Nominee Trust, I hope I said that correctly, PO Box 781, Pelham, New Hampshire. Secured Properties LLC, 54 Jericho Road, Pelham, New Hampshire. Shan Rock Estates LLC, 91 Main Street, Pelham, New Hampshire. Alan Demers, 109 Main Street, Pelham, New Hampshire. Michael McMinnon and Antoinette McMinnon, 23 Main Street, Pelham, New Hampshire. Yard Meadows, 1 Yard Drive, Pelham, New Hampshire. And Town of Pelham, 6 Village Green, Pelham, New Hampshire. Thank you.
Okay. What do you got?
Okay, I'm here to represent RM Bedard Land Holding and Pelham Plate Glass. If you look at your map, you can see that Pelham Plate Glass borders two sides of the RM Bedard Holding property. The RM Bedard property used to be called the Preston property. Pelham Building Supply built in 1976, and as time went on and the building, and as our business expanded, in time we started using the Preston property. We were putting building materials and parking vehicles on that. So when the property came up for sale, it was in June 20th of 2014, we signed a P&S on that property. Now, Pelham Building Supply has been there now for 48 years, and for 20 years, plus or minus, we have been using the property for trucks and building supplies, and we'd like to continue using the property.
Mm-hmm.
Any questions?
On the drawing, it says access to Route 38, looks like.
Yeah, it's a right-of-way, but it's part of our property on this
So
map.
that was part of your lumberyard prior to buying that lot? You had access to 38
We had
over there?
access to 38. It's a 50-foot right-of-way.
Oh, okay.
Goes to 38.
Yep. Board members have any comments, questions, yeah?
Mr. Chair, if I can ask Mr. Bedard. Mr. Bedard, your family's been using this property all this time. Why are you here?
Why am I here?
Why are you here? What made you have to come ask for this if you've used this property and had an agreement?
Because somebody by the name of Anonymous thought I was digging on the property, and I don't have that date. Well, actually I do, but by the time I find it, it was this year. So the code enforcer showed up and went out there. We haven't been, the last time we did any digging, we had bought the property, we had removed 2 oil tanks from the property, and that was the last time that there was any digging going on there, and it wasn't even us, that was the state. So, we were doing it with the state, it wasn't, but.
Thank you.
Yeah.
The state occasionally digs in front of your property, cleaning out the swale and the culvert and stuff.
The state does that, yeah.
Right, but that's not your property.
That's not, no.
I wonder if they saw that.
You'll see where the property, the property's a little funny there because it's extremely close to the road for just a small portion. I think it's like 100 feet, and then it drops back.
Mm-hmm.
There used to be a house there at one time, and we got a permit to move that. We took the house down, and we removed some trailers and some debris and some other stuff that was there.
Yeah.
That all came out of there.
Mm-hmm. Any other questions or comments from board members? Charlene?
Are you expanding that piece of land by leveling it?
Yes, we are. Oh, we did. We have stopped. But yes, we did bring fill into that property. As a matter of fact, when the state was there, there was oil found in the ground. And so the state removed that, all the contaminated soil, and then they started bringing in the soil. Well, at the same time, Tractor Supply was building. So we took some of the fill from Tractor Supply. We also took fill from the town of Pelham that was putting the roads in and fixing roads. And at that time, let's see here. Mr. Gowan had raised a point about, he thought, something about checking for wetlands. So on June 15th, 2015, we hired a soil scientist from Bagland Consultants, and there was no wetlands in the area, no rare or threatened species on the property, and the report was given to the town from that aspect.
So you're not filling any wetlands in over there?
There's no wetlands being, like I said, Mr. Gowan was a little concerned about that, so we hired a soil scientist. He came in, and I have a copy of it, but the town should have a copy of it. It was given to the town.
Is it your intention to keep doing that?
Keep filling it in?
Yeah.
Not at this point. We're trying to, I'm hoping, kind of a strange word, but someday maybe put a building up, and if I keep filling it in, it could cause more of a problem because we're going to need drainage, we're going to need swale, we're going to need a place for the water to go. I'll just be taking it back out again.
So, Mr. Sherman's question, I think it was Mr. Sherman that asked the question. The reason you're here tonight is because you were using the property, you thought you could just use it because it's your land, and you thought you could just use it, but the code enforcement officer went there and saw that you shouldn't be using that land, so this is why you're here tonight, to get approval from the planning board to be able to use that land.
I'm not really sure. I just know that somebody complained. We've been using the property for a lot of years. For at least 20 years, we've been using that property, right or wrong, we've been using it. And then someone said that we were digging, so the code enforcement showed up. He suggested that I go to the town and go for a site, what do you call it? He called it a minor site plan review. So that's what's going on.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
I had a question. So you've owned the property for 21 years?
No, I've owned the property since 2014, so it's been 10 years. Right? Am I thinking right?
Yeah.
Yes?
Yeah.
10 years.
Yeah, so 10 years.
We signed on
February 11th, 2015?
June 20th, 2014 is when we signed the PNS.
Oh, okay.
But you were using the land for 10 years prior to that.
That's kind of what I'm
10 years
going with
prior
it,
to that, we
yeah.
were using the property.
Yeah, but you own the land, you do own the land currently, right?
I'm sorry?
Yeah, you currently own the land now, so.
Yes, now I own both Pelham Building Supply and RM Building.
And you've owned their building supply since 74?
Since 1976.
76.
We've been in that location.
Yeah, I mean, I don't see what the.
We started in 72.
Yeah, I mean, it's.
Yeah.
I don't think this is, in my opinion, I don't see the big deal if. Yeah.
I mean.
I'll make a motion to consider the plan.
I'll second that motion.
We have a motion and a second to consider the plan. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All right. Okay. Anybody have any other comments on the plan?
Can I make a motion to approve the site plan?
Second.
Oh, okay.
We have a motion and a second on the floor to approve the plan. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. I'm also aye, opposed, abstain. Okay, that's a 7-0-0. You've been approved.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Congratulations, Mr. Bedard.
And thank you for being so patient and waiting the whole night.
Well, you guys have a good night.
You too, thank you.
Okay, so we have done the well ordinance, capital improvements. There seems to be nothing else left on the agenda. Are there any discussions of anything else that we need to do tonight?
Make a motion, we adjourn.
We have a motion on the floor. Do we have a second?
Before we make that
Okay.
motion, just keep the motion on the floor. Maybe, Mr. Chair, I wanted to see if we could get some work sessions in to start working on land use items and zoning soon. I have a couple items I've been noting, so I don't know if we can start putting some workshops together with our meetings.
Yeah,
Okay.
when we get a meeting that doesn't have much on the agenda, we should just be ready to go right into a workshop then. So
Yeah.
what we should do potentially is have Jen put potential workshop at the end of all of our meetings so that we have a short one, or we have somebody that decides not to be here, date specifies, then we can just, as long as we announce it ahead of time and we put it on there.
Okay.
So we'll just start putting workshops on our agenda, so be prepared to, if you have any zoning coming up, any suggestions, bring them with you. Okay, so we do have a motion on the floor to adjourn. Do we have a second?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
I'm also aye, opposed, abstained, we're adjourned.